And what is going on? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. I appreciate every single one of y'all being here today for another NASCAR stream. Thank you for those subscribes already. Appreciate that so much for everything. But hello, everybody. Welcome into the On the Go at CeeLo. We do NASCAR coverage here on Sundays. We weren't there last weekend, but we were at the track. We had a great time. And I was very happy on the results of that race. So, hope everybody's had a great day so far on a Sunday. But hello, everybody. Ryan Cherie, hello, welcome in. Train Nerd and Garbage Truck Fan says Kyle Busch. Menaces, hit that like button. What's going on? Kenneth Clark, hello, everybody. Welcome back. King CJ, Jeffrey, Mountain Billy, Claude. So, what's going on? Frank Patterson, telling me how you really feel about Kyle Busch. Who else here? Matt Hatter, Triton. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for being here tonight. Hit that like button for us. We're going to have a good race today as we are here for it's going to be hard to say this over and over, but the Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400 live from the Texas Motor Speedway. Tonight, we're going to have in-race audio, guys. We're going to watch the race together through the audio. We're not going to be able to watch the race if you're here to watch that. I'll be showing you little bits and pieces of instant replays, but nothing else than that. But you will be able to hear the in-race audio of the race, and we'll have a good time. So hope everybody's having a good time. What did you think about Bristol last week? I was excited about Bristol, and I had a good time. And I know, hey, everybody's like, well, I don't know, but what an answer by Denny Hamlin with the big win last weekend. And I know there was a lot of controversy of what he said, whatever, but hey, good for him. And he moves on to the second round. You didn't watch it? Oh, no. So it was fun. So I had a good time. A little bit of weather area, but it turned out to be a great race and a fun time. So, but we're back here for another race here in Texas. So let's get my stuff settled up here and let you listen in to the in-race audio of the stream here.
Getting ready to go to driver's intro, Denny Hamlin. Denny, we just watched a piece about all the trolling you've been doing here lately, all the great sound bites you've been giving us in a sport that's been begging for personalities. You're carrying the load, and you're picking up the slack for these other guys. I want to know what's changed, because I hear you're also one of the most accessible drivers filming this new Netflix documentary. So what's new?
Nothing's really new. I mean, when I did the Dale Jr. download, actually, you said you realized towards the end of the career your give a F meter started pegging towards the opposite side, and mine's kind of got there. So I don't know. You just you're comfortable in everything you've got. Obviously a great relationship with all the partners, and I did have to check in with Joe this week. And, he was just making sure all the sponsors are all happy, everyone's good, and I don't want to take it too far, but also like having fun. And certainly it's good fun because the fans, I appreciate how passionate they are one way or another.
Well, look, I want to take you back on the racetrack. So you and Larson have had some great battles, some fierce battles this year. It appears to me that you guys are the two favorites to win this championship. Do you feel the same way?
Well, I think on speed, certainly, the 5 team shows up with a ton of speed every single weekend, right? And they're going to be one of the cars that you got to beat. But we play the game every week because you just never know what can happen, right? But certainly I think the speed that we've got, the speed that 5 cars got, I can understand that argument, certainly, but there's 6 more weeks of work that's got to be put in before we can discuss what happens in Phoenix.
Well, we appreciate you giving us some time to talk to you today. This man right here has been the fastest thing on the racetrack in round 1. We're starting round 2, and I think you'll be up front today.
Well, let me get my Denny Hamlin.
Thank you. 125 of you guys here, 147 of y'all. This is going to be a huge stream already. Thank you guys for giving me the heads up. Make sure you hit that like button. We're trying to get to 20 likes. There's 147 of y'all here already for in-race audio here. And we're going to bring it back, let you listen in. And here we go.
And what you realize is the media and all these people around you can create these narratives about you, whether or not they're true or false, and you have to answer to them. once you become a seasoned athlete and you've been around a long time, you really do figure out it doesn't matter. I'm going to do the best I can do, and whatever I bring to the table is what I got. I think he's having fun with this, and I think it is absolutely fun to watch.
KP, 4 times he's been to the championship 4. No titles to show for it. Why will this year be different?
4-time another Denny Hamlin has been to the championship 4. This is a different Denny Hamlin. You heard him say his give-a-meter is pegged the other way, and that's who Denny Hamlin is now. That's why it's exciting to watch him run for this championship.
Well, the NASCAR family suffered a tragic loss last Sunday. Sherry Pollex, a longtime partner of Martin Truex Jr. and daughter of former NASCAR Xfinity Series team owner Greg Pollex, lost her courageous battle with ovarian cancer. Sherry was a bright light for anyone who was blessed to spend time with her. Her tireless work to bring attention not only to her disease, but also childhood cancer touched thousands of lives and raised millions of dollars. From all of us at our NBC Sports family, our condolences to the entire Pollex family. Sherry Pollex was 44 years old.
All right, so a little tribute there for Sherry that passed away last weekend. Martin Truex Jr. got in there for the playoffs. So here is our playoff drivers, y'all. Here's the playoff drivers here left in the standings here. Is it one of your drivers? Is one of your drivers advanced to it? I know Kevin Harvick. Who else got out? Ricky Spinhouse Jr. got eliminated. Joey Logano got eliminated. And Michael McDowell. So there's your 4 that are out. And there's the ones that are left. I hope you guys have your favorite drivers still available here and ready. But we're going to be bringing you the in-race audio. What's up, TJ Robinson? What's going on? Hello, welcome in. Rebel, what's going on? Chase Elliott is a favorite driver of mine, too. Can't go wrong with Georgia Boy. There you go. Keith, what's going on? How are you? Dallas, thank you for that reminder. I am a noob for sure. But let's go 9 and 8. Let's see. Keep on hitting that like button, y'all, as we're trying to get to 40 likes, and then we'll move to 50 likes. Already great start of the stream already. But thank you, guys. I'm trying to get the raw feed up here so we can have that on here, but it's not doing it for some reason. The raw feed is not available yet. Normally it is, so I'm still waiting on it. It's not there yet. Let's see what's going on. So we'll just keep on waiting for that to pop up, and then we'll have it on the screen. But you're in South Georgia. Nice. I'm watching my Braves as well because you see the Acuna Jr. jersey back here on the channel. We also do Atlanta Braves baseball, so we'd love for you to join us for that as we're getting down the stretch of Atlanta Braves baseball to get into the playoffs here very soon. Last week here pretty soon for them. So if you guys like baseball as well, make sure you tune in for that too. But right now we're going to be talking racing. And, of course, Kyle Busch. I'm a Kyle Busch fan. Hey, he's still in it, still running. Could have a good run here today. We'll see what happens coming up Talladega and then the Roval next 2 weeks after this. So we'll see what happens. But here it is, back to the in-race audio.
Lineup throughout the race and allows you to adjust your picks until the end of stage 2. Visit NASCAR.com/fantasy or select the fantasy icon on the NASCAR mobile app. Well, here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. Bubba Wallace is on the pole for the race at Texas today. Just his 2nd career pole, and it comes at a critical time because Texas kicks off the round of 12 in the Cup Series playoff. This round also includes Talladega and the Roval at Charlotte, where 4 more drivers will be eliminated. Ross Chastain, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, and Bubba Wallace start the round below the cut line. Interestingly, all 4 drivers have won at a track in this round. So, Brad, that leads us to where the points shape up as we start the round of 12.
Yep. Boy, look at this. I mean, it is my thing is I'm looking for guys to win races. So I think any of these guys in any 12 can win the race today or win the race next week. So it doesn't bother me to look at Bubba Wallace down there in 12. Even though he doesn't have any points, he does need the stage points to get through. I think he can win Talladega. So that takes that out of that. So this is going to be fun to watch. It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, 0 playoff points to this point for Bubba Wallace. It's a big day for his buddy Ryan Blaney, making career start number 300. Right now, he's with Kim Coon.
All right, so let's our good friend Mosh Racing, he put a video together here around about the Texas Motor Speedway and what the driver is going to be going through today. It's a quick 3-minute video. Take a look at it. He's going to explain what the driver is going to be doing. He's going to take a couple of laps around the speedway. Check out my man Mosh Racing on YouTube. He does a lot of racing, lots of NASCAR. He's great at it. Make sure you check out Mosh Racing here. But here is a little video he put together for us about today's race at Texas.
Good afternoon. Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome to Texas Motor Speedway. Opening of the round of 12 for the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, our second of 4 visits to mile-and-a-half racetracks throughout these playoffs. Anybody who says that these are all cookie-cutter racetracks knows nothing about NASCAR and has never run a lap on any of these tracks. They are all completely different, this one being one of the most unique in the way that it was reconfigured in 2018. Turns 3 and 4 completely different from turns 1 and 2. Flattens out extremely as you come onto the backstretch. Going to be a challenge for right side tires, particularly the right front. We saw a lot of issues with that last year in this race. Cars blowing tires. NASCAR and Goodyear came with a different tire compound for this race. Should be a little bit different, but we'll have to see how it holds up across 267 laps at the Texas Motor Speedway. Let's jump in the number 96 Standard Proof Camaro. Let's take a few laps around this place and show you what these drivers are going to be dealing with today. All right, off turn 4, coming to the start-finish line. This quad oval double dogleg front stretch is very flat. You have to get through here as nimbly as possible so not to tear off the right front. Coming into turn 1, completely off the throttle, getting this thing cornered. You see there's a patch that's down there on the bottom of the racetrack. That's where we're going to start to pick the throttle up. This turn gets extremely flat coming out of the backstretch. There's not much banking. It just kind of rolls away as you come off of 2 and gives you just no grip at all. 3 and 4, completely different though. A lot of banking here. You can pretty much hold the car wide open on the throttle the whole way around, get a good launch to have a solid run down the front stretch. I'll show you just one more time as we head into turn 1. You're looking for your braking point. I always use that little red sign on the wall right there and just let this thing coast. It feels like forever before you finally get back on the throttle, but as this thing flattens out again off of 2, it gets super, super loose. It's very easy to lose the back end of the car and come around right there. So with the ambient air temperature being forecasted to be over 100 degrees today at Texas Motor Speedway during this race, track temperature is going to be high. This racetrack is going to be slick. It's going to be very, very tricky to keep a setup under you. Going to be interesting to see who does well at that. Picking right off the bat, I would say Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin are the 2 front runners through this entire Cup Series playoff. I expect them to do well. Of course, couldn't do that without notice of who's sitting on the pole today. I'll be wearing my favorite driver's shirt the whole day today. I don't honestly expect him to win this race, but I do expect him to finish in the top 10. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm wrong. Looking forward to the race today, guys. Don't forget to follow us right here on YouTube at Mosh Racing, as well as on Facebook, so you can see when we're broadcasting live races right here on iRacing. You can jump in the cockpit with me every race and help us with the strategy, be part of the team as we go out there and seek for wins in the Cup Series. Looking forward to this race today, guys. See how it goes. Let's see how this shakes up the round of 12, and we're going to know real quick as the next 2 races being Talladega and the Roval. Complete wild cards. Everybody wants to escape this with good points and a good finish and solid place in the standings as we head into those 2 absolute mayhem races. I'll be right here in the chat with you watching. Looking forward to seeing you guys next week.
My gosh, I tell you, I keep on Mosh Racing. Thank you so much for doing that video. Appreciate that. Lots of information on Texas and how that track's going to handle with the drivers and tires. And let's see how all the drivers handle this first playoff of the second round. Oh my God, exactly. And I lost some people too, but oh well, that's how it goes. But thank you guys so much. We're going to be coming here really soon. I was trying not to have any feed on there. I was trying to mute as I was talking there. So waiting for the raw feed to come on here, and we'll go to the next screen. But until then, we'll just stay right here on that screen. But I gotta turn those guys off during the racing because he likes to do that. I know Green Bay Packers dropping the Braves. I'm watching the Braves game off here to the left as well. But looking for a commercial break to come in. Bubba Wallace on the pole tonight. And who do you think's going to win this race? Give me your odds of who's going to win. Braves 1, Nationals 2, top of the 5th. Let me see your keep on hitting the like button too. We're trying to get to 50 likes. 50 likes is our new goal. 50 likes, and then we'll move on to 60. Help us hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well. We'll try if we can get a record on there. Oh, we lost a subscriber. Oh, that's good. That sucks. That's how it goes sometimes, but it's all right. Rowdy, that's right. Rowdy, you think Rowdy's going to win tonight? We'll see what happens. We also have, what's up, Stupid Roofer? How you doing? We have stuff in the chat as well. We have mini games that you guys can play during the race as we listen on. mini games in the chat, exclamation points to find out how many points you have, and then exclamation gamble those points, and then you can bring up your favorite drivers. We have all the playoff drivers redeemed, and then some as well. But I also host freeze the Triton. There we go. So got a host freeze or Triton, and we're just waiting on the commercial to come back. 10 laps around the gym. That's right. Still no raw feed. What's going on here? I have no clue why it's not on yet, but we're still waiting on the raw feed to pop up so you guys can have this full screen on lap times and pit times and who had in pit and all that stuff. But I hope you're enjoying the nice studio that we have here. Got all the cars down here below. Make sure you're checking out our partner, Travel Depot. If you guys want to get away somewhere on a trip, Jennifer at Travel Depot, she'll gladly help you out on a cruise, a Disney, anywhere you want to go on vacation. She'll help you out. Jennifer at Travel Depot. So make sure you check her out. And then make sure you subscribe to all my social medias. On the Go at CeeLo is my Facebook page. CLord16 is my Twitter. On the Go at CeeLo 1 is my Instagram. And On the Go at CeeLo is my TikTok. So let's go back to in-race audio.
They got themselves in trouble. And Junior, this is when the best meet the best. So any little mistake at all shows up big because you're trying to beat somebody that is so close to you as far as competition.
That's right. And then we're going to Talladega and the Roval, but just think about the conditions today. 101 degrees, miserable conditions inside the car. None of these drivers are really excited about climbing inside there. And then we know this racetrack is treacherous, very slick.
Chastain for the win, groove. Brian.
How will that challenge the drivers today? Will that bottom groove be the only place they can put the car and be comfortable, or will we see them having trouble just like we have all the last several times they've come to this racetrack? So this is now just as challenging as a Talladega, as a Roval, as a Bristol, any other racetrack in the rounds.
Yeah, Marty, we've seen a lot here like Junior just talked about. It's not going to get easier today, and the pressure's higher. So, and yes, I can confirm it's hot. It's not a little hot. It's a lot hot.
Brad wasn't lying a minute ago. 108 on the pit box. And just to show you how unpredictable this playoff race at Texas can be, the last 6 Cup races here, 6 different faces in victory lane at Texas, including Tyler Reddick, who won this race last year and right now is hanging out with Dave Burns.
Well, let's find out how Tyler feels about that. Last year's winner and most recent winner on a 1.5 mile track, too. So what's the confidence level for today?
It's certainly high, for sure. Seeing the 23 put it on the pole definitely just, confirms that we got good speed. We didn't get the best hole in practice yesterday, so we were really not really sure what we have for short run pace, but it definitely showed itself in the long run. So just a little bummed we didn't get in qualifying, but it's in the past now. We still got a good pit stall for today, so we'll spend the rest of this afternoon getting back to the front, getting those stage points, and hopefully putting ourselves back in position to win another race.
Good luck for 2 in a row at Texas.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Christopher Bell has top 10 finishes in the last 2 races. So do you feel like this team is starting to hit his stride?
Definitely think we're gaining on it. I don't think that we've hit our top end potential yet, but it's been really fun for sure. The qualifying stuff has been really good. So we've been showing our speed in glimpses. It just hasn't all come together, but we're working on it. So Bristol was a great race last week. To be able to lead laps, win stages was really good. And I know that that's what we're capable of week in and week out. So love Texas Motor Speedway. It's my home track, and we've got our home colors, Interstate batteries on the car today, so it should be a big day.
Christopher Bell mentions it being his home track. He hails from Norman, Oklahoma, just a 3-hour drive from Texas Motor Speedway.
You know what's interesting about that? I think it's an actual debate as to who's been the better organization, 2311 or Joe Gibbs Racing so far in these playoffs. And the fact that it's even a conversation, that's credit to 2311. They have performed so well here in these playoffs. So when we come back, which 4 drivers do Brad and KP think will be eliminated after the round of 12? 4 must go home in 2 weeks. Find out who it might be next.
All right. So we have another commercial break. And thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. Make sure you're hitting that like button for us. And did Christopher Bell pop up on the thing? I think it did. Make sure the alerts are working, I believe. So all the redeems should be working. Everything should be good to go. And make sure you're gambling in the chat to get some points for you. And keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 70 likes before even pre-race ceremonies. Thank you guys so much. Nicholas, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Forgot it was Sunday. That's right, Nicholas. Got the Braves game on, got NASCAR on. It's a great day, plus football in the background. my Titans are losing too as well. So if you keep me up to date on those as well, and we'll get it going. But hope your fantasy football teams are doing okay. But we're here for some NASCAR racing. Let's take a look at the starting lineup here. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, Ty Gibbs, Ross Chastain, AJ Allmendinger, Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez, Christopher Bell, and then Denny Hamlin there in the top 10. What? Christopher Bell not on the pole for the first time in 4 weeks? Perry says, what does Elliott have a chance in this race? He could just possibly win this race. He has not been running that well, but you never know. He might pull it off. This is a fast track, and he's always been there at the end most of the time. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the 70 likes here. Let's go to 80 likes, y'all. 80 likes on the channel, and we'll keep on going past 100 and see if we can have a great stream today. 263 of us here already. RFK second and third. Watch out. That's right. RFK second and third. Chris Buescher and Keselowski, they've been a 1-2 punch here. This pretty much this whole last half of the season. Host, I think you do that on purpose. You always look away when I redeem Amigos. Oh, okay, here we go. Go to Amigos for Triton. There you go, Triton. Got you, Amigos dance. But we're just waiting on the commercial break to come back. And let me see who you got. 263 of us here. Let me see who you got to win today. Let me see who you got to win today. As we're back to In-Race Audio.
Kyle, I can't tell what's more up your alley, wrestling or armadillo racing.
Armadillo racing, baby! Look at that. That's hardcore, hard shell.
You got a built-in cool suit.
You got that right, man.
So much going on around the racetrack here at Texas Motor Speedway. It's outside. Right
I should have go out there, man.
Now, we've had some great burnout interview moments over the years, but Denny Hamlin's interview last Saturday night might be the new clubhouse
Nice,
leader.
Nicholas.
I've been so close so many times this year.
I know I'm a big baby right now.
I miss the fans. I miss them so much.
Proud to be a winner in the Cup Series. It's great to check that one off, baby. We did it! Woo!
Strategically, that doesn't seem like such a great decision for him, but it's the one he made, and that's how he wanted to win.
He raced me hard, so I raced him hard back.
He's Crash Guys here for wins.
Just an absolute hack. They won the battle, but he ain't winning the damn war.
You just got to expect Martinsville at the end of the race. You're going to have some bumping and grinding.
We're going to go give them hell, and if we wreck, we wreck, and if we win, we win. And we won!
You're going to go through a lot of bullshit, but you always got to stick true to your path and not let the nonsense get to you. Been plenty of times where I wanted to give up, and you surround yourself with the right people, and it's moments like this that you appreciate.
I beat your favorite driver.
And who would that
I beat your favorite driver.
Holy moly. Y'all like that?
That's awesome. Brad, that's the best thing about the burnout interview. It allows for that type of interaction with the fans.
Well, it also shows a little bit of creativity, but most importantly, it shows the engagement with the fans. You know, we take for granted as fans of this sport, these guys getting in these hot rods going 200 miles an hour, racing inches apart, the emotion that it takes to do something like that. It boils in you, and then all of a sudden you finally grasp that ring. Oh, man, it overflows, and you want to share it with the greatest fans in sport.
Well, for a few things to keep our eye on today, let's head to pit road with Dave Burns.
Well, eyes have all been on the 20 pit crew of Christopher Bell because he adopted them from the 54 of Ty Gibbs when the playoffs started, and it has not gone to plan. And the numbers do not lie. They have been 26th best on average on pit road, while Ty Gibbs, who got the 20 pit crew, well, they've been third best. So they've got to get something going now with the pit crew. I talked to the pit crew coach, Brian Holland, earlier today. He said, we're not making any changes. We're staying the course. They're professionals, and we think they can get it done starting here in round 2. Kim?
Well, it is shaping up to be the hottest Texas race in NASCAR history, and a lot of precautions are being taken. For the first time ever, NASCAR is allowing the teams to keep the cars covered on the grid and put a fan in the driver compartment. That's to flush out the hot air, keep all of those compartments and components nice and cool for the drivers before they go racing. We know there will cool suits as well as have...
Thank you for all those subscribes, y'all.
Pit crews, though, not a lot of options. They told me they've been hydrating all week long. That hydration will continue into the race. They will take salt tablets. They will try to stay in the shade. They'll have fans in their pit boxes. But again, a hot one here in Texas.
It's approaching top 5 hottest races ever. Okay, time for you guys to tell us who you think will be eliminated after this round of the playoffs. But first, let's review your picks from the round of 16. Let's see how you guys did. Kyle Petty.
Look at that.
0 for 4?
Hey, it's not as
Come
easy.
on.
It's not as easy as Brad makes it look.
He had Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, and Bubba Wallace. Kyle Petty did. Brad Daughtry had Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, and Michael McDowell.
I tried, man. I really tried on that one.
Yeah, you put a lot of effort in. Who's going to be eliminated after
Yes, they are, King CJ. They are right there above you, right where you printed.
Next week, I think it's going to be Blaney, Chastain, Keselowski, and Busch. I know it sounds crazy.
Oh, man.
I think it's
some big names in there. Some big names in there.
Brad's next four are Ross Chastain, Keselowski, Kyle Busch, and Blaney. Let me see who your final four
I
are.
got Blaney, Chastain, Busch, Kyle Busch. Now listen, because those guys won top 10 in the playoffs. Yeah. But Martin Truex, he's not even hardly sniffed a 20. No, that's true. So, a top 20. So I got Truex in mine out.
So wait a minute, Brad. Why is everybody counting Kyle Busch out? I think he could win the race. You had him out too.
I know. I have no idea why.
I got him out because he's not even the bad guy anymore. Denny Hamlin is.
True.
Listen, when you lose that crown, man, you're out. You're out. That's the way it is.
I don't know. One Talladega in the spring. He's so good here at Texas Motor Speedway. I think it's tough to count him out.
Can we change our votes? Can we change?
No, you're locked in. When we come back, time for today's pre-race ceremonies from Texas Motor Speedway.
All right, pre-race ceremonies coming up. Let me see who your first four out in the track for this round. Let me see your first four out in the race in this playoff here. Let me see your first four out for this round. Let me see who you got. First four out, and then we'll do who you think's going to be the sleeper. Keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to do 80 likes here. 80 likes on the channel. I'm gonna go here. First four are gonna be Wallace, Blaney, Chastain, and I think Reddick. I think he wins next 2 weeks from now in the Roval. So Mosh says Chastain, Blaney, Busch, and Wallace. Brian says Bubba, Blaney, Hamlin. Wow, Hamlin. Wow, Reddick. Brian says. Let me see your first four out. Your first four out. Let's go 9 and 8, Keith says. So I haven't showed the lineup yet because they're still... NASCAR.com's not got it working yet. So as soon as it gets working, we'll put it back on. But you'll definitely get to hear the race. Hamlin makes the championship four. I think so as well, Mosh. I think him, Larson... I think Truex Jr. puts this together and he makes it. And I think it's going to be Chris Buescher. I think it's going to be Hamlin, Buescher, Larson, and Truex Jr. That's my final four. So that's my prediction for the final four. Hamlin, Truex, Buescher, and who else did I say? Hard not to say the 24 in the championship. Yeah, true. Byron, too. Byron, he is in what starting spot today? He's not in the rainbow car today, though. Here we go, back to in-race audio.
Near 100 degrees, heat index of 110.
Larson, Byron, Hamlin, Buescher. Hemi dude says.
Deal with conditions like that.
Listen, and you heard Jeff and Junior
Huey,
say,
Dewey, and Louie, Daisy.
They don't want to get in them, but it affects them mentally. It's physical from the dehydration side, but the mental focus to focus in that temperature is incredibly tough.
And Brad, it's not just the drivers, the crews. How do they stay cool? They're in the conditions all day long.
I think it's even more importantly the crews. Those guys are running around. The gas man has Nomex and a fireproof suit on, running around with a head sock on. It's incredibly hot. You just got to be tough, focused, and keep an eye on each other.
And the spotters on top of the roof as well. It's going to be a warm one here at the Texas Motor Speedway. Time for a very special pre-race ceremony from Texas.
As a NASCAR family, we have often been encouraged and challenged personally by the strength, grace, and faith of Sherry Pollex, a hero who fought hardest for others so their battles would become victories. Please join together in a moment of silence as we honor Sherry, who suffers no more, is at peace in the presence of her Savior, and remembering her always as the bright light of hope and inspiration we will forever be blessed to know.
Thank you. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome retired Lieutenant Colonel Caroline Blaze Jensen.
Isaiah 40:31 says, "Those that hope in the Lord will renew their strength and soar on wings as eagles." Heavenly Father, protect the drivers, their teams, race officials, emergency responders, and spectators as the cars fly around Texas Motor Speedway today. Finally, Lord, we pray for the brave men and women serving in harm's way to defend our freedom. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
We ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your
USA
hats.
in the
And
chat,
please
guys,
welcome
during the
from
national
Fort
anthem.
Cameron,
USA in the
Texas,
chat.
The 1st Cavalry Division Honor Guard as they present our nation's color, and the 1st Cavalry Band as they perform our national anthem.
Wow, it was for Sherry Pollex that passed away last week.
Texas so challenging. Burton and Jr. will tell us next. Plus Rick Allen and Steve Letarte from the booth. Time to kick off round number 2 of the playoffs next on USA.
Awesome. So thank you guys for all those USAs in the chat. 400 in the chat. Let's see if we can get to 100 likes like that before they say, "Gentlemen, start your engines." Can we get 100 likes just like that? I need 15 folks out of the 430 that are here. We're about to have a good race, and I hope you stick around for the first race of the second round of 12 here on the Go at CeeLo. We'll be bringing you the in-race audio. We'll be showing you bits and pieces of instant replays, and we hope you have a great time and have fun. Keep it clean. Have the banter. It's a driver-friendly, interactive chat. So, guys, enjoy the chat, talking back and forth on NASCAR. We're going to have a good time reacting to this race and what's going to happen. I feel like it's possible, CeeLo. I think so, too. Boom, just like that. Boom. Thank you guys so much for all the likes. 100 likes, just like that. Appreciate that. So let's go. Let's go now. Keep it hitting that like button. Our goal will be 120 now. We'll do rows of 20 this time on goals. And let's see how many subscribers we have now. There we are. So thank you guys so much for the subscribes. Keep on. Our goal today is going to be 7,700. For the goal is 7,700 or more today for the likes. Our likes are past 100, so the limit is unlimited. So keep on hitting the like button for us. And our goal for today for subscribers is 7,700. We've been doing NASCAR racing here since the Daytona 500. And we're still waiting on NASCAR.com to update our normal screen that we have. The raw feed is not working, so we might have to do something else. I'll have to figure it out. But gentlemen, start your engines lap 3 and 43. That's right. At lap 3, we're going to honor Dale Sr. On lap 4, on lap 43, we're going to honor Richard Petty. So in lap 8, lap 88, we're going to honor Dale Jr. And thank you for Joey. Thank you, Benoit. Thank you for that subscribe. Appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. 7630 on the subs. Keep on hitting that like button, y'all, before gentlemen start your engines. And I'm going to have to redo this here. So let's see if I can mess with this while we, since they are. This point on, one mistake. Nope, that's not it either. So we'll just have this for right now, but let's go and see what we got. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, Ty Gibbs, Ross Chastain, AJ Allmendinger, Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez, Christopher Bell, and Denny Hamlin.
Through this round and then get to the round of 8 so that they can fight once again to get to the championship 4 to decide the champion in 2023. A 2-time champion and 4-time Texas winner, Kyle Busch. Dave, can he make it 5 today?
Well, we're going to see. When I talked to his crew chief, about round 1, he said 2 words, not good. They're hoping this can be a lot better. You mentioned the 4 Cup wins, 17 wins over NASCAR's 3 National Series here, and over 1,000 laps led in the Cup Series. This could be the start of a good round 12 for Kyle Busch. Kim?
Well, Dave, Ross Chastain starts this playoff round -3 to the elimination line. The team felt they were just average during the first round and needed to elevate their performance if they want to survive past this round. So what specifically do they need to do? Crew Chief Phil Surgeon said earning stage points is something they need to work on, and that starts with a good qualifying effort. Well, yesterday, Ross delivered, earning a 5th place starting position. His first Texas start, Marty, better than 12th.
Well, Kim, Chris Buescher wants to win no race more than maybe the Daytona 500 than here at his home racetrack at the Texas Motor Speedway. His hometown, Prosper, Texas, is 40 minutes north of this racetrack, but he has not had success here at Texas. In fact, he's never finished in the top 15 here at Texas, and he's never led a lap. But today, he starts second, and as crew chief Scott Graves told me, we qualified so well, we think we have maybe the best car that we've ever had here at Texas. Today might be our day, and this team is proved everybody wrong throughout the entire season. It is hot here at Texas today. Let's make it hotter and kick off the round number 2 and get the engines cranked at Texas.
And now, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome 3-time CMT award-winning singer and songwriter, Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll, this should be a good one.
What's up, Texas Motor Speedway? Drivers, start your engine!
That was cool. He did a good one. Heck yeah, let's go. Oh, trying to find it, y'all.
So you want to drive a race car at Texas Motor Speedway, you better think twice about it. It keeps drivers from sleeping. This corner right here, it's hot today, it's slick. This corner has no grip anyway. Look how flat it is. When you enter this corner, you're going 10 miles an hour faster than when you enter turn 3. But because of no grip, you're going 15 miles an hour slower when you get to the center of the corner. This is where the wrecks happen, and this can change the championship.
What's up, James Moore? What's going on? Rowdy Bush, what's up? How you doing?
This turn right here in 1 and 2 will develop that upper line as the race goes on. We've seen a lot of drivers get outside of that bottom groove and end up in the fence, but if you run tight against that inside line, you can make time around this corner and down in turn 3 and 4. But if you slip up, if you get out of this groove, the grip goes to 0 and your car goes in the wall. We're going to find out just how these guys navigate this race.
There it is. Finally. Found it. All right, there we go. Commercial break. Now I found it, guys. Let's go back here to our screen. And let me change that real quick. One more. All right, now we're set. We're set. We're set. Yes, sir. We're set. There we go. Now we're back to business. Thank you. Taking forever there. All right, so hope everybody stick with us. Thank you so much for sticking with us there for the last second there. Appreciate that. As we are, see, I have someone in another chat asking when the next New Hampshire race is. I'm not sure. I'll have to look on the schedule, but let's see the final. We did top 10. Kyle Larson in 11th, Eric Jones 12th, Austin Dillon 13th, Alex Bowman 14th, Tyler Reddick 15th, Martin Truex Jr. 16th, Michael McDowell 17th, William Byron 18th, Carson Hoovenor 19th, Joey Logano in 20th, 21st through 36. Eric Almirola in his last Texas race. Kevin Harvick in his last Texas race. Ryan Blaney. Ricky Spinhouse Jr. in 24th. Ryan Preece in 25th. Ty Dillon in 26th. Corey LaJoie 27th. Justin Haley. Chase Elliott way back down there in 29th spot. Harrison Burton 30th. Chase Briscoe in 31st. Austin Cindric 32nd. Zane Smith in 33rd, BJ McLeod 34th, JJ Yaley 35th, and Todd Gilliland in 36th. So let me see your predictions, y'all, for the win. Who's got it? Who you got to win? That's it. They're good. There we got it going now. So we are ready to go for this. So we got it ready and set, and I hope everybody's ready for a good race. I'm ready for a good race. How about you, as the cars are going to be rolling here momentarily? Keep on hitting that subscribe button. Keep on hitting that like button. Our new goal is 140 now in the likes. 140 is our new goal. And James Moore is going BK for the win. Dinger. I love this FedEx car number 11. That's right, Bo. He beat all of them right last week. I'll stupid root for your back. There's the 8. What's going on? G-Van dropping the watermelon. Larson for Luis. Could it be? We'll see who we got. Go Denny, Gary says. Larson, Dominic says. See who's going to win this race, y'all. This should be a great race. Texas Motor Speedway. Here we go.
Driver to win their way into the next round. It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Texas Motor Speedway. The Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400. And there is a guy that has gained confidence with every race. And as a matter of fact, he is starting on the pole today. Steve, let's dial up the driver, the number 23, Bubba Wallace.
I'm going to let him get by some traffic here. He's fixed his steering wheel. I don't want to be the guy that ends his day early. All right, let's dial him up. Hey, Bubba, it's Letarte and the guys in the booth. You get a copy?
What's up, Doc?
My man, no better way to end the round of 12 than being the fastest man in Texas. Congrats on the pole, and tell the fans listening at home what the biggest challenge is for the 400 miles ahead.
Besides the heat, probably the heat. It's a hot one here in Texas, but
Bubba Wallace. What's up, Mr. Woodrow? What's up, man? Tony, how you doing? Sam Tyler Reddick.
For this weekend, we know we're
Oh, he's alive.
So we got to fight hard, and getting the pole here was a hats off and a testament to what we do at 2311. So should be a good day. Be a hot and slick one. Got to stay cool, calm, and collected, and let's go get us a dub.
You mentioned hot and slick. Racetrack looks very different. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, two different ends. Which one do you think is going to be most challenging in these conditions?
Pimpin', Arkansas in the house. Tony from Berryville. Awesome, Tony.
You got to be mindful of how far you get up the racetrack at both ends, but 3 and 4 is definitely sketchy.
All right, man. Well, good luck. Appreciate you taking the time. I know the fans do. We'll be watching and cheering you on.
Simple. Thank you.
And he's going to bump the pace car.
I
in
like
his
it, though.
second
Sounded loose, though.
Just bumping the pace car. I want you to go out there and hit the pace car.
Fans want to hear and need
What's up,
to hear.
Mr. Woodrow?
That's the Bubba that I think can have a great day.
Mr. Woodrow, have you been in our Discord yet? Missing out on some Braves games when we're not streaming.
Sounds confident and starting from the pole. Dave, let's talk a little bit about the guy who won the first race of the first round, Kyle Larson.
And ended up the round of one pretty good. The first round last week at Bristol with a second place finish. That is Kyle Larson. 15 Cup starts here, a win in this race in 2021, and he's led 256 laps. And he loves the places where you can go to the higher line. It might take a little while for it to come in, but Kyle
no
Larson should be
scuba,
able to get there,
just
Kim.
in-race audio only, and I'll show you bits and pieces of something that happens, but no, we'll not be showing the race. Thank you, W Investor, appreciate that.
Today. They missed it in qualifying and will start 18th, but the team's not overly concerned. They were calm, cool, collected when I talked to them this morning. They come into this race with 36
Thank you for those
points.
subscribes. Appreciate it, y'all.
Told me they don't think they need to do anything spectacular in this
All right,
round.
Mr. Woodrow, we'll figure it out for you.
No drama
Next Brave stream,
is the
we'll get it going.
2014.
Well, Kim, when I asked Kyle Petty in the pre-race show, why will this year be different for Denny
All right,
Hamlin?
see you,
He
Scuba.
said,
Good luck.
This is a different Denny Hamlin. That's why he could maybe win his first ever championship. Well, for the record, his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, agrees. When I talked to him this morning, he said his driver is more locked in than he has ever seen him. And when I asked Gabehart about all the boos that Denny got post-race after winning at Bristol last week, he said, I love it. Quote, Relevancy is fun. If they're making noise for you,
And
that's all
what's
that
going
matters.
on?
The fans might be making noise for Denny Hamlin once again. A terrific car here at Texas. Could it be back-to-back wins, Rick? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, relevance is right. He is the most relevant right now in the sport after his big win a week ago. Let's take a look at the starting grid. What a confidence builder it has been for Bubba Wallace. He'll start up front for just the second time.
Evan, what's up? Oscar, don't know where Martin Truex head will be this week. We'll see. He had a rough week last week.
Why not him? A four-time Texas
And all that with Sherry. We'll see what happens with him. Maybe it'll be more motivation for him.
Just up the road in Oklahoma, he considers this his home racetrack.
Yeah, Norman, just straight north of here. We've got Kyle Larson. Again,
good to see you back,
Bren.
Bren.
That you would expect to be running up front.
Yeah, row 7. Austin Dillon has won here before. How about Alex Bowman? He won in 19, 20, 21, 22. Looking to continue that streak. Still needs a win here in 2023.
Keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 140 on the likes, y'all. 140 on the likes.
Back to Blaney in row 12. The farthest starting back of the drivers in the playoffs right now. He'll start next to Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Corey LaJoie back there in row 14. A good run at Bristol. Almost got a stage win. Looks to continue that momentum. Zane Smith in the 38.
All right, thank you, James. We'll figure it out.
Will be in the 51, a row behind. Normally drives in 38. We'll keep track of their updates starting near the back of the field.
We heard Bubba mention the temperature. It is hot. As a matter of fact, this will be the hottest Texas race ever in the history of NASCAR coming here.
Here's the Discord link, guys, if you haven't already joined it. Here's our Discord link.
Feels like 105 outside, but it's 116 right now in the car, and they're just running around at pace as far as pace car speed.
Yeah, so this will get much warmer.
Actually, at 19 laps, and she was with Truex for a while. At 19th lap, we're going to honor Sherry. How's that sound? At the 19th lap.
Under green, under caution, you have the time to get
Go Blaney, Bill says.
Cool you off, but as the car slows down,
thank you, Jessica. Appreciate
this
that.
Is something that all these drivers are going to have. I think they're physically fit enough that that's not the challenge. The challenge is staying mentally focused.
Well, we're going to hit the wall during his victory burnout. We'll see.
With the heat being a major distraction.
So we talked a little bit about points. They were reset to 3,000, and then all of the playoff points were added to them. And that's what we heard Kim say about William Byron. Both William Byron and Martin Truex Jr., their playoff points are 36, so they've got a good advantage starting this round.
Well, what we learned last round was a good advantage. Isn't it?
Lights are off on the pace car. Are y'all ready? Last chance to get in. Who's going to win tonight? Let me see who you got.
Talladega and the Roval, the next two races, no one on this page wants to depend on those. You think about Bubba Wallace, you would think about Talladega. Well, why not Texas?
It's Bubba racing. Yeah, he's on the pole.
Here today, he advances automatically, doesn't have to worry about it.
You mentioned Bubba
Old
Wallace.
trickle.
Let's listen into his
Remember,
radio.
lap 3, we're going to honor Dale Sr.
All right, team. Great job. Great job on starting off this weekend on the right foot. Take this last lap to enjoy it. And then let's lock in and do what we need to do. Appreciate every single one of you. See you at the end of it. Let's go.
Lock in, do what we need to do. I think it's a focused Bubba. He's one.
Thank you for joining that Discord, guys. Appreciate that. Maddie Morgan.
Well, I'm going to tell you, focus is what all these drivers better be. In practice at qualifying,
Ross Chastain, that guy. That guy.
The Xfinity Series race, we saw Sam Mayer wreck.
KB all day.
First lap.
Pace Elliott, Brenna says.
Come in, much like Dale Jr. said in the pre-race, but it might not be there right now.
Kyle and Kyle show coming up. It's time, y'all. Have fun. Keep it clean.
Here we go. Green flag. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Let's go.
Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher into the gas first. Side by side as they go through 1 and 2 for the first time, and 3 wide back there in row 5.
Yeah, Larson got inside the 20 of Christopher Bell, which forced Denny Hamlin to the 3rd lane, but no battle settled up front as
Chris
we see Bubba
Buescher
Wallace on the inside, that blue 17 of Chris Buescher on the outside.
Really impressed by Buescher's ability to run that second groove through 3 and 4 with pace early in this race. Not tiptoeing around this racetrack up there in that second groove. They went after it.
It'll be harder down here, though. 3 and 4 has more grip, so it has it immediately. This side does not have it as quick.
Come on here, lap 3 coming up here pretty soon. NASCAR.com's a little behind.
We're hearing that it's 141 degrees track temp.
141 degrees. Yikes.
It's hot down there, and that's going to take away a lot of grip on the racetrack. Drivers will be moving around, though. That's one great thing about the heat in the surface of the racetrack. In the heat of the day, it makes this racetrack wide.
Steve, you mentioned the uniqueness of this race.
All right, lap 3. They're on lap 3. Let's do it. Let's honor Dale Sr. right here. Redeem Dale. Lap 3. Let me see those 3s in the chat on lap 3. As NASCAR.com is still having issues. 3 in the chat. 3 in the chat, y'all. 3 in the chat. Lap 3, led by Bubba Wallace. 3 in the chat.
Drivers, not only is it flat, but this big, wide entry into turn 1. Pretty easy to get lost, or like this, turn left and overtake the car in front of you.
It really is. Most mile-and-a-half racetracks, you want to be right against the wall entering the corner, but here they never get even close to it. If you're out there by the wall,
Reddick there in 15.
late on the turn. It's just configured so differently.
You even hear the driver downshift into turn 1 and 2. Get down
15th, actually.
Accelerate on corner exit.
Bubba Wallace early on in this one has pulled out to 3-4 car length lead. Brad Keselowski running in the third spot.
NASCAR.com will get their act together eventually.
Allmendinger up there in 6th. Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez, Christopher Bell, and Kyle Larson on the top 10. Steve, fuel-wise, with this first stage, 80 laps, they can't make it all the way, or can they on fuel?
Just shy, as we see Ryan Blaney in that bright yellow car inside the 41 of Ryan Preece. These cars could go about 67 to 72 laps on fuel. This first one being 80. This tire has pretty good grip and keeps grip, but it does slow down a little bit, so I expect them to try to break this up somewhat near the middle of the stage.
And I think that's when we'll see
Wallace, Busher, Keselowski, Chastain, Gibbs, top 5.
You can't find grip and speed. It was there in the Xfinity race yesterday after about 20 or 30 laps on the run. But already right here, Tyler Reddick, one of the better cars, one of the better drivers using that second groove or the higher line at all these racetracks, trying to take the spot away from this 48 car. They've been battling for about 2 laps here.
7 laps of the 80 laps in stage 1 here. 7 laps complete.
Tyler Reddick with the Toyota on board, able to get out front and win a year ago at this racetrack.
Just get back in your rhythm, hit your marker.
Ah, get you, Menace.
And Kim, what's going on with the 78 of BJ McLeod?
Yeah, we talk about the tools drivers have to keep themselves cool in
They
the race
are.
car, especially with hot temperatures. Well, for BJ, his cool suit has failed. These drivers have cool suits that pump cold water all around their torso to keep their core temperature down. Well, his has failed, and with talking with drivers, especially playoff drivers, that was their biggest fear here today, is a failure of a cool suit, because it is much worse having a failed cool suit than no cool suit at all, because it ends up pumping what is warm water all around you through the entirety of the race.
Yeah, you can't unplug it. Down on the bottom left, it's plugged into
He
the
does
box.
early.
You could,
He does.
Unplug that, but it's still like wearing a triple layer coat underneath your uniform, which is already multiple layers. It is a great invention, one of the best inventions for driver comfort that's come along in some time, if not the history of the sport, to be honest with you. It's multiple degrees cooler for your torso. What we used to have before that, Jeff, were just the helmet fans. We had actual cooler that pushed cold air into the helmet. Now the drivers are asked to choose between one or the other, and just about every one of them's taking that vest because it works so well.
Before the Xfinity race yesterday, Justin Allgaier told me that he thought it would add years to drivers being able to drive in race cars. It makes that big of a difference. The problem is when it fails, it's that much worse, because yes, you can unplug it, but that water is still capped. It's still in that vest, and we've actually burned race drivers, blistered their skin. That's how hot it gets.
So an issue already for BJ McLeod and his cool suit.
Cool suits have been around this sport for decades, Rick, and they've failed for decades. Even with the technology today, it's never sure whether that thing's going to work for you every time you get in the car.
He's better than half than the 23. Beats him on exit 4.
Well, Jimmy, you brought up an interesting point. You said sometimes the crew chiefs will make you decide.
Okay, cool, James.
What do you want to do?
Awesome,
do you want to have
James.
the AC helmet running, or do you want to wear a cool shirt? Well, Martin Truex Jr. wears a cool shirt for every race.
Oh, I did. It was hot
does
for
not
him.
Let him have an air conditioner normally, but he did for this weekend. First time in a year and a half he has an air conditioner blowing cool air into the helmet. Why is that a decision? Well, Steve, it adds 9 pounds to the race car, but maybe more importantly, it pulls amperage off the car, which could take away a little bit of power. 26 amps to make that cool unit run for the helmet.
You see Kyle Larson moving to the inside of Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin's going to try to join him. I'm glad you finished that story, because you were making my man James Small just seem like he was mean. No air conditioning. conditioner for Truex. But
Denny,
it does. That weight,
in-car
9
camera
pounds
for
might
Denny.
not seem like a lot on a 3,500-pound stock car, but if it hurts where you put it or it changes the center of gravity, it can make a difference. The amperage, a little less of a concern because these guys now can turn
Bubba
the
Wallace
alternator
continues to
off
lead Chris
on a
Buescher,
final restart.
Keselowski, and Chastain and
Gives you
Gibbs.
the power back, but defend my man James. It's performance reasons.
And just to clear it up, it's not the normal AC unit that has a belt on it that pulls power away from the engine.
Right, it's a self-contained unit, basically inside the race car. But yeah, it's some crew chiefs fight for that weight, some don't. I think I would give it to you drivers down there. I'm a nice guy, Dale. I always gave it the AC.
Well, it is the hottest race ever at Texas, and right now the hottest driver is Bubba Wallace out in front. He's led since the drop of the green flag, 13 laps up front here at Texas.
All right, commercial break, as we always mute the commercials here on the channel. NASCAR.com's having an issue with the raw feed, so I'm just waiting for them to bring it back, and we'll just hang out. But I'll keep you updated. If you want updates on the driver, let me know. I'll figure it out for you. But as of right now, NASCAR.com's raw feed is down. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe it's just too hot. Too hot there in Texas for anything to work. But appreciate you sticking with us. You're going to hear the in-race audio at least. You get to know what's going on. But eventually they'll bring it back. But that's why it still says warm-up and 0 laps led. But I'll keep you up to date. Okay, let me look. Let's see if that's on there. Do they have a... Let's take a look. Maybe I can bring it on here. Let's see. Live leaderboard. I'm trying to find here. Yeah, they're getting fried. It's too hot. Yeah, I know. Electronics getting hot. Came live on USA Channel. PRN carries the SMI tracks. Let's see. PRN. Let's see if someone has a PRN live leaderboard. And the Braves lost. That's not good. Let's see if I can find one here. See? Or would you rather me do that? Me just leave it like this until it comes on, or do you want me to show you the other NASCAR, the other leaderboard that's on NASCAR.com? Right now, it's down. Not sure why. See if I can find it here. So. Track, schedule, shows. No, that's not on there either. But we'll keep on keeping you up to date. Where's Harvick? All right, as soon as it comes back, I'll let you know. As soon as Harvick comes back, I'll let you know. Falcons lost and stunk doing it. Oh, man, Mr. Woodrow. All right, back to it here. You guys listen in.
19 laps up front for Bubba Wallace, and as we take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, there's a reason why. Bubba Wallace is continuing to turn fast laps. He's turned the fastest lap that has been run.
22nd.
29.303 seconds.
Keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 160 now on the likes. 160 on the likes. Help us get to 160 on the likes.
9 just in front of the 5 of Kyle Larson.
Larson running just a little bit higher through the middle of 3 and 4. Saw him doing that in practice, just trying to find out whether there's a lot of rubber from the right side tires on the bottom groove. So he puts the left sides in that rubber to see if that actually helps the car find speed, find grip. Watch Denny moving up the racetrack here in 1 and 2. Be able to create any momentum down the back straightaway. Seeing a lot of drivers starting to move around, starting to look for speed off the bottom of the racetrack.
Is this early, 20 laps in?
Hey, I love it. We're hearing drivers talking about cars getting tighter. A tight race car is definitely a car you're going to try to drive up the racetrack and get some rotation. You move up the racetrack because it's too slow and tight on the bottom. A loose race car stays on the bottom, stays turning. A tight car is one that you're going to chase up the racetrack and try to find some rotation in the higher grooves. This car right here, Kyle Busch, I've seen him run some laps as well in the second and third groove down in turn 3 and 4. He's back to the bottom of the racetrack right here, trying to track down A.J. Allmendinger, who's having a great run so far this weekend.
Saw Martin Truex Jr. there make the pass on William Byron, so Truex Jr. moves up to 17th. Again, those two coming into this round, the most points, so the most playoff points that they were able to earn starting this round.
Oh, I know, T-Van.
Which helps them out.
Hot for them, for sure.
The comparison is Bubba Wallace coming
23
in with
laps
no
complete
points.
of 80. 23 laps complete of 80.
We looked at the history. It's going to take about 104 points, which if you break that down into the 3 races, it's 35.
Oh, yeah, we forgot to do that. Let's do it. Gary Pollex lost her life last week. She was dedicated to this sport. Let's honor her by putting 19 in the chat. She was dedicated to that 19 for a long time. William Johnson, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Let's honor Sherry right here and putting that 19 in the chat there for her. 19 for Sherry Pollex. Rest in peace, Sherry. 19.
Cars like him that are on the outside of the playoff, currently below the cut line, they need stage points. That's Bubba Wallace's goal. Unfortunately, for the other side of the playoff guys, Ryan Blaney is the guy down there in 12th, currently at minus 35, and it's going to take a big mix-up in the field for him to score stage points because he's all the way back in 25th, Jeff.
Yeah, he does not have the pace that he needs to have. His teammate Joey Logano is running in 23rd position. So, yeah, when you're trying to get points,
that's right.
You need stage points, and you cannot get yourself up through there. It's going to make your challenge that much more difficult.
Ryan Blaney, again, making his 300th career start.
Well, and he's been top 10 of 8 of his last 9 races here, and he won the All-Star race back in 2022, which is even more shocking to see this 12 car struggling like it is.
Yeah, I'm confused. I thought that he'd have a great shot to make the Final Four and even race for his first championship. Now, that still could happen, but this team really needs to find some speed. The Fords struggled all year long, but now we're starting to see Brad Keselowski, Buescher, some of the other Fords compete, win races. Penske has just not moved the needle net.
Come on, Rowdy. Rowdy is in 6th place. No, he's on the playoff bubble, 6th.
Get looser, but things get worse in 3 and 4. Actually, the entries get looser both ends. Losing overall grip.
Yeah, I talked to Ryan Blaney this morning, and he just told me that the trouble that they've been having is that yesterday they were just super tight on entry, and he needed to free it up, but he was so loose on exit he couldn't. So he couldn't carry enough speed into the corner because it wouldn't turn. And if he tried to loosen it up so it would turn, then it couldn't. The rear tires did not stick on corner exit. And that is going to be difficult to fix. They're going to have, this team will fight all day long and they'll work hard, but they are challenged today, and the conditions are going to make it harder for them.
Thank you for all the subscribers, guys. I want to watch it live. Terry, there's plenty of places you can watch it live. Just won't be able to do it right here. I do apologize for our raw feed being down, but at least you guys can listen into the race.
Very good to start off these playoffs.
Oh, Mr. Woodrow, prayers for you, man.
The 43, I think the 43 and the 42. There's Eric Jones right there, and that bright silver with black number paint scheme.
Come on, Rowdy, Paul says.
But Hocevar in the 42, Jones in the 43. I have both. In my
yeah, it's on USA Network if you don't have that.
Legacy moves to Toyota next year. They're having some really good momentum out of what we've seen in these final few races.
You mentioned that paint scheme. It's a partnership between Versus Everybody, which is a leading apparel company from Detroit, and Legacy Motor Club. And the brand is launching a merchandise line that will be available online at DallasVersusEverybody.com. And what it's to do is celebrate that brand of the deep-rooted spirit, cultural vibrancy that is right here in the state of Texas. And Legacy Motor Club has that available at the merchandise hall. You can get it online as well. The portion of the proceeds from the merchandise sales go to the Eric Jones Foundation. But getting out and seeing different parts of Dallas that some of these drivers might not see every day.
He's looking around the racetrack, and I love what I'm seeing from this 43 car, finding good speed. He's closing in.
Not sure what's going on there now.
Drivers are starting to make passes in 3 and 4.
All right, 1 second, y'all.
High lane. The grip is developed over there first. Drivers are starting to get up the racetrack. That helps them down the front straightaway. And now that some spotters are seeing other drivers do it, we're going to start to see it migrate to the front of the pack. That's what always happens. Guys in the back of the pack try it first. They make it work. That information goes to the front. Do not be surprised at all to see what's happening right here with Eric Jones start to happen with everybody in the field.
Kyle Busch right there just made a pass on A.J. Allmendinger. He's been working on this pass for probably 15 laps. Finally able to get up to the back bumper, that 16 car, get to the high side of 3 and 4. Closing in on the 54 of Gibbs, who has Keselowski in front of him. Where does the 8 car go down here in 3 and 4? Back to the top of the racetrack?
Yes, he does. Trying to create momentum right here. The 54 Gibbs moves up as well.
Yeah.
Dave, what are you hearing on the 8 car?
Well, I thought I heard that one of the reasons why that pass took so long was because the car was tight, but it was difficult to understand Kyle on the radio, and I think he was having the same trouble hearing his crew.
60 radios in my helmet. You were talking over the top of them. That's why we couldn't hear them.
And since then, the communication has been fairly clear between the team and the 8 driver. A little bit tight right now for Kyle. You see him working both sides of this. And by the way, guys, crews down here getting loosened up like they're getting ready for the first round.
Man, when it rains, it pours.
Steve, you mentioned that they'd break maybe this stage up, which we're about 5-6 laps away from the middle of this stage.
That's really going to be the key. I believe we're going to see a big wave of pit stops about 5 or 6 laps from here.
Bubba Wallace still out front. He's led all 33 laps.
All right, stay tuned. What's up, Mikey G? What's going on? Gene, what's up? How you doing? Sorry, guys, I'm having a little technical difficulties with the raw feed here. We'll get it back here in just a second. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Let's see, lap averages. Nope, that's not it. Got the best overall lap. Nope, that's not it. Lineup, leaderboard, race center. My gosh. NASCAR.com changed some of their crap. Oh my gosh. Oh, lordy lord. Here we go. Those drivers are boiling, I bet. Thank you, Jeppers 1012 for that subscribe. Appreciate that. We are now 50 away from our goal of 7,700. Appreciate that. 7,700. Appreciate that. We're on the go at CeeLo is the channel if you're just tuning in. Trying to get the live leaderboard up for you guys. Just stay tuned with me. Enjoy listening to the race as we go on. Mikey G, how's Denny holding up right now? Denny is in. Kyle Busch is in 4th, by the way. Denny's in 10th place. So it's let's see, it's Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Ty Gibbs, Brad Keselowski, AJ Allmendinger, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin in the top 10. There is your top 10. They have done something here to... I cannot get it back. Here it is, raw feed. And it still says warm up. So it must be so hot there. Must be so hot there that they cannot even get anything to work. So nothing's working right now. But green flag stops are right now. Green flag stops Christopher Bell in.
Opportunity. Little chassis adjustment there. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco fuel still needs a little bit better balance to do what he wants in there. A little bit trouble it looks like on that left rear, getting the tire. Slow stop for Christopher Bell as more cars making their way down, including Ross Chastain. He was telling the team the back of the car is loose. He felt like he had no right rear contact with the racetrack.
Ross Chastain.
Rear stability, the crew 4 fresh Goodyear tires, a chassis adjustment, and Sunoco fuel. Marty.
Kim talked to Scott Graves, the crew chief for Chris Buescher this morning, and he said a lot of concern about tires here at Texas this weekend, even though it's a new Goodyear tire. And he said, I think everybody's going to play it very conservative, but a problem for Buescher, can't get going out of his stall. Meanwhile, Bubba Wallace is coming down pit road as well, said the car was just a little bit tight. He told Booty Barker, let's keep this track position if we can. That's going to be the name of the game. Can you keep your car up front all day long? For 23-11, it's been a fantastic playoffs in terms of pit road. Bubba's team has been very solid after a shaky regular season. Denny Hamlin on pit road as well. Said he just couldn't go anywhere. He was right behind Kyle Larson for much of that run.
You turn the corner on Denny, Stupid Roofer says. I like him now. There you go.
Happening halfway through stage 1.
So much importance placed on.
So leaders are in.
Not making mistakes. We saw the 20 with a slow stop. We saw the 20.
Wallace is about to pit.
Stop.
As you see, so many cars on and off pit road. A few are going to take their time coming to pit road. cars towards the back may opt to run a little bit long, but pit road's a busy spot. You see Alex Bowman in the 48.
See if we can get a 180 on the likes. 180 on the likes. Help us get to 180 on the likes, y'all.
Wait on fuel. You expect 9.5 second pit stops. That 20 pit stop was nearly 15 seconds. Was running in the 12th position. We'll see where that cycles out when it all
What's up?
gets done with
How you doing, man? Welcome in. What's up, Matthew? Welcome in. I know we need a championship bad.
Alex Bowman right now scored as race leader. Almirola, Ty Dillon, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney. As we continue to see drivers making their way onto pit road as it cycles through, Bubba Wallace will see if he is able to hold on to the lead.
Big crash. Turn 3 and 4.
Austin Dillon.
So, the wheel came off of it.
Austin Dillon, caution on the track.
Bouncing down the racetrack. There it is.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Unbelievable.
Caution comes out after everybody pits. That's going to mess some things up.
For Dillon,
tire comes off.
Caution has come out here.
Caution on the track.
We saw the wheel, tire coming down the racetrack. That's the whole wheel off the car, Steve.
Yeah, separated from the tire.
Yeah, so a bunch of things can happen. Obviously, the wheel nut
Looks like the wheels broke.
had to come off or something.
That's going to end Austin Dillon's day, it looks like.
So a couple things. So we see the outside of the wheel. I can't see now at the right rear hub to see if the center of the wheel is still attached to the car. But without a doubt, the majority
See what
of the
happens
wheel
here when they show the replay.
So it either A, was loose, and what happens when it gets loose is it can fall onto the brake caliper, which will cut the wheel. Like it's
but
in a
Ty
race,
Dillon
like
shows the leader. Ty Dillon is in the lead. Chase Elliott in second, Ryan Blaney third.
So it's got to be pretty clear.
Here we go.
To do with that. This is entering 3, guys.
Watch the car behind him, Martin Truex Jr. He's going to go up the racetrack. He sees the problem. Tire wheel comes off the car.
That wheel just popped off.
Hard into the outside wall.
Oh.
That's just it's such a helpless feeling for the 3 of Dillon. I mean, you can't do anything. I mean, he knew something was going on, but you can't just slow the car down and stop it. You're absolutely flying down the back straightaway.
I wasn't sure if Martin got through there clean. Looking at it from a distance from the booth here as it was happening.
It's been that kind of year for Austin Dillon and this team. They just...
Well, so the question, I think, is right here. If we freeze it, I see tire, I see wheel, and if you zoom right there, I believe that is the wheel nut. That is the evidence for you. Tight wheels don't come off. Tight wheel nuts do not come off. So very confident that this is an issue post pit stop for the 3 car. So crazy at this speed. You see all the components. You could hear the frustration. We also heard the crew chief said they would talk about it. So obviously a miscue. A good opportunity for 7 cars who had yet to come to pit road. I had mentioned some guys in the back that may try to stay out. Well, Ty Dillon, Chase Elliott. Here comes the wheel nut right there behind the car. You're going to see it come into screen. That's telestration over a moving part, Rick. That's some advanced drawing right there. I usually mess that up.
And Steve, we talk about the challenges for the drivers in this condition, but it's for everybody. And so the pit crew sits there and they sit and they sit and they wait and they wait. Car comes down pit road, and you know, obviously it's a tough job, and it's made that much tougher with these conditions.
So all of the playoff cars had serviced their vehicle except for Blaney. Now, the good news for all of those cars,
5 lug nuts are better for so many reasons, Mr. Porsche says.
Where they stayed out from. Now, for Ryan Blaney, who's
chocolate chip cookies, nice. Who stayed out? Let's see. Ty Dillon, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Chase Briscoe, Corey LaJoie, Harrison Burton, Austin Cindric, and they're the ones coming in right now.
But, Dave, they're going to be able to make adjustments and stay on the lead lap.
Ty Dillon asked, hey, why don't we just stay out?
Ty Dillon coming in here. Ty Dillon in first.
That would be a net negative. So come on down. 4 Goodyear tires and fuel, and the 77 will head back out. Good run for Spider.
Austin Dillon needs a better tire changer, maybe.
Major help on that race car. Still no rear.
Ty Dillon, Ryan Blaney, and Chase Elliott in the pits.
Way more free than it is tight. So air pressure adjustment. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Marty.
Chase Elliott on pit road said, "I'm not completely."
One more like the 170. Y'all hit that like button for us. 170 on the likes.
Interestingly, say feels like the right rear has too much air in it, so the handful of cars that did not pit under the green flag.
Keep on hitting that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 7,700 subs tonight.
So first caution comes out of the day, and it happens here with the 3 of Austin Dillon. Wheel coming off, driver slamming into the wall. Caution coming out.
All right, so caution out here on the track. Best paint scheme, I say the 43 car. I haven't got to take a look at all of them, but I do like that Chase Elliott Kelly Blue Book paint scheme. That's pretty nice. Let's take a look. I'll give you the full rundown here since we don't have the availability for the live feed, and for some reason on NASCAR.com it's only showing on my iPad. It shows perfectly, but who's in the lead? But there's no race button here for me to show. But I'll go through it here right now. Chase Elliott is the leader. Ryan Blaney second. Austin Cindric third. Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Brett Keselowski, Martin Truex Jr. in 12th. Suarez, Briscoe, Jones, Byron in there now in 12th. Sorry. Alex Bowman 13th. Carson Overzar at 14th, Michael McDowell 15th, Christopher Bell back in 16th, Eric Almirola 17th, Chase Elliott now in 18th. Sorry, so it's all Bubba Wallace, all those leaders that did not pitted. So now Bubba Wallace is the leader. Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Brett Keselowski, Martin Truex Jr., and Daniel Suarez are your top 10. 54, hands down, that thing looks nasty, he says. But I do apologize, guys. I'm trying here to get this to work, and it's not working. I'm trying to multitask here. Not sure why this is doing what it's doing. It's having issues today. Let's see something real quick. One second, y'all. 1 second as we. Did you try turning it off and back on? Yeah, I have. I've reset it and everything. So let's see if I can try a different browser. Maybe that'll help. Exactly, it's on channel 3. No, it's doing it there either. It's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, let's see if I can use this here. All right, we're changing to a different browser. Here we go. 1 second. There we go. I'm going to have to change everything around here. At least it's better than nothing.
Issues during the playoffs for this team, and Dave touched on the switch for the playoffs. This used to be Ty Gibbs' crew. You know, at first glance, we thought maybe it was a tire changer issue. It was actually a jack issue. They did not get the jack all the way up on the left side, so they had to wait for the jackman to re-jack it up before they could get the tires changed on that left side. But again, multiple issues during the playoffs. This was the crew, remember, that won the Pit Crew Challenge back at the All-Star race for Ty Gibbs. They switched this team to Christopher Bell for the playoffs, and again, multiple races with issues on pit road for this pit crew.
Well, the result, a 15.6 second pit stop, 12th to 16th. So it was a lot more time than that on the racetrack, but bunching it up under yellow will make it look a little bit less painful. Ty Gibbs as well, another Joe Gibbs Racing pit crew. The other half of the 20 swap had a 21.5 second pit stop. They were 5th before, and now they're way down the running order, so all the way 28th at this point.
And Chris Buescher, he was 2nd when the whole green flag pit stop cycle started, and then he has this issue, stalling it in pit road.
Yeah, I don't know if he was waiting for that left front tire changer or it just stalled on it, but either way, he went from 2nd to 4th. So Buescher 2nd to 4th, Christopher Bell 12th to 16th. The big loser, Ty Gibbs, from
there we
inside the
go.
top 10 all the way back to 28th, Marty.
On the
There's not UCLO, it's everything. I know.
Air hose caught on the right front side of the car. Had to go back around and unhook that to be able to finish the stop. And Buescher simply said after that stop, my bad. Sometimes that happens, right, Jeff Burton? You can stall it leaving the stall.
Yeah, you can. You don't want to make that mistake. You get by with it early in the race, but late it's going to cost you. Bubba Wallace was leading the race. He chose the inside line.
There we go. Green flag, y'all. Green flag. Let's go.
Here we go. Green flag. Buggity, buggity, buggity. Let's go racing, boys.
All right, here we go.
Chastain's going to have that second line as they go into turn 1.
Chastain with a really wide entry. Tries to draw even
Bubba
here.
Wallace.
Gets up off the racetrack. We got another spin.
Oh, another spin. Bowman and Eric Almirola. Caution out on the track again.
Obviously down to 1 and 2. It is so slick down there. We talked about it before the race, how flat.
Caution on the track again.
Very low
I don't think I have very much damage. I just hope that the tires don't rip it off.
Trying to get to 180 on the likes, y'all. Help us get to 180 on the likes. 4 more to go to 180.
On that restart into 1.
And building confidence in the racetrack. When we dropped the green flag on the initial start, everybody kind of tiptoed through there. Now everybody's getting confidence and racing. You see right here, Alex Bowman with the 42 car on the bottom.
Yeah, looks like we're 3 wide. Hocevar just up the track.
See what happens here. Let's show it here real quick.
And it kind of squeezes everybody together. I'd like to see that again. I thought Hocevar might have got up a foot or so.
Oh, it's working. It's working.
Situation,
the raw feed is working. Yay, let's do it.
They're running right around the 15th position there, the two of them.
Lucky there's no more cars involved in that than it was, right in the middle of the pack. Here you go, great shot.
White 2 rows in front.
Yeah, Hocevar's up the track just a little bit, and it just kind of upsets the 48 car, whether there was contact or whatever. You know, if you're going to make that move, it's a good.
All right, we're back to business.
Some ground up. You got to attack on these restarts, but if you're going to dive to the bottom, putting other cars 3 wide, you absolutely have to make sure you stay tight around that apron and don't put those guys in a bad situation.
And there'll be little benefit of doubt given to a rookie driver, right? A rookie driver is going to be, they're going to not like that at all. When a rookie driver pushes the issue, gets up the racetrack a little bit, they're going to put a lot of pressure on Carson. They go, hey, man, we're not going to race like that. We'll see later in the race if they come back to have a friendly conversation.
Steve, you pointed at the screen. Who's maybe the most beneficial here who shouldn't have been there?
Yeah, that bright green 20 car, he got lucky. The 48 spun back to the left, or that could have been day ender for Christopher Bell.
All right, now we're back in business, y'all. It's 100+ degrees. I wouldn't be sitting in those stands either. I know it. Where's Harvick? All right, now I can tell you guys where things are. I'm back in business. Harvick's in 16th spot. Harvick's in 16th spot. So thank you guys so much for sticking with us tonight. I do apologize for all the craziness, but NASCAR.com giving us a run, make us think on the move there. But I think we're good now for the rest of the race. But thank you guys so much for everything, and we're ready to have a good time. I'll be bringing in the in-race audio here in just a second, but thank you for hitting those like button and subscribing. There's our 180 on the likes, and hit that like button for us as we move to 200. Oh, and we got a subscriber too. Thank you so much. So we're 5 more to 7660. We're trying to get to 7,700 today on the subscribes. I got this on the 55-inch TV. I can't read it. Okay, so I need to make it bigger. Let's see. Bigger. I'll move this over. There. That's normally where we have it. So is that better for you? There we go. I think we're good now. I think we're good now where everything is. We're all set up. Everybody looking pretty. I can read it. I can read it on my 16-inch laptop. Awesome. Well, I do apologize. Sean Murphy, Alex says Sean Murphy, or Matthew says Sean Murphy homered, but Braves still lost game 1. Rays lost those, so that cuts the Braves magic number to the Rays down to 1. Nice. Such a noob. Gary might be time for some newer glasses, Mosh says. But thank you guys for tuning in here. We're caution on the track as we had Eric Almirola get into it. And we have keep on hitting that subscribe button for us. Let me X out of this. Just make sure I have the right one. X out of that one. All right, back to in-race audio. Here we go. Lap 52 of 80 in this first stage.
Visit progressive.com and by Credit One Bank, a credit card company. It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Texas, the Autotrader Echopark Automotive 400. And the first car out of this race is Austin Dillon, and he is now out of the infield care center, and Dave is there.
Rick walked here under his own power. You okay, and what happened?
Yeah, we had a loose wheel. It just stinks. It's kind of
Pick
been
the
the way
fine
the year's
time
gone.
to leave
Coming off
me.
of turn 2, it's a little slick there, getting up to speed, and I didn't really think it was a loose wheel, but it was really loose, which could have given me a little bit of hint, but got down in there in the 3 and 4, and you see the wheel just come off, and unfortunate, man. We'll go back to work and try and stay positive the rest of the year and try and
What's
get a
up,
win with the
Donald?
Bass
How
Pro
you
Shop team.
doing?
Thanks, Austin. See you next week.
You can hear Austin there dealing with a little bit of a head cold, a little bit concerned about whether he could run the full distance.
What
today,
we sing?
considering
We sing, you picked the fine time to leave me, loose wheel.
out talking to us.
Thank you again so much, guys. 6 more likes to 190.
Up into the wall. We've
6
talked about
more
how
likes
hot
to
it is.
190,
We really gotta
y'all.
applaud the fans here.
Thank you guys so
Texas
much.
that have come out in droves.
And we forgot to honor
The
during
sun
all that.
beating down
Today
on
is
them.
not my day,
We've heard
CeeLo.
the
That's all right,
temperature feeling
man.
like it's about
Let's honor
108
Richard Petty. We
degrees out
missed
there.
lap 43.
Ambient temperature over
43 in
100
the chat
degrees
for
right
honoring
now.
Richard
With the
Petty
fans
on
out
lap
here
43. We
showing
always
their
honor
support.
Richard Petty. But due to
Great
all
to
that
see 'em there.
craziness,
They're tough.
we lost that
Tough
there.
to sit
But
out
green
here in the
flags
heat.
coming up here
Really
momentarily.
appreciate it.
Lights are off on the pace sky.
So we're going to try this
Oh,
again. Bubba Wallace
green
on the
flag.
inside.
Green,
Ross
green,
Chastain
green.
on the
Let's go.
outside.
I'm going to have to
Kyle Busch
reset
on
my
the inside
feed
of
because
row
it's a
2.
little behind.
Chris Buescher.
But green
Texas,
flag.
Chris Buescher on the outside.
Here we go,
row
green
2.
flag. Buggity, buggity, buggity. Let's go racing, boys.
The made up username, what's going on?
Kyle Busch to the bottom. Kyle backs out a little bit. Man, that was a great move by the 8 car. Might cost him here off of turn 2. He's going to be the meat and the sandwich down the back straightaway. Larson to the inside.
Yeah, sometimes you make that aggressive move and you lose momentum and it actually hurts you. Another caution out.
Another caution. Good gosh.
Another car spinning. This time it's the 51.
Another loose
So Todd
wheel.
Gilliland.
Another wheel off.
Yep.
What is going on
brings this
here?
Caution out. It's caution number 3.
Tire come off. I can't go.
Another tire.
Frustration you hear in the voice of Gilliland.
Back to the pits.
Yeah, so he said he can't go. They're with the setups in these cars at some racetracks.
My gosh, look at this.
The cars actually sit on the racetrack, and it just
Tires there sitting by the racetrack.
You cannot get the car moving, and NASCAR will
That's
have to come.
car number 2 that lost
either
a wheel
hook up to
today.
it or push it back.
Can the pit crew get
Todd
better?
Gilliland driving
Jesus.
this car. Remember, there are few races
I know
this
it.
year that Todd Gilliland gets out of his normal car that he drives. Zane Smith is in it.
Up. We want code to our pit. I'm telling them up here.
Todd's in this car. Todd is signed full-time for next year, back in his normal car.
So the 51.
So right there is Todd exiting turn 2.
Just loses it. Thank you, Jeff,
Wheel trying
for
to
that
come off the
subscribe.
car as
Jeff,
he's trying to get
appreciate
down the
that. There it is
straightaway.
right there.
On
Woo!
pit road,
Spun it
lap
around.
39.
There goes the tire.
So that one took a little while to come off.
And Steve,
came
a
off
wheel
pretty
comes
easy,
off
though.
On the racetrack. What's the penalty? For this?
Exactly,
Well,
William.
they were able to continue. It's a 2-lap penalty, but the big
Air
thing
guns
is it's
don't
gonna
work
lose a
above
couple
100
crew members on the
degrees.
suspension. That's been adjusted.
You picked the
So
fine
in
time to
past, you see the wheel
leave
nut
me,
bouncing off the
loose
pit wall
wheel.
and coming back across. So last year it was kind of a post.
I think he got spun, but tire came off when he spun.
Part of it as well. If the wheel stays on pit road, the penalty is much less severe. You just tail end of the longest line. 'cause they assume you're trying to do the right thing. But if you carry a loose wheel onto the racetrack and it comes off on the racetrack, that's 2 laps, and it's also a couple crew members. What's surprising about these wheels is they're right sides. We normally see left side.
Everybody's saying they need to go back to 5-6 lug nuts.
Tire changer gets the wheel tight, but on the right side, it must be an installation issue.
And Steve, one of the other issues that they're going to have, they say, we just heard Spotter and
such a
everyone
fine
saying
time.
they wanted to be towed back to their pits, but
thank you guys for tuning in here to On the Go with CeeLo.
Now when you don't have a wheel in the back, if you hook to the front,
one more like to 190, or almost 10 away from 11 away from 200 likes already.
You don't want to lose a wheel on the racetrack. It's definitely not good. The big question mark is their day over? As you see the driver out of the car, their day is over, right? They lost a wheel, but that caused them to spin out and wreck. This isn't just a flat tire situation.
Never going to happen.
Sitting on the frame rail. So Todd Gilliland wants to be. It's not up to the crew. There was some confusion earlier a race or two ago about Truex, that he got pulled back to the garage when he wanted to come to. This isn't up to the team. NASCAR decides whether you are wrecked and you are out of the event, or if you just have a flat tire because you were avoiding a wreck. They said they would bring you back to your pit road so you could put fresh tires on it, but this isn't a team decision. You don't get to vote and say, oh, no, I still want to be in the race. That's not how this works.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gilliland. The wheel comes off. He goes around and then is not able to get back to pit road and is out of the race.
All right, commercial break as we finally got everything back to normal, back and good to go. But another caution with another tire coming off. At least we can say we're alive and watching when they use 5 lug nuts. Exactly, EOIC. But I hope everybody's. We haven't done due to all the craziness with all the stuff with the raw feed not working, and we finally got it working. Let me see where you guys are from. I want to see that. It's roll call time here on the channel. Roll call time. Let me see where you're from and who your favorite driver is. T-Vam just had a bunch of tires falling off. Austin Dillon and now who's in the 51. T-Van. Donald says Arkansas, north of Little Rock. Nebraska, Blaney, Justin Cole. Get rid of the playoffs, get rid of the stage cautions. Enough of this NASCAR, Stupid Roofer says. And it would be Rowdy Bush, of course. Yes, sir, Donald. Ohio, Chastain. Northwest PA, Truex. Another loose wheel. Yep, finding time to lose. In Grovetown, Georgia. Earnhardt, William Johnson says. Let me see where you guys are from and who your favorite driver is. Make sure you hit that like button. We're trying to get to 200 likes. Thank you for subscribing. Kevin Witt, appreciate that. Kevin with that subscribe. Thank you, Kevin Witt, with that subscribe. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Tim Cousins, Phoenix, Arizona. Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Kevin Harvick. Mr. Porsche. John Wilson, Cartersville, Georgia. Harvick. Pleasant hug from the Netherlands, rooting for Brad Keselowski. Why? The playoffs and the stages are in direct response to fans' complaints about drivers in. And I would say, like, toward the end of the year, people would be running away with it if they didn't have it like that. Ohio Larson, Tammy says. Fred Larson, Jeff Covington, I'm from Fairbanks, Alaska, on vacation from White House, Tennessee. Nice. Glad you get to watch the race, or listen to the race at least. Huntsville, Cousins, Mr. Jones. John Hunter to go to the 54 and Gibbs to the 42. As we have folks watching in here as we're just on a commercial break. We'll be bringing you back to the live race audio here in just a second. But thank you guys for telling me where you're from and who your favorite driver is. Love to see all the places everybody is all over the country. Reds not going to the playoffs. When the Reds go to the playoffs, when hell freezes over. That's right, Alex. They've just kind of fallen apart. Here we go. They're talking about the wheel here.
Not allowing it to be tightened up, or the tire changer just isn't pulling it up far enough. Either way, wheels coming off the cars here in Texas.
2 mistakes already on pit road.
Green flag. Here we go.
The 51 have brought out the last 2 cautions. Back underway. Bubba Wallace
23 to go here in this stage.
Ross Chastain on the outside, blocking taking place. Chris Buescher was stopping the 5 of Larson. Kyle Busch in the 8 on the outside of Buescher. Those 2 fighting for 3rd.
See all the blocking going on down the back straightaway. Nobody wanting to give up the bottom of the racetrack at the moment.
A little loss of momentum for Denny Hamlin. He drops back. That enables the 5 of Larson to be on the attack.
8 cars way up the racetrack right here. He's got to get out of the gas. Going to recover down the back straightaway. Thinks he might have a problem. Look at him waving.
Yeah, big hand out the window of the 8.
Oh, Kyle Busch. Issue with Rowdy.
Behind him know it.
Thank you for subscribing.
This time.
Bakuro.
Running 3rd. And now he's dropped back to 5th, but Kyle Busch emphatically waving his hand out, thinking the right front was going down, but now he's back up to speed.
Yeah, you have to wonder.
All right, looks like he's good now.
If there seriously is an issue with that car. Maybe just got up out of the groove into the dirty part of the racetrack, and it gave him a sensation like the right front tire may be going down on his car, but he's
good, Rowdy. He's all right. I thought he was going to pit.
Well, Junior, you
Loose
mentioned
wheel.
he was
Another one?
way up the racetrack through 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean,
he just said, now I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with it. It doesn't feel right.
Y'all remember yesterday, Justin Allgaier dominating the Xfinity race on a restart. He had a massive problem, lost a lot of track position, wasn't comfortable with the car. Maybe another issue like that where the tires just weren't clean under the caution. He gets up the racetrack, gets some debris on the tires. Seems like he's settled in now.
Yeah, you heard on the radio, went up the racetrack, the track just wasn't ready. And that's what that is. It's your tires are hot, picks up that debris, and that debris doesn't come right off. It takes
Thank you for those subscribes too, y'all.
That'll get better as this racetrack gets run on. The more people run in that high groove, the more the track will get cleaned up.
So it sent Busch back to the 7th position. Now it's Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch, William Byron, Brad Keselowski, and Eric Jones, the top 10.
Cost Kyle a few spots, and I know that it's great he's going to be able to rebound and continue this race, but not many laps to go left in the stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions right there given away, stage points given away for this 8 car.
Good start of the race for Ross Chastain. We haven't talked a lot about Ross lately. It's been a while since he's been in an incident on track. For a while we couldn't have a race we didn't talk about.
Thank you, Betty.
He's cleaned all that
Betty
up.
for that subscribe. Appreciate that.
He's talked about it. He's recognized the importance of earning points. The importance of, if you can run 5th, try to run 4th. Don't try to win. Don't try to overextend yourself. You're going to have to do that from time to time, but you can't do it every race and advance yourself.
Can you fix the leaderboard? What's wrong with it?
Jeff, 16 to go here in the stage, and Bubba Wallace is just those laps, 16 from his first playoff point of the year. Crazy to think, but talking to Booty Barker this morning, he said we need those playoff points. We need stage points as well.
Thank you, Indy Plays. Appreciate that.
Bubba said, I just messed up the entry. It's a game of inches here at Texas today, Kim, no doubt about it, and also controlling the race.
Well, Marty, you mentioned it, stage points and how important they are specifically.
12 years ago, I was racing on a dirt track in Fairbanks, number 65. Nice, Jeff.
And crew chief Phil Sturgeon told me that was the goal for this race, and it all started with
Well, let's go, Bubba. There you go, made up username.
Recently, it paid off this weekend. He had a 5th place starting position. He has taken advantage of that track position. He currently runs in the 2nd position, Dave, right now, just building a little free on that Chevrolet.
Joey Logano was on pit road. Some adjustments can only be made by jacking up the car and getting underneath it. Obviously, when he came
Bubba, I'm with you. There you go, Moss.
Jack was in a bad spot.
Appreciate y'all being here.
On the right front of the 22 car, and they repaired that.
Logano's issues just getting worse, not making the playoff the 2nd round. Now issues on pit road.
Been flirting with the top 20 position since the start of this race, currently running 29.
And whatever it is, it seems to be a Team Penske issue. Logano
6 more to 200 likes, y'all. Keep on hitting that like button.
Blaney 24th. So those cars just don't seem to have the pace. The best of the Penske camp would technically be the Wood Brothers entry. Harrison Burton running 20th in the 21 car, so best in class at the moment.
Bubba Wallace putting a little more distance between himself and 2nd, as Ross Chastain is about a half a second behind Bubba.
And this is what we have come to expect from the playoff cars. On your pylon, you see the yellow line underneath their name. That's not for everyone. It just looks like it is because the top 9 cars are all playoff cars. The only one in the top 10 who isn't, Eric Jones. Then just behind him, Truex and Bell. Think about that. You have, 11 playoff cars inside the top 12. Blaney's still struggling back at 24th.
Right now, Ross Chastain entering the race was the first car that was below the cut line. As he is running, he's 9 points above with the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
Go BK. The Dixon, what's up, man? Good to see you, bud. Thank you so much, Dixon Way, man.
I know we talked a lot about the heat for the guys.
Go check out my man Dixon Way. He does a lot of Atlanta sports. If you like Atlanta sports, he's the man. He does Brave stuff along as well, but he also does Atlanta Falcons football, and he's going to be doing Hawks basketball. Make sure you're checking out the Dixon Way. Go Bubba, Donald says.
Well, we were standing down there.
Mosh, I think you've gained fans.
You can see they're all, well, most of them are hiding in the shade. See the 11 car with a run on Larson.
10 laps to go here in stage 1. One more like to 200.
Almost like, hey, take the outside, take the position here. I'm going to let you go, but not sure if that's exactly what he was doing, but definitely moved low on the back straightaway, and then Denny didn't really know what to do.
Was he taking
lots of Bubba fans in here now?
Line away? Had Denny been running down there?
Eight car up the racetrack again.
Yep.
Way out of the groove. Still struggling, trying to figure out what's going on with that car, Dave.
But he got the same explanation that you guys were talking about in the booth.
Same thing happened to the 7 yesterday when he got up in that stuff and it wasn't ready. When he got up too high in the middle 1-2, it was crumbing and he sucked for about 3 laps. Just give it time here. We're still in a good spot.
I know I saw.
Since then, Kyle has radioed back. The right front just feels like it doesn't have air in it. It's chattering. He's asked to hang in there.
Have a good stream, man.
Have
fun with our Braves buds.
That's tough.
It is. He just gave up another spot back to 8th.
One more like to 200 likes. Help us get the 200 likes, y'all.
Yeah, this right now isn't how fast you can go. It's how you can keep the guy that's behind you. You know what I mean? You need to gain stage points. You don't have the pace to go up there and pass William Byron and
Oh, he's spinning out.
Oh, no, Kyle.
Up into the wall.
In the wall, just like that. Oh, my gosh.
With the back of the car, the caution comes out with under 7 laps to go in the
stage.
My goodness.
He thought there was something wrong with the car. He had gone up the racetrack a few times, and now this trip up there gets him into the wall.
Huge damage on the 8 car.
Watch that live happen, too.
RCR cars in an accident.
No, Brad's not in it. Just Kyle by himself.
The car had this issue of some sort he was trying to nurse, and you saw it live from the onboard camera of Brad Keselowski. The 8 just got in there and spun around.
I don't think he got in it.
Last year with Tyler Reddick driving and
right now, it looks like just Kyle.
Kyle Busch came into here.
Kyle's going backwards.
A good run.
Going backwards.
He's going to back this thing all the way down the racetrack, Steve. He's trying to do minimal damage to the car by doing this. This is what he's thinking.
It's killed, by the way.
He has been, for sure.
Backing along the apron, coming up on turn 3. And you see the safety vehicle
Keselowski in 8th.
chasing him.
But right now, Keselowski's out of the playoffs.
Heavy damage, but visible damage. A year ago,
if their playoffs ended today.
Said it was one of the hardest hits he's ever taken, yet the car looked brand new and he could drive it off. Changes over the offseason to the car, and not that Kyle Busch wanted to test it, but a good sign that the car did fold up and absorb some of that impact. But because of that,
oh, Tyler Reddick, Timothy says. Timothy Cousins.
That is severely damaged. It'll be shocking if they can keep this car going.
6 laps to go here in this stage. Keep on hitting that like button, y'all. We're almost at 200 likes.
To make something out of this. Now I'm scared to say
for those
they're
subscribes.
done, I said that about Christopher Bell a couple months ago, and he came back and ran inside like the top 15 just to prove us all wrong. So I'm going to give this 8 crew credit. Let's see what kind of magic they can do, and it would take magic.
This should be interesting.
So let's take a look as he enters turn 1. The back of the car, just like it steps out. Right there, really early. Definitely like this car was suffering some sort of an issue. And I know we
just lost it by himself, nobody near him.
Point to many reasons why the balance would be
just
affected the way it was, why he may be feeling the things that he was feeling. I would absolutely, if I was Kyle Busch, want to know.
Keselowski's going to win Talladega next weekend. We'll see.
Hey, stay low. Stay low.
He was adamant that there was an issue. I would certainly want to be checking that out, but such an unfortunate ending to his day.
Backwards
just as we were
Bush.
getting toward the end of stage one. Going to have an opportunity to come to pit road, make the adjustments on this car to get the handling better.
Yeah, that's a great point, Junior. A few more laps, and he finishes the stage, and he put
All right,
tires
because he
on it
pushed him, right?
and run the rest of the race. And instead, whatever happened, happened, and now he's in big trouble.
70 to
a very
20.
interesting situation because with 5 laps.
Oh
to go
my
on the
gosh!
stage,
Seriously?
you know, could you stay out and get points? Do you want to come get tires?
my
And you
God.
see that reason forces a split decision in the field. Bubba Wallace leads a majority of the field. You see Blaney staying out. He jumps out at the last minute, thinking maybe
It
he can
stops
score some
coming up.
stage points.
Dave. Kyle Larson wanted Goodyear tires. He also wanted the car to be tightened up just a little bit, Kim.
And there was debate on whether or not they should bring Ross Chastain down pit road. It was tighten to fire off and then built loose, especially in turn 1, Marty.
Denny Hamlin, knowing how good their car has been in these playoffs, decides to pit here, give up the stage points. But that
Who's going to come out? Ooh, I think it's Truex Jr. +6. 2 tires for Truex.
I'm in for whatever wins this race. And that's it. And the 11 hit the 54 here on pit road, Rick.
Massive damage to the right side of the 11.
Huge contact. I mean, the whole right side of the 11.
Oh my God.
Heavy damage, and that was contact with the
What
left
happened
front right
here?
here. Ty Gibbs, where is Ty going? I mean, Ty's in the
Ty
middle.
Gibbs runs into Denny.
Higher. That is, I mean, the driver ran into him, but the 54 needed to give him more space.
Boom.
What even?
Ty Gibbs hits Denny on the way out. Yay. Well, see what happens here. That should be interesting. Denny's going to bear him up. That's right. Man, oh man. So thank you guys for tuning in here tonight. Thank you so much for the likes, all the subscribers today. Our goal tonight is 7,700 subscribers, and we're almost there. Thank you guys so much for everything. We're over 200 likes. Keep on hitting that like button. We're only in the first stage. We're going to have a huge stream tonight. Appreciate everybody. Thank you for sticking with me through trying to get all that set up, and now I think we're good for the rest of the race. Tyler Reddick wins, William says. We'll see. That would be nice to get him in there. Denny's got a good point lead, but I think he should be okay. But we'll be looking for Denny. I know someone predicted Denny to be out of the playoffs. The first 4 out, one of them said Denny, so we'll see what happens. T-Van says, I love to see BK get his first win as an owner-driver. Wouldn't that be nice, T-Van? I know James Moore would be loving it. James Moore, our newest Discord member, thank you for joining us at the Discord. If you like what you see and you hear today, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribing. If you would like to help the channel out, we are not in the YouTube Partners Program, so we're not getting any money for any of this the views or anything. We have a Cash App and a Venmo if you would like to help us out on that. We also have a Patreon. $5 or $10 is the Patreon. If you'd like to, or $3 or $10 is the Patreon. We'd love for you to join that as well. So October 11th is the day we get to join back to the YouTube Partners Program. So hopefully we'll be back in it pretty soon. Freaking Gibbs. I know, Josh. I mean, Mosh. I know. So we're just waiting for a commercial break to bring it back here, and we'll get it back in. Drive down the right side of the pit road. That isn't iRacing. Exactly. Oh, my gosh. I'm sure Denny is letting them have it on the radio. My gosh. Let me actually refresh this. Refresh. 209 likes. So next goal is 220 on the likes. 220 on the likes is our new goal. Thank you very much for doing that, y'all. And it looks like Christopher Bell has an issue on pit road as well. He's going backwards on pit road now. Christopher Bell. All right, we go back to it. Thank you, Steve Bland, for that subscribe. Appreciate
Wallace,
that.
Chastain, Hamlin, Kozlowski, Larson. So we're going to take the green with 1 lap to go. It's about
Thank you,
stage points,
guys.
but also
for the
It's about not ending your
subscribes.
day. You want to see chaos? Wait to where there's 23.
Someone out to take a shot per loose wheel. Exactly. Every time there's a loose wheel, we take a shot. So 2 laps to go here in the stage. Who's going to win this stage? First stage. Let me see. Chris Buescher out front. Tyler Reddick second. Byron Christopher Bell. I thought I saw Christopher Bell on pit road, but maybe that was wrong.
Damage is on the right side. And quote from Chris Gabehart, that door repair is going to be a project for us. Steering wheel is fairly straight, though, for the 11. That is the one piece of good news.
Well, the other side of the accident, not so good news. 54 of Ty Gibbs went behind the wall, some steering issues.
Oh, that was Ty Gibbs,
He was
okay.
on the DVP. It should end his day. We'll update you after this sprint to the end of the stage.
Here we go, green flag, biggity, biggity, biggity. Let's go racing, boys!
Stage points here.
It'll be a sprint to the end of stage 1. See the damage.
What happened to Rowdy? He had a blown wheel, went down and hit the wall hard.
Making up row 1. One more time around here in stage 1.
Who's going to win this?
Bell on the outside, pushing Reddick. Reddick out front now.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Ross. As Tyler Reddick opens it up on Chris Buescher. Christopher Bell in third.
Down the backstretch and Reddick pulling away. Buescher trying to get that second spot from Bell. And the smart move to win the stage is stay out. That's what Reddick has done. Buescher, Bell, Byron, all getting playoff point.
Congratulations, Tyler Reddick.
Around into turn 1.
Uh-oh. Martin Truex Jr. turned around. Another loose wheel?
From behind, the second half of the field just ran right up on the back bumper. A lot of bumper tag and chain reaction happening.
Oh,
there.
no.
Steve, is that because those guys who came to pit road didn't want to put any more stress on their tires?
He's got flat tires. This is going to do some damage to the bottom of this race car, Steve.
Yeah, this is definitely going to drag some very important.
Oh, no. Truex
of
Jr.
the race car.
About a 43.
I can't tell if
Please
it's
not Jones, Tony says.
Let's take a look at it. So
everybody jumps out of the gas really hard. 43 hits the 6, 6 into the 19.
I don't know if Eric Jones
6
didn't know it was
spun the 19.
I will be honest with you. There was a couple cars that lifted really, really hard. You know, unusually hard, right around 10th spot. Everybody just kind of ran right up on it.
And that was riding along with the 6 that buildsubmarines.com on
There we go.
board, right on the bumper.
6. And he just, boink. He just took out Truex Jr. as we go to a commercial break. So Keselowski, what's up with that, James Moore? Man, not the 19. Man, 19 having some bad luck here in these playoffs. Lucky to be in the playoffs. Still, BK is sorry, James says. So thank you guys so much for the likes. They're going to 220 on the likes is our new goal. 220 on the likes. Keep on hitting that like button for us. Subscribing to us. We're trying to get to 7,700 subscribers. We're 26 away from 7,700. 8K is so close, y'all. Yeah, I can see it. It's over there. It's so close. 8K. Thank you, Aaron, for that subscribe. Appreciate that. I like that 47 paint job. That's pretty nice. I like this one right here. That's good. It's okay. 15's okay. Let's see some other paint jobs here we have today. The 17, the Buescher car. It's always nice. Like that 17 paint job. William Byron, number 1. I'm showing the 15 again. Bubba should have stayed out, the made-up username says. Bubba way in the back now, in top 10. First, there's Bowman in his typical Ally 48 car. CJ dropping the Buescher. Logano in that AAA car. That's nice looking. They keep on repeating there. They gave up a stage win and playoff point there. Yeah. Yeah, they should have stayed out. Goodbye, Truex. That's right. It's going to be a long way to get back in it. Could possibly do something in Talladega, but I don't know. Just waiting to go back to commercial break here in just a second. We'll let you bring it in. Kyle Larson, let's go. Thank you, Aaron, for our newest subscriber, Aaron. Thank you for subscribing. King CJ dropping the William Byron redeem as well. No more Kyle Busch. Yep, he'll be out too. Truex will be in the bottom there. Here we go. Back to it.
A couple came to pit road. We saw Reddick stay out, which I guess that surprises me because he stayed out to win the stage. And
Where McDowell? Yeah, look at him. Fourth place.
Christopher Bell looking for a smooth stop this time. He said it fired off tight and then got loose in the run. The biggest deal, edgy in 1 and 2. Air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh tires. Sunoco fuel. Marty.
So, Rick, you were a little struck by the cars that didn't pit, and here's why. I think we were surprised, expecting Byron to pit and Bell to pit, but Reddick and Buescher, who stayed on the racetrack, they were last on pit road at lap 38, so they can't run a whole lot further in fuel. The whole key is they must feel
17,
like
Jeff
far
says,
enough in this next stage to pit under green and then make it to the end of that stage on a tank of fuel. Road trip, Rick. They're trying to time their stops.
That's right. Get the stops just right, grab your snacks, a drink, and we'll be back for the start of stage 2.
That's right. Hit that like button, y'all. 400 watching. We can get to 400 likes really quick if everybody hit the like button. But 214 likes. Thank you guys so much for everything. We're trying to get to 220, and then we'll go to 230 on the likes. But Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher stayed out. William Byron, and Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, and Kyle Larson are your top 10. I set out the 1, the 5, the 8, and the 23. One down, Gary says. Did Bubba wreck yet? No, he is not. He's just got a little that pit stops there. He's back in 9th. But last casualty is Martin Truex Jr. Truex Jr. Got spun by Brad Keselowski, and he hit the wall. He blew some tires, so he is. We'll see what happens because Truex Jr. Let's see the back of the. Let me bring that back over. What? No, I had it perfectly. Now it's not doing it. What's up with that? So there is 21 through 36. Corey LaJoie, Ty Dillon, Ricky Spithouse Jr., Alex Bowman back there in 24th. Byron there in 29th. We'll be watching that one. Christopher Bell in 31st. And Truex Jr. still on the lead lap and 31st spot. Mm-hmm. I guess it's going to be like that. I had my thing on it there. All right. Paint schemes are nice. I know they are. That's why I like to bring those on there so you guys can. Gary Valdosta, Georgia. Kevin Harvick, Steven says, nice. The big one will happen in this restart. You think it will be? We'll see what happens here. 408 of us are here.
Brought to you by Sonic.
Hang it in there, Tom.
Chicken dip bites.
What's going on, Tom? How you doing?
Sonic. And by Toyota. Let's go places. The end of stage 1, chaotic, and playoff drivers involved. And right there,
wow.
You see the 8 of Kyle Busch's car in the garage. Dave.
And they are done, Rick, in that car that won here last year with Tyler Reddick behind the wheel. Remember we talked about how tough round 1 was for this group. This was expected to be much better, but with a situation where Kyle could feel there was something wrong with the car, was asked to tough it out to the end of the stage. He did not get there, hit the wall, and now the car is done for the day. We'll hope to talk to Kyle in a minute.
My gosh.
For Denny Hamlin, he's in 7th right now. They decided not to pit. Hamlin radioed in after that little lap or so there and said, hey, the car actually tracked straight. And then Chris Gabehart said, we're going to take on some risk here and not pit because that damage is going to take a while to fix. Meanwhile, for his teammate Martin Truex Jr., they say the damage underneath the car not nearly as bad as they thought it would be. So Truex back out on the racetrack. We'll see how that car is.
Truex back out there. So we're good back. He might
has turned into a wild event.
be okay. Okay.
year as well. 16 cautions last
All right,
year.
lights are off on the pace car. It's time to go back to green flag.
Here we go, green flag. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
To get to those 5, stage 2 is now underway. Reddick and Busher making up row 1. Big push from Michael McDowell in the 34 on Reddick.
Helen, that's right.
Busher falling back as Michael McDowell, so strong, made the playoffs this year after winning at Indy. Wasn't able to advance to the round of 12, but definitely showing strength here at Texas early.
I'm at the 14 of Briscoe on the outside. He just flew by the guys.
So close to that wall. Reddick taking off. McDowell in second place. What the heck?
Fresher tires when he gets up here. Just in front of him, car owner Denny Hamlin has that little bit of right side damage. We're still wondering how that will affect his car as Blaney side drafting as they go into turn 3 with Briscoe in the 14.
1.5 to the 23.
Denny's blocking just a little bit.
T-Van.
23 car Bubba Wallace right behind him down the front straightaway. Denny's like, man, y'all sort this out.
Crybaby
Side by
Bush.
side right in front of him.
Harrison
Look out,
says.
stacking up everybody behind Denny.
Come on, Denny.
Larson to the top of Bubba Wallace.
Denny and Bubba right behind each
Blaney
other.
Cannot clear Briscoe. Briscoe holding tough there on the outside as Denny Hamlin still waiting for an opportunity. And now Bubba Wallace under fire as the 5 gets by, and here comes Chastain.
He tried to block Chastain on the front straightaway there. Chastain didn't have anything to do with that. Takes the spot away, and here's Denny trying to get around the 14. Briscoe's going to hang on that outside. That's annoying when a driver does that, but Briscoe's racing hard here, trying to keep this track position. Tight side draft there for Denny Hamlin. It's going to pull him right neck and neck.
Just gave the spot up right there. So you know what? I'm done going in here side by side. I don't trust the outside lane. I have an opportunity. Let me just roll in behind him. Briscoe told me this morning that he
Ross
was happy with
coming
his
up
car
strong.
practice. Qualified, he described it as horrible. Car absolutely drove
Ace
horrible.
spot.
In race trim, he felt really good about it.
It's up the racetrack right there.
Here comes Larson.
It's going to allow Larson to get through.
Larson so fast through the center of the turn. Closing rate was able to clear Briscoe as they exited 4.
I think Briscoe had a little issue there at the top of the racetrack. He's back to the bottom here trying
Oh,
to settle
88
in.
laps. We forgot to honor Dale Jr. On lap 88, we honored Dale Jr. Let's see those 88s in the chat. 88 for Dale Jr.
Taking advantage of that
88
line
in the
is
chat.
Not helping him now as we see Reddick pulling away with these older tires.
Older tires and less fuel. My quick math, without all the information that they have down on pit road, I think you can
So
run
85 laps in this stage 2, 13 are complete.
So many of those are yellow. 25 laps of yellow. That saves you a lot of fuel. You can run basically 2.5 laps of yellow to every one.
Trying to get to 230 on the likes. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button for
I
us.
expect to see the 45 come to pit road with McDowell and Busher all in tow at
Who
about
got the
same
wreck
time.
earlier? Truex.
Gap right now.
Got spun.
A second and a half between Reddick and
Austin
McDowell.
Dillon lost a wheel. The 51 lost a wheel.
Okay.
Arkansas in the house, Tony says.
I appreciate that.
Magic number's 4.
Confirming your numbers. And another driver who is out would love to know what was happening on pit road. There's Ty Gibbs with Dave.
Yeah, collision with his teammate. Ty, what information were you getting and what did you see exiting pit road?
Yeah, you know, we had a really fast Monster Energy or NSA batteries. So they came. I was very happy of our speed that we gained. Like, this is a place where I struggled. And just, you know, ran out of the room there. My fault, I guess. Very unfortunate.
You can barely hear him.
Just got to keep going and keep fighting. I feel like we bring really great cars to the track every week, and we'll keep working hard.
All right, thanks, Ty. Glad he's okay. He did say my fault, and that's sometimes the way it is, guys.
Yeah, unfortunate.
What's going on? My
Ty
partner
Gibbs
channel,
out of the race
Samwell
early.
B12, The Experience. Make sure you check him out. He's getting ready for a full hockey season. If you like NHL hockey, that is a channel for you. He also does Major League Baseball as well. Check him out. Samuel B. 12 Experience.
It'd be very important. If I was an executive, Joe Gibbs, I would just make sure we go over the video, we have a conversation. So A, there's no hard feelings, and B, Ty can learn if he needs to learn. And Hamlin knows probably what he thinks he should have been doing. I think this is some good coaching from a veteran driver during the week.
If Denny can get around this 12 car, we saw him getting hassled by Larson right there. And Denny's faster than Blaney. He's going to drive to the inside. See if he can make the pass and clear down this front straightaway.
What a great call, though, by this 12 team. They were back there mid-20s, no pace whatsoever, decided to stay
in for NHL.
out.
He's right. He's ready for
They
it,
hung
too.
in there pretty decent. It shows you the importance of track position and the lack of importance in new tires.
And I'm also watching the 11 to see if the damage to the right side is, providing any kind of an issue balance-wise with his car. And so far, it doesn't look like it's affecting him any. So he's talking about drag.
Make sure your video is on 720p. Make sure your video quality is on 720p, Larry, or Leroy, if it's blurry.
Surface out just a little bit, but I would not do a whole lot of work there, Steve. That's a critical area for downforce, but the way that
almost 100 laps into this race, 18 in stage 2.
Years ago on restarts just to create a
Denny Hamlin.
advantage.
I do think they could improve it, to your point, with a piece of tape, but not as much as losing track position. So the only way I would fix it if I'm Gabe Hart in this 11 team would be if I lost track position, maybe I would take a little extra time. But I don't think I would give up my track position to do it.
So Hamlin is still competitive. I thought he'd have major damage. He said it was okay.
Kyle Busch is standing by with Dave.
Not affecting the.
Obviously in the
Here's
wall.
Kyle.
Did you buy for even a moment that it was just debris on your tires that you were feeling?
I have no idea. Just it felt really good when we came off of pit road after that green flag stop. The car had good grip in it, and then we had those couple of yellows back to back, and I restarted on the outside, and I felt like I had a flat right front. Was going to come to pit road, and I second guessed it and said, I don't think so, man. It's just something's wrong, something's not right, but it's not a flat, and just all on its own. Just turned into the bottom of the racetrack in turn 1 and just swapped ends on me. So that's the rear, not the front, not having grip, So I just don't know, but. I hate it for everybody on this 3-Chi Chevrolet. I felt like our car was for sure a top 5, top 10 car today. And it seems like every time I try, something happens. I crash or whatever. And not right there. I just said it 2 laps before that I got up in the high side and I was like, you know what? I just need to just stop and just run the bottom, just make laps here, finish this stage. And it swaps end on me. So I don't know what to do. Somebody wants to tell me what to do. I'm all ears.
Well, I do know that Kyle Petty and Brad Doherty in the pre-race show thought that Kyle Busch would be out after this round. I don't think they thought he was going to be involved in an accident.
You need glasses.
That was almost prophetic, seeing or hearing those two guys mention that in the pre-race show today.
Can Elliott possibly win this race? Well, he's in 6th place.
No, now you see the 23 with a nice move of the 14. Now he has Eric Jones to his inside.
Good battle right here. Eric Jones and his team continue to impress.
I do like that Eric Jones car. Ooh, it's silver. I like that.
No changes at that team, just using their tools better, bringing more speed to the racetrack.
I like that car.
And Bubba Wallace, who gave up the track position at the toward the end of stage 1, still not able to really move forward through this field.
Yeah, has not had the speed he had to start the race, where he was out front for 69 laps.
Reddick still leading this
Bubba
race.
Wallace running in the 10th position. It's Reddick and McDowell up front at Texas. Still 62 to go in stage 2.
All right, commercial break, stage 2. Still continue to hit that like button. We're trying to get to 240 on the likes. 240 on the likes as we're in stage 2 here. Appreciate all the love today, all the likes, all the comments, all the new subscribers. We're trying to get to 7,700 today, and we are 24 subscribers away from 7,700. We would love for you to help us out and get in there and continue to be with us the rest of the NASCAR season. We would love to be. We're going to hear till they raise that trophy at the end of the year here on Sunday. So appreciate everybody, all the love, and bring back the in-race audio here very soon as the commercial comes back. Who is your early predictions here as we're in stage 2, as you're seeing the leaderboard? Give me have you changed who you are going to take today? Who have you changed who you think is going to win today? By just looking at, I know some of y'all said Rowdy, so maybe that has changed. But have you decided you changed who you thought was going to win today? Now, let me see in the chat. Who do you think in stage 2 now is going to win this race today? When the commercial comes back, I'm going to get up and get some more to drink. Larson Menace says. Larson. Nope. 6, he says. Tyler Reddick, Timothy says. William Byron, Peter says. Blaney, Mr. Woodrow. That would be something. Blaney in 7th spot right now. Wouldn't that be something? He pulls a win off here in Texas. Kyle Larson. I don't know if y'all are here and they're saying that car that Reddick won here last year in that car that Kyle was in, they thought he had the car today to win again in that car. But Reddick, Busher, or Bubba, the made-up username says. Reddick, Busher, or Bubba. Same, Elliot. Sarah D says, Wild feel wrong not to root for my boy in the 5. There you go. Thank you, Dennis Powers. Dennis, for that subscribe. Appreciate that. As we are moving on up. Back to the in-race audio. Sunday Night Football tonight.
By the way,
how's your fantasy teams doing today? Mine's doing pretty well. Thank you, Keenan Allen, for giving me 47 points today. Keenan Allen, thank you.
57 laps, now 56 to go in stage 2 out front. It's Tyler Reddick. We know he's got to come to pit road a little bit sooner than everybody else. He has stayed out to win stage 1, and now he'll have to come to pit road here for fuel here shortly.
Well, and I don't know if it'll be sooner than everyone else, because when the leader comes and bolts on 4 fresh tires, you have to ask yourself how long you're willing to stay out. Some probably will, Rick, to your point, but I think some are probably going to jump in the canoe with him and come to pit road just afraid to lose too much time to the leader.
He is dominating, man.
Tyler Reddick with a 2.
Oh, a spin. Corey LaJoy.
And the caution will come out here. 55 to go, Steve. They're in their window. Everybody comes?
Yeah, everybody comes. There's a right rear tire.
Yeah, now, don't worry about pit stop. Denny's looking good. He's good. 2nd place.
And there went the carcass.
Oh, wow.
Look who's right behind him, Larson.
If you ever want to see what a right rear crush panel looks like on a new next-gen
time to pit. Another tire. As Mosh was talking about in the pre-race video. Tires, y'all.
As well as some of those parts. He mentioned the wheel hub.
Talked all day about 1 and 2 being slick.
You picked the fine time to leave me loose with.
Yeah, don't know if the tire went down and that's why he was there, or if it went down through this slide.
He's going sliding.
You see it popped right there.
All right, that's exactly right, Jeff. I saw the same thing. So it looks up,
another tire.
And then there's the right rear going flat. So that tells me that it wasn't a
Menace says Larson needs a great stop. Denny, it's going to be another Denny Kyle show. It looks like. Remember last year, wasn't it? Or the year before, it was Harvick versus Denny.
Right
all playoffs.
It's shiny, the racetrack, up in the 3rd, 4th groove, and the drivers tell you that's nowhere you want to be. 0 grip.
Look at this car. It is ripped to the right rear quarter panel. All of you, Steve, you mentioned
probably Chris Buescher or Reddick, Donald says.
Tires probably wrapped around inside of there. It just does all kinds of damage. That thing's whipping around. That rubber is heavy.
Denny still, Kyle still owes Denny one, he says.
As well.
You name it. You name it. If it's in there, it can grab it.
There was a race here, and they had Elliott Sadler blew a tire, left rear tire, on the front straightaway.
Pretty sure that Earnhardt would have driven the heck out of Kyle Busch's car.
Around and caught him in the shoulder. It was, and I remember him getting out of the car in the garage area. Looked like he was on fire. He was in so much pain from that. So it can do a lot of damage and even get inside the cockpit of the car at times.
And this also is a concern, just making sure that he's not, if they do get it back on track, that he's not exposed to fumes, etc.
Yeah, they mentioned the wheel tub coming out which is one of the interior parts around that wheel.
This kind of presents an interesting opportunity for the rest of the field. 53 to go. Everybody's going to be coming to pit road, but what you do on pit road is going to be different for each guy. Reddick needs quite a bit of fuel, so it's going to be 4 tires for sure. They might even need to wait on fuel because they're probably going to need 17-ish gallons. Marty, what are you hearing about the 11?
Boy, Steve, you got to give a tip of the cap to Chris Gabehart to leave his driver, Denny Hamlin, on the racetrack with all of that right side damage right there. And even with that, he was turning top 3 lap times out there. The gamble paid off. Hamlin sits in second, and now after these stops, should be on par with everybody else in terms of the stops. Kim.
11 only has cosmetic damage. I know. That's all it is.
He actually had a vibration that started at lap 96.
He hit him right in the door, which doesn't cause any damage.
Just reporting a tight condition for Christopher
All right,
Bell.
Alex, thank you for popping in here and hanging out.
Burger King. That was going to be their
Need
play
to
here,
take
so
them
Burger
wheels on.
King
That's right,
for
John.
The 20 of Christopher Bell.
Well, Bell's back in 25th after pitting. Remember, at the end of the stage, we saw Reddick stay out, Bell and Byron come to pit road.
Thank you for those subscribes. We're 18 away.
Forget tires for a minute. Let's just talk about how much
18
fuel
away
you
from
need.
7,700, y'all. Thank you for all the
was
love
last
today.
on pit road at lap 38, so that means he's going to be sitting in his pit stall for quite some time, putting fuel in his car. If you're Byron,
You're more of a senior fan, William says.
Guess what?
Go
You're still in the
Larson.
mid-20s. You're going nowhere. I'm sure the car is as good as it was when it was up front. So will they try gas only? Will they try 2 tires? I think you're going to see a real myriad of opportunity up and down pit road. We're going to see long pit stops. It wouldn't shock me if Reddick, McDowell, and Buescher lose some track position with slow stops, but that's not the pit crew's fault. That's purely the amount of fuel they need. I say all this because we saw the 11 and 54 already hit each other. You wait until you get gases and 2 tires and 4 tires and get all the timing off. Leaving pit road could be even more of a challenge for the rest of these playoff cars.
And pit road was closed there, Steve, so they're making him go around one more time, which is interesting. Debris on the racetrack, but the
5 more likes to 240, y'all. Hit that like button for us. 5 more likes to 240 likes. Thank you, guys.
Still some debris on the racetrack, and I think one thing you got to be careful of, there's still a ton of race cars, 31 of them on the lead lap. So you're going to have a full pit road. It's very easy to have. We just saw it. Ty Gibbs had contact. You've got to be careful getting on and off pit road here.
Well, what I'll add is I agree that the 11 Junior, you and I had the conversation. We heard Marty report they ran that 1 lap to kind of check how their car was. They liked it, so they stayed out. But
I just saw it, Justin. Someone was talking about it in the chat, and it's legit. 70 points. Yikes.
That would be the only thing, I guess, that we haven't talked about. But, if the right side jack post has an issue, that's really the only thing we don't know about this 11 car. I would probably have a conversation with my jack man just to make sure he takes an extra 1 or 2/10 of a second to make sure everything he's jacking against is securely fastened to the car.
And they kept pit road closed again as we take a look. Bubba Wallace on pole for the start of this race. As we look at the playoff driver issues, 20 a slow stop. They don't get the jack up on the left side.
Well, it starts with a slow pit stop for the 20. That cost him time on the racetrack and then issues on the racetrack. The 8 of Kyle Busch in the middle of the
Oh, you're welcome, Philip.
Really all on his own.
GoldenWild.com. All right, go check him out. Go pick up my man Philip.
Making contact.
Thanks to the guys for showing the race. Racing at RacingGoneWild.com. Check them out.
Damage to Denny's car, the 54 of Ty Gibbs.
Denny and Kyle.
See that damage right now
Gibbs. Ty Gibbs is out of the race.
Some people slowed down, others didn't.
After that big connect.
Martin Truex got turned around. A little bit of damage to the diffuser. Doesn't seem to be too bad. Still has decent pace.
Now with 51 laps to go, what I've seen is that, there are good and bad cars, but cars that cycle to the front have the opportunity to kind of stay there. So, whatever your plan A, B, C was coming in on pit road, I'm really looking at, okay, minimal time on pit road, best way to kind of manage the fuel. So it looks like pit road is green.
Caution pit stops here. The whole field should be coming in.
I expect everyone to pit because this is
South
the
Dakota
window to the
State.
end of the stage, but there'll be a variety of choices.
Here we go.
Kyle Larson last pitted on lap 76, so he may have the 2-tire option.
Larson in, Reddick in,
They're going to free him up a little bit.
Hamlin in.
Tyler Reddick, they're going to put 4 Goodyear tires on there, give him a little adjustment as well. He's got to watch out for Chase Briscoe running 14th, who'll pit around him.
Dave, speaking of that right side damage for Denny Hamlin, he said the car is definitely hurt, but honestly, no handling complaints, which is just crazy to think with all of that damage right there. A lot of teams making some calls here on pit road. Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, and Bubba Wallace among them. 4 tires and fuel, though, for Hamlin, and no changes, incredibly, to that car.
As many cars that were on pit road, it looks as though the chaos wasn't the topic there at that time coming off. Well, heavy hearts this week for all the NASCAR family.
JJ Yaley stayed out.
Sherry Pollex a week ago.
Some of that.
When you talk about people in the
JJ
world making a
Yaley
difference,
stayed out. He's
Sherry
on the front
Pollex
top
did
of the
just
thing.
that.
Come in, I
She's a
guess.
longtime partner of Martin Truex Jr. She helped start the Martin
Looks like
Truex
Bubba
Jr.
got out
Foundation,
second.
as
Yeah, they're
well
going to
as
a little
Sherry
update here in
Strong that
just a
raised
second.
over
They didn't show it on the TV what it was.
$10 helping childhood cancers and
Yeah,
ovarian
that's right.
cancer.
Dolphins
Always
just killing them,
trying to
man.
help others is what Sherry Pollex was doing. Sherry was 44 years old.
Man, 44 years old, too young, guys. 44 years old, too young. I'll be 47 next week. And, man, 44. Couldn't think about it. But prayers for her and her family. All right, so we are here in stage 2. 115 laps complete, 152 to go. And we're having a great stream, guys. 3 more likes to 240. We're 17 subscribers away from 7,700 subs. And we would love for you to join us here every week. Hit that subscribe button. We're going to be possibly doing Talladega next week. I am not sure if I'll be able to pull it off or not. If not, we'll definitely be back for the following race and then throughout the rest of the season. And we'll be doing NASCAR MLB playoffs as well. We're going to be covering all the playoffs as much as we can as well on the channel. 8K is what we're pushing for. 8K, and then hopefully 10K right around the corner by the end of October, maybe November. That's our goal. So that's our goal, to be at 10K by the middle of November. We're going to push as hard as we can to get there, but we'll see if we can get there. But thank you guys for all the love tonight. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us. And this should be an interesting race here. Denny and Kyle. There's Bubba Wallace first. Yaley, Blaney, Austin Cindric, McLeod, Keselowski in 6th, Suarez in 7th, and then there's the leaders, Denny Hamlin. Let's see what happens with him. Yeah, Braves lost, so they don't get another number to clinch the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Still trying to do that. We got some issues with pitchers and stuff like that. So what the heck is going on with William Byron in that 24? Let's see. Byron, where is he at? Yeah, he's in 26th spot. 26th spot for William Byron. 26th spot. Chase back there and Jace Briscoe in 27th. But he's the lone driver. Then Tyler Reddick, Chastain in 16th, 17th. But everybody else is inside the top 20.
The official app of NASCAR Tracks has the latest race and event information.
All right, I'm going to go get some more to drink, guys. Listen to the race. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
NASCAR Cup Series
right
playoffs
back.
from Texas. Autotrader Echopark Automotive. 400.
Circled that 124, which is a solid, 60 degrees more than I would want it in there. But once it gets over 100, I mean, is it just hot? Like, it's just got to be miserably hot for these guys riding around under yellow.
Yeah, Hunt Brothers giving us that opportunity to see just how hot it is inside of Kevin Harvick's car. Kevin retiring at the end of the year. I'm sure that he won't miss being inside of a 124-degree car when he's up in the booth calling races.
NASCAR's done a really good job. I mean, that would typically be 140, 150-degree temperature day inside the cars, but this next-gen car's had a lot of improvements.
See the variety of tires on the left side of your screen. 38 at Zane Smith was caught speeding, so he'll have to be at the tail of the field.
Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney, buddies off the track, make up row 1. As back to racing for 47 to go still in stage 2. Bubba Wallace looking very strong as it's 3 wide behind him. Denny Hamlin now trying to fight off Daniel Suarez.
Well, the 5 car slides up across the racetrack, loses the nose up off the corner.
Well, Suarez right there in that 99 car, the orange car, he just immediately went to the bottom, and when he did, it took the air off of the 11 car. He lost the bottom, and that allowed Larson to get underneath him.
Larson had an opportunity to run the 11 a little bit higher out of that turn. He didn't.
Wouldn't be surprised. Here he goes right here up the racetrack. Almost contact, and he has to get out of the gas.
Hey, Larson just saying, hey, this is my spot. I am not going to give it up.
He was treated differently when the 11 was on the inside of him, so I think he was saying, here's the way I'm going to race you now.
Look at everything that is created.
Oh, Larson and Hamlin at it again, huh?
Got all these cars here moving around, trying to regain all their momentum, having to lift. Carson Hocevar lost a few spots there during all that.
Teammate Eric Jones going to the outside of him, 42-43 side by side.
He's been making that outside line work since the restart, gaining several positions as Eric Jones, and back up front, Denny Hamlin, the 9, a Chase Elliott battle down into turn 1.
Coke Zero Sugar showing this vantage point from off the spoiler.
Thank you for that subscribe. We're 16 away. They love this view. They love that view.
Eric Jones, the man on the move as he goes by.
They show it all the time.
Jr.
The spoiler cam on Denny's car.
That was Martin Truex on the radio, Rick. So, Jeff, has that ever caught you off guard? Said Truex said, I had no idea that was coming. Turned dead sideways going into turn 1.
More times than I can remember. Yeah, that's just, driving a race car. You just don't know what's going to happen. You're trying to push the edge every corner. Sometimes it just doesn't stick.
Martin Truex Jr. being chased by Ross Chastain. Hamlin back to 6th now. Alex Bowman in the Ally 48 on the inside of Ryan Preece in that 41. The fight for 4th here as Larson has been running very quickly through the center of the turn. We'll see if he goes down to the bottom again.
Bowman with a
like
comeback.
Stay behind that
we'll
99.
He ran the high side 1 and 2 that created that opportunity for him to almost have a run on the back straightaway back to the bottom of the racetrack. Let's see what he does down here. Denny Hamlin's trying to regroup, gain back ground on this 5 car. I think it's a race for the win between these 2 cars. They seem to be the best in the field. There's Larson to the top of the racetrack.
Thank you guys for the subscribes.
Throttle, slowly gaining on the 99 on corner exit.
Did I just hear you count out Bubba Wallace?
Bubba's leading this race, but just looking at these 2 cars right here, Rick, lap times that they've been running, I really like what I'm seeing out of the.
Can't wait to see Denny cry when he chokes and nuke up again.
I think.
We might see I know, Alan.
Toward the front at the end of the day. So they're racing right now, in my opinion, for more, kind of control over this race between.
Yeah, it's been caution crazy. Triton, what's up, man?
Right now, those 2 are running 5th and 6th. Larson and Hamlin running 5th and 6th. Kim?
And for Daniel Suarez running in the 4th position, remember they did the tire test here at Texas, and crew chief Travis Mack told me they felt like they got a lot of good information, that they came in here with a baseline, so much so that a top 5 finish was what they were looking for here today. Right now, though, Daniel said they just need to be a little bit better on the long run. The rear of that car just starting to get light as the laps click off.
5 car slides up the racetrack. Got tight behind that 99 on the bottom. Denny's not able to do anything with it.
126 laps complete.
Now quickly back to the gas in the middle of this corner. Right to the back bumper. Can he upset the arrow on the 5? He can't do it. It's a game of chess right here. While this 99 car creates some dirty air for both cars, it creates opportunity for us to see this incredible battle between the 2 guys.
Denny and Kyle.
Trying to get around each other and that 99 to move forward.
2 car lengths right now separating the 5 and 11.
Way behind this battle, up in the top 5, is Tyler Reddick. He has had a terrible restart. He's lost 9 spots. And
Bubba Wallace continues to lead.
Listen to what they're talking about.
Talk to us if you got a problem here. Duck finds the slowest on the racetrack. Copy. You are clear here.
So is that heat? the frustration kicking in now for Reddick. Dave.
Rick, he got stuck, I believe, at one point behind the 20 of Christopher Bell, who we know did not take tires on that run. I don't know if that's who he was talking about, but that was one of the things that his team told him, don't get stuck behind him. He didn't take fresh tires.
Going to the outside of the 10 of Eric Almirola. Again, Reddick now running in the 24th position.
Before likes to 250, y'all keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 250 on the likes. Thank you, guys.
Fighting to get back in the top 20 here in stage 2. 35 laps still to go in stage 2.
This 5-car still trying to get around the 99 of Daniel Suarez. Got a great run right here. He got right to the back bumper in turn 3 the lap before, but Daniel shut the door.
Did Larson win any races this week? I don't know. Someone look that up.
Larson clears Suarez. Puts him up into the 4th position.
Be nice to see what kind of lap time
Larson's
now
coming, y'all.
Run before he catches the next group of cars in front.
77 away. Nice.
Out front running a 30 flat. Larson that lap ran a 29.91.
With the commercial break, we'll talk about that, Dallas.
Dave, what about Larson?
You saw that line he was choosing there wasn't exactly the high line, just kind of feeling it up there. And a few laps ago had this discussion.
What's up, Daniel?
Anybody moving around yet?
You. Mostly just you. There's a few others that, you know, in seeing you do that have moved up some.
Okay.
So as we always hear about Kyle being the first one to try it, Cliff Daniels telling him, you're the only guy doing it. So basically,
Larson up to 4th. Keselowski in 3rd. Blaney. Someone said Blaney was going to win today.
Trying to get past Daniel Suarez for that 5th position. I think Junior is exactly right. The 11 and the 5 know, hey, this could be the battle for the win. That's why they're fighting each other so hard. In fact, Chris Lambert, Denny Hamlin's spotter, said a couple of times they're kind of surprised at how aggressively Larson tries to kill any momentum Denny Hamlin builds. It's going to be a track position game today. So, Steve, if you're, Cliff Daniels or you're the crew chief for Denny Hamlin, Chris Gabehart, how do you get your driver track position when you're on the back half of the top 5?
Well, I think at this point you have to just decide how much risk you're willing to take, because 4 tires is definitely better than 2. That's
See you, Wolfgang. What's going on? Your boy has been on the pole every week.
Enough to go run
Good to see you, man.
Who's now stretched out.
One second, I'm refreshing here. 1 second, commercial break. 1 second, y'all. Chaos in the pits or no? Not really. I mean, Denny and Ty Gibbs had that big hit where took out Ty, but now we're good. Here we go.
Outside of the racetrack, trying to create a run here.
And that's what we see the 5 doing as well. Running
Denny on Brad's bumper.
And then figuring out exactly the right time to make the passes. It has been
for those
a
subscribes.
big day already for Bubba Wallace after starting on pole. He's led 89
Let's
laps
go,
today.
Bubba, Marquis says.
Career high for the driver of the 23.
All right, now it goes to playoff commercial. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're trying to get to 250 on the likes. 250 on the likes. Can you hear me? Well, we muted it for the commercial break. That's why. But William Johnson said he's 36. Awesome. So every commercial break we mute, but we'll bring it back as soon as it goes. But thank you guys so much for everything. Make sure you're hitting the like button. We're trying to get to 250, and our goal is to get to 7,700, and we're 11 subscribers away from 7,700. And Bubba Wallace continues to lead this. Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, and then Denny Hamlin coming strong for the front. It's the Kyle and Denny show again, possibly. But we'll see what happens. So cheers to guys. I got my Braves Championship Cup. And we also do Atlanta Braves baseball here on the channel. We do 2 to 3 games a week. And we love to help you out. And come hang out with us. If you like Braves, you like NASCAR, this is the channel for you. This is definitely the channel for you. But if not, we're going to be doing some hockey here pretty soon. NHL hockey. And when NASCAR is over, we're going to be doing NFL football. And then we key in some NCAA basketball and some NCAA football as well on the channel after baseball and NASCAR are over. So and then we'll get back to baseball and NASCAR come February, and we'll be right back where we were. So I hope everybody's had a great NASCAR season. I hope you've enjoyed hanging out with me during the season. We'd love to see you for the rest of the season. And I hope your driver wins. I hope mine wins finally for the first time in forever. I hope he's just not a Mark Martin, a modern day Mark Martin. So there it is, 10 away from 7,700, 10 likes away, 10 subscribers away from 7,700. He's giving that 42 a run. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised they haven't had Barry in the car, considering, he's going to the 4 car next year. Larson's running like he's on dirt. I know. Mike for that subscribe. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate that. I was behind a minute for the live stream. That's all right, Neil. It's always good to catch up and hit the lives. Make sure you guys are watching us live. Hit that red. Make sure your live is red, and we're back to it here.
Kyle Larson has chased down and caught the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Can he get by him now is the question. He is definitely
Remember what happened last week?
Out here right now.
Bubba blocked him from days.
Larson has closed the gap to under 0.2 of a second. After restarting in the 7th position, Larson now looking to take the lead away here at Texas. He goes with the high move again. This is what we saw before. He's going to pass him on the outside.
Look how much speed and grip that car has on the high line of the racetrack. It's really impressive. Denny Hamlin has now gotten into 3rd position around Blaney. It's been a little bit of a slower process for the 11 to get through this lap this traffic, this top 5 traffic. I'm impressed, I think, more by how quickly the 5 car did that and then chased down the leader. So right now the score is Larson 1, Denny. Still waiting on his car to come around. I wonder if that balance or that damage is affected by the balance. As you see the 43, we've talked about Eric Jones, how good he has been today, and he's now driven up into 4th place around Blaney.
Yeah, Blaney has not. He's got a ton of laps on his left side tires. It's a battle of track position, Steve. They don't have the fastest car, but they're just doing whatever they got to do to put this car in clean
Sarah
air.
D says, let's go 5. Made a username says, spin him.
Now, the caveat to that is the driver has to make it happen.
You mean rattle his cage?
If you're the last guy on either the oldest tires or on whatever the aggressive strategy could be, and new tires can kind of get you out of line, and you can give it all back on one restart.
All right, let's do a
Larson said he's got speed. He can use it whenever he wants.
We'll start up front with Kyle Larson and Dave Burns.
Rick, you look at all that speed that the 5 car has now. He just passed the pole-sitting car of Bubba Wallace. Remember, Kyle qualified 11th. I asked his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, this morning if he had any concerns about that. He said, none at all. You have to be perfect in qualifying. We weren't, but I don't have any worries about the race. We'll get there, Marty.
So, Dave, on that last stop, when Booty Barker asked Bubba Wallace what he wanted to do, he said, whatever gets me my track position back. He had the car out front, and when he's out front, it's so different than when he's back in traffic. He said, when I'm in traffic, it just does not handle, can't defend, can't attack. Meanwhile, it's been fun, like Junior was talking about, to watch Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin try to work their way through the field with those 4 fresher tires. Hamlin saying the car a little bit tight, trying to go around the car that he owns in Bubba Wallace for second, Kim.
Well, Marty,
Denny and
track
Bubba.
Position is the buzzword here today, because for Blaney, that's what he told his team before that last stop. Track position is so big, that's what I need. I do feel like the track is starting to widen out, though. They took 2 tires to get some of that track position. Blaney has 5 straight finishes of 8th or better here, looking to continue that streak right now. Just a little tight, Marty.
Kim, it's crazy to think that Chris Buescher from Texas led his first ever laps in the Cup Series here at the Texas Motor Speedway today. He's led 2, and he's never finished better than 15th here. Scott Graves told me we have the best car we've ever had, but back here in traffic, Buescher singing the same song everybody else is. They are saying they're way too tight, Rick.
Things heating up again up front as we see Bubba Wallace. He slowed the 11 down. That allowed the 43 of Eric Jones to catch up there. And now Eric Jones seems to be one of the faster cars on track.
Is the speed dropping out of this 23 concerning, Steve? I mean, I know they're down on tires just a little bit, but Looks like the balance going away on the long run for Bubba.
Well, I do agree.
Front brake to help get into one.
Get a little bit of coaching from Booty Barker on top of the pit box. I think some of it is probably the two
Philip says, overheard from the 5. If nobody wrecks me, we're going to win.
Right? You would take
Crazy.
Larson and Hamlin
Crazy
as the battle for
fast.
the win. You saw the speed even when they were back in traffic. So I think that's real because if you look right here at the 24 of William Byron, he took 4 tires. He's up to 18th. Bell on gas only in 21st. So tires are a small advantage, but I do believe that the 23 just doesn't have quite the pace of the front 3 cars.
So it's Larson, Hamlin, Eric Jones, the top 3.
Eric Jones in that silver 43, man. It was bad.
And the 4 of Kevin Harvick fighting 2 cars out of the Stewart-Haas stables.
Stewart-Haas, not the year they wanted to have, trying to rebuild for next year, bring more speed. See a battle right here, Chase Elliott.
Blaney back to
Spent
5th.
some time with Chase Elliott this morning.
5th place for Blaney now. Bubba in 4th.
Had nothing positive to say about Texas.
Here we go.
The best run he ever had here was his first Xfinity Series race. He's wrecked on his own. He's got caught up in other people's issues. He's had flat tires. So wasn't super positive on the day, as now we see the 19 trying to be defensive against the 16.
So keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 260 on the likes, and we're 9 subscribers away from 7,700.
Racing side by side here with a 16 car off turn 2.
And AJ Allmendinger has raced in the top
Dustin
15
to win
all day today. Just as quietly.
Like I said, he wants you to wreck him. Exactly, Gary.
And we see him.
Yeah, they're not doing too well today.
Martin Truex Jr. as
They lost time. They lost Diggs.
No word yet on what Allmendinger.
Can we get a caution? Something.
Would be back.
13 to go here in stage 2.
Didn't know if he would be in the Xfinity Series or in the Cup Series. It's going to be interesting to see what AJ does do. Big loose right there. Saw the back of the car wiggle big time. Look at all the pace it lost. He had to come completely out of the gas, and that allowed Truex to get a big run.
Michael McDowell right there behind Allmendinger. Again, very strong mid-race.
We have had a lot of cautions. You're right, Neil. A lot of loose wheels, right?
Michael McDowell now has fallen back just a bit.
Into a bottle up. That's right.
In the 13th position.
Oh.
He has up the racetrack goes Allmendinger.
Comes Blaney.
That race car. We saw it loose. He got the lap before, and then right there he drove in the corner and just went straight up the racetrack in front
Come
of
on, Hamlin. That's right, JT. What's up, buddy?
Fight for second as Jones really right on his back bumper.
I'm telling you, this legacy
Jones on
motor
Denny's
club
bumper.
has really found something. I don't know what it is, but it has been consistent the last few weeks. You look at Eric Jones, it really started at Darlington with a 3rd, or excuse me, Darlington with a 10th, which I don't think any of us were shocked at. Right. The guy's won a couple Southern 500s, but then
He was next to get a loose wheel. I don't know.
24th at Bristol isn't what you want, but the last
Hopefully
two
not
high-speed
Denny.
tracks, they had speed, and drivers, here they are again. This 43 looks really comfortable.
Not only that, but Carson Hocefer's running 13th. You know, his teammate, and he only has a few races under his belt. So, good race cars.
Again, stage points available 10 laps from now as we come to the end of this stage.
10 laps to go. Who's going to win this stage? Looks like Larson's going to win. He's 5 seconds ahead.
Remember, they have lost their Chevrolet affiliation because they're moving to Toyota next year. So that information pipeline really got shut off mid-year.
Really? Like 5 seconds and then 9 seconds. Like these 3 cars have pulled away.
On, Stevie said, is the tracks we know Eric is good. That's what we pay a lot of attention to. Darlington, a great
Larson,
example. Texas
I know,
as
man.
Well. Eric's always been good here.
Keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 260.
Race, and it's showing today.
Chevy might
Almost
want to turn
500 in here, y'all.
See what spills back their way. I mean, don't get me wrong, Larson's in a Chevrolet, 5 seconds out in front. But
yeah, and that I was going to mention that too, because Larson and Hamlin, remember, those two were running nose to tail, and now Larson has a 5
You hope the wheels fall off Denny's car.
Denny Hamlin as we're coming to the close of this stage.
Let's not forget, Kyle Larson's average finish in the first 3 races was 2.3.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
So I know Hamlin won at Bristol, had a chance to win every race, but Kyle Larson, you know, their performance.
Do you think Larson will say something like Denny did last week if he wins, just to get back at him?
Go in stage 2.
Exactly, Philip. You're right.
Bubba Wallace really battling to try to score as many stage points as possible. Gets a little shot from
Chase Elliott all over Bubba Wallace's butt.
They kind of ran each other a little wide up in turn 3 and 4, and that
Look at
cost him
this.
some momentum.
Woo.
Now he's struggling to try to hold off the 17. Buscher's been kind of climbing through this top 10 a little bit.
Buscher up to 7.
Bubba was
7
very
away
hard
from
on
our
himself in
goal
the
of
media center about stages.
7,700,
He said,
y'all.
every time I have a chance to run good in the stage, he blamed it on himself, said he chokes. Well, it was pit strategy that took him out of the lead on the first stage.
Bubba just trying to hold on.
Now it's 2 tires and a failing race car. Handling looks like it's going away. Now he's trying to score as many points as he can, but continues to come under fire.
Inside of 6 to go. As Larson continues to set a blistering pace, 5.8 seconds now the gap back to Hamlin. Remember, playoff drivers trying to gain as many points as possible, and if Larson can stay up front, as we see once again, Bubba Wallace under attack now from Chase Elliott. But if Larson stays up front, wins the stage, that's
Bubba Wallace getting passed by Chase Elliott, or yeah, Chase Elliott.
Can carry on to the next round. As we see, Jones has now cleared the 11.
And Jones has made the move on Denny.
Man, who is this guy? What is this silver car behind me?
Like the great ghost. I don't know who this is back here.
He's going to get to watch it a few corners.
David Pearson.
We'll work on it, big picture.
So Eric Jones up to second now.
Ooh, he's up the track. They really moved that groove up in turn 1 and 2. Really impressed by how this track's widened out. As treacherous as it was when we first got here, everybody's spinning off the racetrack and into the wall if they got outside the bottom groove, and now we've really widened the track out.
Under 3 laps to go in stage 2. It's Larson, Jones, Hamlin, Blaney, Buscher. Hamlin, Blaney, Buscher, all playoff drivers. And
3 to go. Larson's going to win this stage. He's 6 seconds ahead of him. My gosh.
Playoff drivers in the top 10, and Suarez rounding out that top 10 spot. Here's Chastain looking to the inside now of the 23. Marty.
Bubba Wallace trying to hang on for some stage points here. It's in the car, has gotten way too free. And Seedy said especially is in 1 and 2. Remember earlier in the day, it was baked in sunshine. Now it's shaded over in 1 and 2. So I'm wondering if the track is changing here at Texas more than anything.
Well, for sure, I think the track is changing. As Dale pointed out, it's also widening out, which is allowing other guys to attack that corner differently.
Bubba now in 8th spot, just trying to hold on for this end of the stage.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace has fallen back. He's running 9th right now. He said trying to hang
Those
on
tires,
to it to get
man.
to the end of the stage.
Right now, Bell, Reddick, Wallace, and Kyle Busch are out of the playoffs if the playoffs ended right now.
We saw him running in the 7th spot. Larson with over a 6-second advantage on Eric Jones. And looking for another stage win. He entered the playoffs with 17 playoff points, has now added 7 since they started. That's including that win.
Congratulations.
To kick things off, but he wins stage 2 here at
Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson. On stage 2, a
Jones,
dominant performance. Kyle
Denny
Larson.
Hamlin. It's going to be Blaney, Buscher, Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski, Ross Chastain. Bubba Wallace is going to hang on for a 9th place finish in stage 2, and Daniel Suarez rounding out the top 10. So now it will go back into the hands of the crews. They will be put to work as the chaos has happened on pit road. We'll see how clean it can be this time around.
All right, so Kyle Larson wins stage 2, and we'll be having some pit stops here coming up. But Larson beat your driver. That's right, Troy. Here we go. Like I was asking, do you think if Larson wins this today, do you think Larson says something smart on the mic to everybody to get back at that dig that Denny did? Because you knew he was talking about Larson, but do you think Kyle will do that, or do you think he'll be professional about it and not say a word? I think that's what will happen, but I think in the 5 waited until the team had things dialed in. The race could be history. Yeah. Anyone but Larson, please. We'll see what happens. So thank you guys so much for the love. We're at 263 on the likes. Can we get 300 likes tonight? If you haven't hit that like button for us, let's see if we can get to 300 likes. That's our goal, 300 likes. And we're trying to get to our subscribe goal of 7,700. And we're 6 subscribers away from 7,700 subs. We're so close to 8K. It's almost there. So thank you guys so much. Larson just might have been in a professional way, Neil says. I think he's going to say something. I mean, I would if I was him, but we'll see what happens. Thank you, Jets Pauly, for that subscribe. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Our next Brave stream is going to be on Tuesday against the Cubs. So if you guys would like to come join us, say hi. If you don't like baseball, at least come by and say hi and support the channel. Give it a like or something. But next Brave stream will be on Tuesday night against the Cubs in Atlanta at Truist Park, as the Braves are trying to clinch home field advantage throughout the playoffs. And that might be the night. We'll see what happens. They got another doubleheader tonight against the Washington Nationals. But watching the Chiefs right now blow out the Bears 31-0. Yikes. I hope William Byron will make a difference. Cubs are my favorite team, Neil says. Oh, awesome, Neil. Come stop by and watch the game with us. We'll be doing the play-by-play as always. So make sure you stop by and do that for us. But 100 laps to go, y'all. 100 laps to go here on this stream. I've been streaming for about 2 hours and 51 minutes. And we'll be ready to have a good time here as see what happens here. These pit stops come up. We're in stage 2. I know Bubba Wallace will love to have some new tires. He was struggling to stay in the top 10. He's 9th right now. So a lot of playoff drivers, except Eric Jones is the spoiler right now. Eric Jones in 2nd place in that silver car. Looks really, really good. Right back to
the trophy
in-race audio.
From Rome, Italy. Next weekend on NBC, USA, and Peacock. And Steve, we love the fact that it's in Europe because it's 6 hours ahead.
Well, now hold on. I don't want to say I love that it's not in the U.S., but I do love the 6 hours ahead. A little coffee and a little golf. Dave.
Yeah. Kyle Larson was about 6 hours ahead at the end of that stage, wins it. He needs a little adjustment for what's going on in 3 and 4, but he loves 1 and 2. 4 tires, Kim.
They told Ryan Blaney, great job on that run. He earned some valuable stage points. Ryan said he's free on entry and exit. He said, I really want to run higher in 3 and 4, but that bump, man, it is so rough for me in this car. 4 tires, air pressure, Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Denny Hamlin hoping to keep up.
Larson's already out.
Larson on this
come on, Denny. Come on, Denny.
He said the car migrated free on the
he's going to finish 4th.
Hamlin's team with a nice
3rd. Hamlin with 3rd.
Well, and you look, the top 5 were able to hold their position.
Who's that one? Bowman moves up 4 spots into the top 10. Elliott goes down 3. So there it is. So we'll see what happens there. But Eric Jones having a heck of a day. Eric Jones, Kyle Larson, Eric Jones says where Kyle Larson is. He hasn't put him in there yet, but Kyle Larson should be in the 1st spot. Then Eric Jones, then Denny Hamlin, not Ryan Blank, not Eric Jones, because Larson's not in the top there at all. But thank you guys so much for everything tonight. We're trying to get to 300 likes tonight. 300 likes. Keep on hitting that like button. And we're 3 subscribers away from 7,700. All right. And if you're on a cell phone or a tablet or an iPhone or a iPad, hit those hearts and 100% in the right there by the comment box. Keep on hitting those hearts and the 100% and the smiley faces and all that stuff. Keep on hitting them. It helps the algorithm as well. Just keep on hitting them. Tapping them as I see y'all doing it. Awesome. Tap it, tap it, tap it, tap it. Just like, it's like TikTok, I guess. Yeah, I'm watching it too, Menace. Hoping Kelsey does something. Thank you for all those hitting those hearts and everything. Thank you so much. It triggers the algorithm. I don't know how, but it does. But thank you guys so much. See if we can get a big crowd in here before it goes. 3 more subs, y'all, to 7,700. 3 more to 7,700. And we're going to have a good time here tonight. What's up, Gene, back in the house? What's up, my man? How you doing, bud? Gene back in the house. Thank you, Steve Newman, for that subscribe. Steve Newman, appreciate that. Are we close? Oh, we're 2 away.
Then Vegas has had some hot races. 101 back in 18. 19 was 100. 2020 was 100. Well, today in Texas, it's 101 degrees. So the recent races.
Scotty Day, welcome in. Good to see you back, bud.
And for Ricky Stenhouse
Exhausted,
Jr.,
but
his
here. I
answer
understand
to the
that.
physical demands of this race are a little bit different. He does not want a cool suit. There are too many things, he said, that can go wrong. He would rather put the training on himself, out of the car and away
Thank you,
from
Eric,
the
for that
track
like.
to
Appreciate
get his body
that.
ready for the grueling 400 miles here at Texas. He does extremely rigorous training. This week specifically, he did cardio every single day, including a 4-mile trail run, Dave, and high-intensity strength training 3 days. Mike Kelly noted he is an absolute beast.
He's a better man than I am, Kim. Noting that the shade is over the track right now. When the sun was out, the difference on the pavement between the shade and the sun was about 8 degrees. In the sunshine, 122. In the shade, 114. So you know where the crews hang out between pit stops, Marty. That's my idea, too.
Yeah, there you go. Find some shade, Dave. We always talk about the drivers and the crews. I'm going to give a shout out to the spotters. Look at that. They are standing up there, no tents above their head. There is no shade that Dave's going to go find right now. And they're also standing on an aluminum platform. One of the spotters told me, Drew Herring, who spots for Martin Truex Jr., it's about 125 degrees up there, and they're up there for hours. And remember, most of them, Rick, yesterday spotted the Xfinity Series race. It was so hot yesterday, all their equipment started shutting down. They had no scoring for a while, but the spotters definitely deserve a shout-out on top of the roof.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout-out to our crew as well. I mean, the camera operators and everybody out there dealing with this weather.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Triton. Thank you, Menace. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. I'm still new.
Here we go, green flag. Buggity, buggity, buggity. Let's go racing, boys.
So he also has a penalty tail end.
Final stage is underway. Kyle Larson trying to hold off the 43.
Thank you, Mr. Woodrow.
3 wide. Back in row 3 and row 4 and row 5.
I'm not sure yet.
Restarts are going to get really interesting now in this final stage.
Fight for the lead continues as Larson now surging ahead of that 43. And here comes the 11. Hamlin. Will he try to attack the 43 and take second away here?
They're going to get a big run on this 5 down the front straightaway.
Larson, Jones, Hamlin.
95 laps remaining in the race. Chris Buescher to the inside of Chase Elliott. Again, Buescher just up the road in Prosper, Texas.
See, Buescher's trusting that second lane even early in her run.
Larson, half a second now on Eric Jones.
Chase Elliott. Yeah, he gets out there. That was impressive. Clears him down into turn 3. Goes to the bottom of the racetrack, takes the air away.
Ross Chastain, a little bit longer stop, Kim.
5 wins, a new record, top 5 new record too, Phillips says.
So they worked through a diagnostic list before they even made
What if
that
Denny's
stop on
tires
pit road.
fails off the exact moment he wins the race? He wins the race.
The throttle position sensor is bad, and they told him it won't necessarily hurt you, but it's not going to make things easy on you today. So, Steve, if you hear that, a throttle position sensor being dead, what does that mean for the driver, and how can the crew talk him through the rest of these 93 laps?
Well, as he slides up a little bit, the 77 of Ty Dillon underneath the 1 car. Throttle position sensor. So not only tells our data here when you show the fans at home how much throttle he's on, it's also telling remember, these engines are electronically controlled, so it's telling the engine how much throttle he's actually using. So it's all part of the
Five's alive. You're right, man.
The air fuel mixture on the 1, so that throttle position sensor might make it stumble, leaving on the restarts, stumble also on pit road, and that's what happened to the 1. So the 1 had an okay pit stop. They dropped the jack, and it kind of just quits. Doesn't really go. I don't think this is Ross Chastain, misusing the clutch, not spinning the rear tires. I think this is part of that throttle position sensor going bad. Probably the engine stumbled and got a little confused.
Yeah, what concerns me about that, Steve, is how how the engine
Thomas says, let's go, Larson.
Accelerating, right? Wide open throttle, probably fine, but is he going to have to
now
drive
opened
the
into
car
a
little
second.
bit differently as he goes to the throttle slowly?
1
That's
second
something that he may
lead.
have to make some adjustments inside the car.
Sorry, guys, I was just going to say, we talk a lot about the heat. One driver this weekend attempted to run both races. That's the 15 of J.J. Yaley. He was involved in an accident yesterday, so he ran at 183 of the 200 laps, but here he is, 177 laps.
Thank you,
in,
Mike.
north of 100
Mike,
degrees,
for that
2 days in a
subscribe.
row.
Mike Robinson,
46
appreciate
years
you.
old, still in great shape. Maybe it's from being out there in the desert, Phoenix. He's used to the heat.
It has been hot as, again, Yaley chasing after that 38 of Zane Smith behind the wheel of the 38 this week. Now we see Martin Truex Jr. and Tyler Reddick side by side.
Yeah, these two right here.
Truex Jr. there. He's at 18th spot, battling with Tyler Reddick, 17th and 18th.
Spin. Not really been able to really move forward, but trying to make something out of the day.
Keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 280 on the likes.
Having issues today. Of course, Kyle Busch out after he had the wreck in turn 1 and 2. Ross Chastain, throttle sensor that has caused him to stumble. Bell had a slow pit stop. Martin Truex Jr., as you mentioned, the spin, got hit from behind. Dave.
And Tyler Reddick had a funky pit stop after leading 36 laps. He was reminded by his team that he didn't do anything wrong on that pit stop. Remember, it's a ballet down there of all the pit guys and the driver. Everyone has to do their job perfectly for a perfect stop. But the crew chief wanted the driver to get that out of his head and move on, Marty.
Dave Jr. mentioned the spin for Martin Truex Jr. at the end of the stage.
Someone
earlier
spin,
today.
please.
The team said the diffuser is, quote, not terrible for Truex, trying to gain a little bit of track position. Truex saying the car's been way too free, though, since that happened. So, Steve, if you're James Small, it kind of feels like same song, second verse, right? A little trouble, though, for Ross Chastain right now.
Does Larson win, you think? If he keeps this up, heck yeah, he's going to win. I don't see Denny catching him.
Take a look. Car just goes straight up the racetrack.
Ooh, Chastain got out of the turn there.
The back of the car, chasing it up the track, kept it out of the fence.
He hasn't, Jane. He also spun today.
To your point,
actually, Brad Keselowski spun him.
Now is this throttle issue presenting some problems when he's coming out of the gas off into turn 1?
Yeah, it's concerning. You know, if that is the case, and the throttle's not responding to what the input he normally gives the throttle. We've dealt with that before, and you've got to now completely change the way you drive. Now, we don't know 100% that's what's happening, but it's hard to imagine that it's not connected. This one car all of a sudden running poorly like this.
Yeah, he was running in the top 10 most of the day, had pretty decent speed, and now he's struggling back here, getting outran by cars in the back half of the field.
Chastain currently running in the 30th position. He was chasing after Ty Dillon earlier, but he's fallen 5 spots further back than that. And the 5 is still up front. Kyle Larson leading at Texas.
So Kyle Larson continues to dominate after he had now almost second and a half on Eric Jones. This is his race to lose for sure if something happens. But even on a restart, I think it's going to be Kyle Larson. There's no way that kind of speed that he has, that they're going to keep up with him. But we'll see what happens. Thought I would try to watch. I lost my puppy, Zeke, Wednesday night. I'm miserable. Oh, Sassy. Prayers to you, Sassy. We pray for you. And I'm so sorry. So hope this brings a little shine on your light of the day. But 536 watching, 280 on the likes. We're trying to get to 300 likes, y'all. If you haven't hit the like button, make sure you do. 300 likes is our goal, and we're at 7703 on the subs. Keep the subs coming, guys, as we're having a good time here tonight. We're almost at 100 subs today, which is cool. 100 subs today. Rest in peace, Zeke. That's right. So, hope you're having a great day today. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you're getting ready for a great week coming up. I'm honoring lap 186 for no reason. Okay, let's do it. For no reason at all, let's honor lap 186. Type 186 in the chat. The made-up username is wanted to honor lap 186. 186 in the chat. There we go. Type that 186 in the chat. We're honoring 186 for no reason. That's funny. 186 in the chat. There we go. Or 183, whatever you want to do. 186 in the chat. Fill it up, y'all. Fill it. Fill it. Fill it. Fill it. As the commercial break is still on, we'll bring it back here live here very shortly. So 13 more to 300 likes. And keep on hitting that like button. I've gone to 2 races this year. Went to Nashville and I went to Bristol last week. Got to see my boy win. Couldn't believe it. Bristol was sold out, which was shocking. I couldn't believe it to see it sold out like it was. Great race. A lot much better than last year we were there. Seemed to have more than one groove. Two lines could race. Could catch the leader and pass the leader. So it was really good. So I really enjoyed it. Had a lot of fun. I did a vlog on it. It'll eventually come out. Here we go back to in-race audio.
Pretty important when next weekend you have Talladega. So Cup Series qualifying at 4:30 on USA, and then on
Ewan, they're about $100 or so bucks
on NBC
or so, depending on where you want to sit.
On Peacock, streaming live there as well.
Yeah, John, I'm there. We've on there 3 years in a row now.
As we see Ryan Blaney just in front of Brad Keselowski, those two running in the 4th and 5th position. Really
then he had the race that time too.
Yeah,
but then he won Larson, didn't he? Who won? Forget.
Yeah, I'm not sure the 12 is really a whole lot faster.
Truex. Didn't he win? No, Chastain. That's right. Chastain won. Chastain and Truex were just too strong.
Really digging deep and trying to keep this track position.
Yeah, great job by his team. Gambled a little bit just before the end of stage 1. Went from about 26th and got stage points, and then they gambled again to put 2 tires on it, and they've been able to keep that track position. I give Blaney a lot of credit.
There's Little Sisters of the Poor Menace, but thank you.
His car doesn't drive well, but he's just making it work.
So as we ride along with the BuildSubmarines.com 6 of Brad Keselowski, let's take a look at the progressive telemetry for Brad. Saw him shift there.
Yeah, we're on 5th gear all the way through turn 3 and 4. Just kind of working the throttle a little bit as he chases the car up the racetrack and then down the front straightaway, a downshift into 4th. A lot of off throttle here. A little bit of brake. Down the 4th gear.
Yeah, watch his head as he rolls through.
Oh, okay. Remind me, next commercial break we'll do it. Promise. Remind me.
Middle of the corner. Let's see how much it hits it. Yeah, not too bad, really. You hear a lot of drivers complaining about how bad that bump is, but this car just glides right over it.
Here comes
James
Bubba
Moore,
Wallace,
your
working
boy.
the outside now of the 7.
In-car cam on
Corey LaJoy.
Kind
of close. LaJoy has a lot of damage to the right rear of that.
See if I can see him in some in-car cams here.
Speed on the 23 just a little bit. Buescher trying to do something with this opportunity now. He's got some momentum on the high side here. Can he do the crossover onto the front straightaway to the inside? Bubba's able to defend that.
Bubba Wallace trying to hold off.
Wallace and Buescher there, 6th and 7th.
Hey, it's gonna
72 to go, y'all. Keep on hitting that like button. Trying to get to 300 likes.
Right behind him, McDowell. He's worked his way back into the top 10. He ran really well at the start of the day. You mentioned it, Rick. Now this car's showing good speed again. As everybody's pretty much even on tires now.
Marty, the 23 of Bubba Wallace, after leading 96 laps, is he able to hold on to this track position?
Rick, you can see him trying to run that higher line in 1 and 2 because he sees everybody else doing it. But every time he says the car's just too loose to make it happen. He's experimented with it.
Thank you for those subscribes.
Junior, how frustrating can that be when you feel like, hey, the only place my car works is on the bottom. I see everybody else doing it. I can't make it happen.
Yeah, when you move up the racetrack, you're going to have more rotation in
Heath, if he continues to drive like this, he is going to win. He's at almost 4-second lead on the second place car.
Really comfortable on the bottom. The car's built tight. They'll move move up the racetrack and find rotation and speed. If your car's turning really good and your back's sliding around,
Right now,
you know,
Bell,
it's not gonna be comfortable
Wallace,
moving up the racetrack.
Chastain,
It's gonna
and
slide worse. It's going to be looser. And it's
I
gonna
couldn't see
take
the
you
last guy,
forever to get
last
around
place
that corner.
out.
You're making the corner longer, right? And so everybody that's fighting a little bit of a tight build or a tight balance.
Temple Chief
make
High
that top
Priest
work,
Father
find great
Casey
speed, hammer
M.
the throttle on corner
Wow.
exit,
Thanks for that
really
subscribe.
accelerate down the next straightaway. The cars that are loose are unable to do that.
You see on the left-hand side in the pylon, final pit window open. I don't expect the cars to come. Probably about 20 more laps.
Ellen says, sad I live in Texas and they still didn't play the race on TV. Why? It's on USA. Well, it's on USA Network. That's
So you're
why.
inside the final window.
Shout out to Michael McDowell in that 34 car. You know, they made the playoffs this year. Had a problem at Darlington, and that problem
69 to go. We got 5 likes to 300, y'all. Hit that like button.
Just couldn't overcome it.
King
But here he
CJ
is,
redeem
bringing
Larson.
speed to the racetrack again. It's a really strong year for this team. They have a lot to be proud of and a lot to build on for next year.
Yeah, remember last week it was a 6th place finish at Bristol, so we've seen great speed out of Michael McDowell the second half of this season. And now once again,
But it's on USA Network, so they're gonna have a hard time doing that.
here in the 8th position, trying to get around the 23, as Larson still with a 4.2 second lead over Eric Jones, Dave.
And Rick, when you're out front leading like
There's
that,
the freeze for
start
you.
Thinking about stuff.
You just broke up big time. Say it again.
Tires have been fine every round, right? I've got no vibration or anything like that. I'm just wondering if the tires have been okay.
The tires have been good, and we went up this run for protection, so you're fine. Just stay smooth with it. Don't overload either end, but we did go up this run.
Yeah, I'm not trying to freak you guys out. I don't have a vibration, but I just want that information. And Dale Jr., you know that's important because now he knows whether he can push, and the up on air pressure gives him some more data.
Absolutely. I think as we get later in the day, the speeds pick up, the loads on the tires pick up. We had a lot of tire issues over the past couple of weekends that have sort of crept back into the series. We had a ton of them here last year, especially late in the race as speeds picked up in these cars. So that's great information to tell the driver, look, no worries. I've actually even done something to make it even safer, put us even on the more conservative side of the air pressure situation. So great job by the 5 team. Great information for the driver. He can run this thing as hard as he wants.
And not great information for his competition. 4.6
522 in the chat. Keep on hitting that like button. We're 2 likes away from 300 likes. We're going to commercial break. But thank you guys so much for everything tonight. Hope your Sunday is doing really well. We're having an excellent stream. It's been awesome. Started a little rocky out there with the what do you call it? The raw feed not working for us. But we figured it out and got it back. So thank you guys so much for tuning in here today on the go at CeeLo. We do NASCAR here every Sunday, and we'd love for you to join us here throughout the rest of the season. We also do Atlanta Braves baseball during the week, 2 to 3 games during the week. We'd love for you to help us out with that. Come hang out with us. We have a great time if you like baseball. Baseball playoffs are just getting around the corner. So should be picking up big time, and we're ready. So I want y'all, if y'all could help me out, we have a good friend that is almost at 1K, and he's 81 or 79 subscribers away from 1K. Dallas is going to drop the link in the chat. If you guys can pop over there, give him a sub. We're trying to get him to 1K, and I think he's streaming right now. I don't want to do a raid or anything like that, but if we could go over there and give him a like or a sub, and trying to get him to 1K. He's so close. He does everything from golf to Canadian hockey to NHL hockey to everything. All right, from golf all the way to NFL football. The only thing he doesn't do is racing, and he's on right now. So go over there and check him out, my man Rhino. If you could help him out, he's trying to get there. Give him some more likes and some subscribes. And he deserves it. He works hard. He's trying to get to 1K so he can get in the partners program. And I would appreciate that. So tell him, Rhino, I said, hey. All right. So commercial break here. We're just waiting as Kyle Larson, 5-second lead on the second place car. Oh my gosh. 5-second lead on the second place car. Eric Jones. Wow. He is checked out, y'all. Y'all tell him you're welcome, Dallas. He's awesome. So that's our good deed for the day. I hope you guys are having a good time. Thank you for helping us out on that. All right, 7706 on the subscribes. Let's see, do we have any more? No. So thank you guys for getting us there. Let's see if we keep on hitting that subscribe. Larson, please pull a 2021 Pocono and crash.
Echopark Automotive.
He is checked out, man. He's gone.
As Larson out in front, and green flag pit stops are starting, Dave.
You think the car's on some juice?
On pit road, he'll get 4, and just a little air pressure adjustment to help him through the
That's
corners.
right.
Remember, Tyler led earlier today. He starts the cycle.
And I'm guessing that will bring a few others to pit road here shortly with under 59 laps to go in the race. And around goes the 99 of
Oh, the 99.
Can he get it going?
Suarez.
He's in the grass as he was trying to come to pit
And he's going to
road.
get stuck, and there's a caution. Thank God.
That is bad news for Tyler Reddick, a playoff driver who had already serviced his car because he went a lap down with that pit stop.
Oh, Tyler Reddick, a lap down now.
Break.
Let's see what happened with the 99.
Go Suarez. Everyone hates a winner. That's right, Scotty.
And just a little bit hot. Locks up the rear of the car, gets loose, spins around.
You're trying to carry
Caution.
so much speed to get on the pit road.
Yeah, he did. That was he was
got in there a little
almost
bit too hot,
8 seconds. Oh my God!
Rear tires just cannot take it.
Never let the 5 lead. I know.
Teams are on you, man. You got to get on here. You got to get on here, and they measure all that. You sit down on a Monday, and they're like, "You didn't get on pit road good during the green flag stop." And then they push you, and they push you, and as a driver, you're trying to find the limit in everything you do. And Daniel just overstepped it by just a little bit. Kim.
Basically, they're gonna have to like bump him out of the way.
Tire changer, Jarek
They'll
Newsom
not let him win
had to be
this.
sent to the med center for an IV for fluid. So backup tire changer JP Keeley working on that car. Now
Larson there looking at the pace car.
It affects drivers. Here's how it's affecting crew members.
I mean, this heat's no joke, and it's been a long day. Remember, these crew members come, they set up the pit box. I mean, they've been out in the heat now for the majority of the day.
And we heard that some of the crew members worked yesterday, which included
You go, Kyle
practice
Larson.
and qualifying for both
Someone's
the
gonna
Xfinity
lose a
Series
wheel. I don't know. We'll
and
see.
the Cup Series. And now, if they did work the race yesterday,
Pit stops coming up, y'all.
And we've seen
Where they make their money.
tires not be a huge advantage, so you could maybe with that assume if you're the leader, this might be your last pit stop. So Larson had a 5-second lead. They were going to have a very big advantage for a nice green flag cycle and a calm stop. Now with this yellow, now Larson has Eric Jones only 2 cars behind Hamlin, Blaney, Keselowski. They are right back up to the rear bumper of the 5, so this pit stop's going to be very important for Tyler Reddick all the way back
57 to go.
down. I assume he's going to get the wave around. He'll go back, but he's going to be the last car in the lead lap. He's going to be like 27th, so he has lost at least 10 spots. He was running about 16th when he pitted.
Keep on hitting that subscribe. There's our 300th like. Thank you guys. Keep on hitting that like button. Keep on tapping those hearts as well.
Assuming everyone in the lead lap pits, which they should. I mean, everyone needs fuel. I don't know why somebody would not pit.
Look at the points as they run. Saw that with Kyle Busch, was 21 points below the cut line.
I'm interested to see the 43 car of Eric Jones. That pit crew, can they take on the Giant? Can they take on Hendrick Motorsports and beat Kyle Larson off pit road right here?
On to pit road they come, Dave.
Kyle Larson wants just a little adjustment, just a little free off of turn 2. Bigger question is, will he take 4 tires? Yes, they've got 4 Goodyear tires ready, Kim.
For Ryan Blaney, it was better, but the ride quality still not great. Bounces loose over the bumps and 4 unpredictable. He said just so rough. They will make a slight air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Marty.
Denny Hamlin said the car was definitely better that run, but I can tell we have lost some car potential. Not sure we can contend for the win. He said it takes off great, but after that it does fall off, gets too free, and Eric Jones, to your point, almost beat Kyle Larson off pit road. Great stop by the 5 and the 43 teams.
Yeah, Marty, it was inches. It looked as though Eric Jones was going to beat the 5 off of pit road, but it was Larson who was able to win that race.
Oh my gosh. Always mute it so it doesn't, you don't hear background noise. Thank you. Such a noob. Philip says, thinking number 5 Larson has been a game changer for NASCAR and the money and lots of people. 75 away. Good deal. Thank you guys for helping him out. We're back now. We're back. Larson's going to sleep on the restart and cause the big one, huh? Just like Denny did last time. Remember when they were like, how did you blow that lead? You were had 4 tires. He was like, oh, I was worried about Larson. So 55 to go. Dustin the win. I mean, I know, Aaron. I know, man. Let's see here. All right, so go here. You need that yellow stripe for rookie. I know. Tell me about it. It's almost my 3rd year. 2nd year. What is it? 2nd year. Yeah, 2nd year full. Come October 1st or October 3rd or 1st. I'm not really sure. Will be my 2-year anniversary or 3-year anniversary. I don't know. 2-year anniversary on the channel. So we'll probably do a video and all that stuff, highlights and stuff. But man, unbelievable. We're almost at 8K here in year 2 on this channel. We've grown a lot, met a lot of new folks, gained a lot of great relationships with everybody, built 2 huge communities, and here we are today at 7708. I don't know. I haven't decided what we're going to do. We're going to be in Destin, so. So here we go.
Everything's bigger.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate that.
Even Big Hoss there, the big screen TV on the back stretch.
Now, if we can get back in the partners program, I'll be even happier.
As we get ready for the choose.
So pray for that coming up in about 2 weeks.
Jones will be on the outside, Larson on the inside.
Pray for that.
54.
We get back in the program, we're going to have memberships where you guys have emojis and stuff like that and have your name different color. That's coming.
Of the day was the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
Hopefully. I got to get back and out of jail first.
Too fast entering, so he will start with 54 laps to go, tail end of the field. Running 4th, right? I mean,
thank you guys. Hit that like button. We're trying to get to 350 on the likes now. 350 on the likes.
On where he ends up finishing.
He's gained the second most amount of points today.
So Larson, Eric Jones.
Points. So those good stage
what happened to Ryan?
That a little bit, but that mistake, let's see how bad it hurts.
Where'd he go?
With this finish.
And as we thought, Reddick
Blaney back in 27th? What happened?
Marty.
Hey, Steve, remember the playoffs last year? They started with 4 non-playoff drivers winning the first 4 playoff races. It's been all playoff drivers so far this year. Could Eric Jones pull it off today? Dave Ellens just told me our strength, no doubt, the short
entering
run,
too fast. Oh. Here we go. Lights are off on the pace car.
Can he get a good launch here?
Keep on hitting that subscribe, y'all.
Down into turn 1 and 2 side by side.
Here we go. Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Here we go. Green flag. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
But the action on the track is heating back up as Larson now has a little bit of help.
53 to go.
Brad Keselowski giving him a shove there on that inside line.
Rookie.
Denny Hamlin trying to clear Keselowski.
There he goes. He's gone.
Into that 3rd spot.
Yow.
Here comes Bubba Wallace in the 23 to the inside of Buescher.
They have nothing for that guy.
Down the front straightaway.
Nothing.
Here comes the 24 car. Byron sneaking up into this battle.
Bubba Wallace there in 6th spot.
Way up high goes Buescher and Byron.
The RFK guys back to back with each other.
And now he gets to the back bumper of the 6 of Keselowski, and that moves him up the racetrack, and Buescher hugging that white line behind him.
Yeah, Brad's struggling just a little bit right here for some reason. Both the last couple of corners at 23 run right up on the back bumper.
Haven't seen Brad on the thing all day.
Again, Bubba Wallace running that higher line, as did William Byron.
I miss my Braves. We'll be doing them on Tuesday night. They got a game here in a little bit tonight. See you there. Thank you, Michael. See you, JT. Michael, thank you for that subscribe. Michael.
Run that higher groove that he wants to run.
They got about a level 3 vibration on Tensio. Just double checking wheels are tight.
Kozlowski says he's got a vibration, James Moore.
Marty?
On that stop, Bubba Wallace definitely wanted to be tightened up, to Junior's point. In fact, he told Booty Barker, anything you can do to give me rear security, the longer we
show some
run,
restarts. Okay, I'll do that.
I want. You know, I don't think many people expected, Jeff, for Bubba Wallace to even make it out of the first round, but much less run
thank you, Michael.
well here
Awesome.
in Texas. They all pointed to Talladega, but here with 49 to go, Bubba Wallace running in 5th, and I'm wondering from you, has Bubba Wallace so far been the biggest surprise of the playoffs?
Bubba Wallace has brought speed to the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. Everybody talks about, because he has spoken about it, the stress and the pressure it's been on him. But what he said is that only in the cutoff races has he felt under pressure. Everything else he's been very comfortable with, making the playoffs, being in the playoffs. It's those big moments, but every time you work yourself through those big moments, you build confidence. And now you can look back and you can say, hey, I did it. I know I can do it, and it makes the next round easier.
That radio that we heard about the vibration, I believe, is from the 6 car, Brad Keselowski. Might explain.
Keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 310 on the likes, 310 on the likes, and we'll move on from there. And keep on hitting that subscribe button too as well, guys.
I think that would explain why we were missing a little bit of pace in those first handful of laps with Brad. But he seems
Michael, you found a great channel.
Something comfortable
where it's
he
at.
Can run good pace here, trying to hold on to this position right here in 4th.
I want to know what the scale is. Level 3 of 5, level 3 of 10.
And is it still a 3? He's run about 4 or 5 laps since then. Is that getting worse or maybe possibly even going away?
His last lap that he went by on the start-finish line, 29.49, which was just 0.2 of a second off of Larson's lap. We see Allmendinger diving in here.
Larson almost 2 seconds out of from Eric Jones. Check it out.
It's been all day as Hocevar might have got into the wall there a bit.
He did get in the wall. He had a big
Steve, thank you for that subscribe. Steve, thank you.
All right, just stay calm here. We'll be all right.
Stay calm.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether he had a bent toe link or something there. He's getting ready to go off in the corner. He's got a handful.
He does. Here's Blaney trying to get underneath him. He had 2 laps in a row that were adventurous over in 1 and 2. Here we go, Tyler Reddick.
Oh, I think something broke on the car.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the replay off before.
Yep. So that was Hocevar. Again, Hocevar behind the wheel of the 42. He's only been back behind the wheel of the 42 for about a handful of races this year. So we see Buscher and Byron fighting for position. That's for the 6th spot.
Yeah, I am a total noob.
Byron kind of lost track position early with that.
Learn things every day.
Stage 1, and they've just slowly and methodically
7-11.
worked their way back
Nice.
up in. Now here he is.
44 to go, y'all. Keep on hitting that like button. Maybe we'll get a big flux of people at the end here.
Steve, they were
Keep on hitting that like button. Trying to get to 320 on the likes.
But in the playoffs here, they've just kind of been,
Carlos says he'd like to see Brad or Bubba win.
Top 5 at times, but nowhere near as good.
Well, Byron and Buscher battling here. Byron and Buscher battling.
Yeah, we talked about Reddick and Hocevar for a few
Called
laps
it,
ago.
William
Here's Reddick
says.
making it 3 wide. Hocevar
Larson 3-second lead now on the lead. Oh my gosh.
When Hocevar had issues. So
Buscher and Byron continue to still battle here.
That's good hard racing too. The 24
for
finally
6th
clears
place.
17. That moves Byron up into 6th place. Briscoe right behind him in the 14, still having a great run. 17 struggling a little bit. He's looking around on the racetrack for speed. There you see Briscoe running in 8th
Next
place
is
right
Talladega Speedway. That's right, Keith. Vega, baby.
Kind of drove through the field and now sitting in the backside of the top 10. Here's
And that can change everything on everybody's plans.
Some letters on that left front tire. They've lost track position in
Thank you
this
for those
race. Just really haven't been able to
subscribe
get it
and
back
the
all day
likes.
long. Reddick
Trying to get to 320 on the likes now.
Toyota
320.
looking at
I wonder what Denny's thinking. He's thinking, there's no way I'm catching this guy. He's almost 4 seconds on me.
Currently running in the 14th.
He's thinking I'm going to have to put him in the wall to win.
Drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture.
Chastain,
And
yeah.
since the start,
11th spot.
Chase Briscoe has gained
11th spot.
Chase Briscoe has gained 23 positions.
11th spot right behind Chase Elliott in 10th.
William Byron 12, as well as Harvick and Preece. After a poor starting position for William Byron as far as playoff drivers go, he's gained the most.
This is the Texas Motor Speedway, Keith.
Really
Texas Motor Speedway.
Race car. He was disappointed with qualifying. They were good balance-wise in the short practice session.
Oh, we lost a subscriber.
They just didn't quite go the right way.
Keep on hitting that subscribe. Trying to get the 320 on the likes.
And as you saw, the biggest mover.
Chase Briscoe in 8th spot. Having a good day today.
Today, Bubba Wallace at 96, but Kyle Larson up front has now led 81 laps and closing in on that most laps number.
All right, commercial break as we go, as Kyle Larson continues to dominate. Let's take a look at laps led. Let's look at laps led. Larson with 82 laps led. Eric Jones with 3. Bubba led 97 so far. He's got the most laps led. 17. Chris Buescher led 2. Chase, Ross Chastain, Bowman, AJ Allmendinger, and Eric Cindric all led 1 lap. And then 36 lap with Tyler Reddick. He was dominant there at the beginning of the race. He won the first stage, actually. But Larson won the second stage. He's trying to win the third. So there is your lead changes and laps led. Number 5, like, yeah, exactly. Screw with every driver out there, Philip. I mean, 4 seconds ahead, like, unbelievable. This reminds me, who was it earlier this year that was dominant like this and then did not win? Who was it? Can y'all remember who was dominant like this earlier this year? And basically was checked. It was like a 13-second lead, and then he did not win. Was it? I think it was Larson. I think it was. So we're in the middle of a commercial break right here. We'll be coming back to in-race audio here in just a second. But I hope you guys are enjoying the race today with me. I hope you enjoy it. The ones that have found me, thank you so much for finding us. You were in for a fun time. We're going to be all the way through the end of the season. And we'll be doing baseball as well this week. Atlanta Braves baseball against the Cubs. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then we're going to be getting the playoffs the following weekend for the Braves. So, I hope everybody's had a good time. Keep on hitting that like button. If you show that you had a good time, hit that like button for us. We're trying to get to 320 and then move to 330. Neil says, ooh, Cubs. Yeah, we'll be doing just like this play-by-play, Neil. And Sarah, you're welcome. You're welcome, man. Just remember, y'all, I do this completely free right now, out of the partners program, not getting a credit for any of this except getting views and likes, which is great as well. It builds the channel as well, but not getting paid for it at all. If you would like to help out, we do Cash App and Venmo. We also have a Patreon. That's $3 or $10 a month. So until we get to the partners program, that's what we survive on. But thank you guys for everything. All right, back to it.
In 2012. And then the 250th win came with Chase Elliott, getting his first career win at Watkins Glen. Breaking the tie between Petty and Hendrick was Kyle Larson with the 269th win. There's Mr. H, Rick Hendrick, looking for win number 300. They have 299. And as I mentioned, Larson leading the race. William Byron is running 6th. Chase Elliott is running 10th. So 3 cars in the top 10.
Hey, Denny, you're getting smoked by the 5 car, and he's saying, catch me if you can. See ya, exactly.
Was able to
Chicago in the house. Also, Michael.
He
is smoking him for sure.
Go to that race.
He's smoking everybody.
And crew chief Harry Hyde said, no. I think we could
almost
do it with
5 seconds from Eric Jones.
Take the car there. We can win that race. And sure enough, they did. And the rest is history.
Dale Earnhardt, yeah, he did it too, Philip.
And you mentioned it, Larson.
31 to go. Pretty much over here, y'all. Keep on hitting that like button.
So a great
help us get there.
The entire organization so far.
350 is the new goal on the likes. Keep on hitting that like button.
Larson
Brighton says,
has
let's
been
go
putting
Mater, let's go
together
Mater.
Really quick laps, lap after lap.
Justin, you can watch it on the
29.63
USA
lap time
Network,
went by.
on your USA
There he has
app,
a 4.7
Xfinity
second
Stream
lead
app, whatever you want to watch, or
over Eric Jones.
you can stay here and
Hamlin
listen to the
back
race
there
here with
in
us
third.
and have a good time.
Wallace, the top 5.
Yeah, multiple times throughout this race, the 5 cars built up leads of 5 and 6 seconds.
You're
I
welcome.
have to wonder, had Denny Hamlin
Thank you,
not
Willie.
gotten the damage
Willie.
for the right side
Thank
of the
ya.
car on pit road, would he be able to
Thank you for that subscribe. Appreciate that.
car today? But I believe that incident on pit road really opened the door for Larson to sort of take control of this race.
61 away. Nice. You got the right. That's okay. It's all good, man. It's all good. I've learned that no one likes Denny, and that's fine. And I love when you guys hammer me about it. It's fun.
Near the end, up front and running away, trying to temper him.
Oh yeah, the Cowboys, man.
He'd like to win again here.
I'm watching that game right now.
They went on to win the championship, Marty.
And Dave, I think the question that
28 to go, 4.5 second lead. You can't find 22. Here he is in 21st spot. Thank you, Rye Fry, dropping that Go Denny. There he is there, and where's he at? Logano, 21st spot there.
Brad Keselowski tried to come up with a top 5 finish, but that's not good enough for him. He wants to win so bad. Doesn't look like
Keselowski in 4th.
That vibration, no further comment, Marty.
Bubba Wallace saying that he's still struggling with a little right rear.
Oh, number 1. There you go. You're a Chastain fan. Nice, Philip.
This team to come to Texas,
it's boogity time.
Maybe finish in the top 5 and go to Talladega where they've won before. I think they feel
possible caution
so far in the round of 12, Kim.
Oh, Denny was running away with it last week, and they didn't do a caution. Well, Michael says he's a 9 and a 22 fan. There you go. Both out of the playoffs, Michael. Logano had that bad wreck last week.
Kim, so many teams and drivers worry about this round.
He's already won it, Keith says.
Well, for Chris Buescher, it was for Texas, his home race. He told me that before the playoffs started. He said, we have never run well at Texas. His best career run right now in 7th, hoping to finish it off, Kim.
And for Ross Chastain in the 11th position, despite having that throttle position sensor going,
he is a great driver. Like we were talking about Kyle Busch. Give him a grocery cart. He's gonna. Oh, a caution! Someone asked for a caution, and you got it.
And the caution has come out. Which
caution.
Restart.
And there it goes.
And the left front for this car.
Caution.
Running in the 26th position. When he
caution. What's up, Jason Morris? Hello, welcome in.
Heavy impact. We mentioned earlier he ran yesterday's Xfinity Series race.
15 spins. Nice chaos tire. That's right.
Interesting to see what everybody does.
Easily hated. I know, T-Van.
Let's take a look at what happens. Second lane here off 2.
Yeah, everybody's been pushing that second lane. They've been opening that racetrack up.
There's a spin on the 15 on the backstretch here.
If you just go over it by a few inches, there is no grip.
All by himself.
Hey, look at the winning nets down right there.
Yeah. Yeah, NASCAR will take a look at that for sure, Jeff.
Yeah, that's odd.
Driver normally will bring the window net down
15
after he comes to a stop.
6 could sneak up, and second 43 could hit first place. We'll see what happens.
So now it's a big decision here, right? 24 to go.
Do you stay out? Yes or no? Pit? Yes or no? I would say yes. Pit? Yes or no? Let me see. Yes or no? Jason says hi.
Probably the same idea.
Pit? Yes or no? Let me see in the chat. Yes or no?
Someone is going to have new tires.
Do you stay out and try?
All weekend long. That strategy is important, but the worst
see what
place
happens
to be
here.
is the first car.
Does someone like Reddick stay out?
So is it Chastain in 11th? Is it Bell in 14th?
Does Truex stay out? He's back in 17th.
Even maybe Buescher in 7th, Byron in 6th, or do the leaders feel they need 2 tires?
Let's see what happens here.
For the crew chiefs, a lot of guys shading to the bottom. We're going to see who comes, and if the leaders do come, how many decide to stay out and try to leapfrog?
Larson
staying out.
Bubba.
Oh my gosh.
Jones, which is second. He comes onto pit road.
Eric and Denny and Keselowski come out with 4 tires. Could this make the difference right here?
And then he'll leave.
Larson stays out. Denny, Keselowski, a lot of the leader, the rest of the field is pitting. Larson made the right decision, Neil says.
Right side tires for Denny Hamlin and right side tires for Chris Buescher.
So Denny
as well. We'll see if these tires
is going to be in second. on the outside. So Hamlin, Keselowski, Buscher. Eric Jones lost 3 spots. Lost 4 spots. Oh, 3 spots.
Looks like after the break.
Wow. Larson stayed out the very last second, brought them all in, and then moved over. Larson made the right decision, Neil says. We'll see. It's killing me. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. On the Go at CeeLo is the channel. If you're just joining us, we do NASCAR here every Sunday. We would love for you to join us from here on out to the rest of the season until somebody raises that trophy as the NASCAR champion, NASCAR Cup Series champion. Make sure you're hitting that like button for us. We're trying to get to 330 on the likes, and hit that subscribe as well. It's in the very bottom corner if you can't find it, under the little On the Go at CeeLo logo. And we would love for you to subscribe to our channel. But appreciate y'all being here. And we're ready for a crazy finish here. Lots of cars behind the leader with 4 tires. This should be interesting. Like, Kyle Larson stays out. I think if he would have stayed in, if he would have pit, he would have took the lead anyways. But we'll see what happens. Marquis says, let's go, Bubba. So Kyle Larson, Eric Jones, Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, William Byron, Chase Briscoe, Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, and Ross Chastain are your top 10 here. 600 in the chat. Thank you guys so much. There's 330 on the likes, 20 more to 350. Hit that like button for us. 20 more likes to 350. And we are now officially over 100 subs today. And we're keep on climbing. So thank you guys. 7,800 is going to be here before we know it. But thank you guys so much for everything. NASCAR has really blessed our channel and made us grow tremendously. And been awesome. And I love NASCAR. Been to NASCAR, went to Nashville this year, went to Bristol last week. Saw my boy win last week. So Philip says, betting on another caution coming. Larson will get 4 fresh and win. The question though, if he gets 4 fresh, thank you, Matt Millwood. Appreciate that. If there's another caution, I don't think anybody else is going to pit. He's going to have to pit. So now him staying out, he's basing it on no caution. So if there is a caution, he's going to eventually have to pit, and he's going to have to give up the spot, and he's not going to be that fast to get through the field. That's my opinion. William says Larson might as well have stolen something the way he's driving. Exactly. He's had over a 5-second lead every time he's been out there. But Talladega next week, y'all. Talladega next week. Man, oh man. Should be interesting. All right, here we go. Back at it.
12 on NBC Sports on Sirius XM this week. Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will break down what we've done here at Texas and look forward to Talladega. Again, that's NASCAR Radio Channel 90, NBC Sports on Sirius XM with the Morning Drive guys. All right, so now Bubba Wallace and Larson, they stayed out on the old tires. Last on pit road on lap 211.
Oh, Bubba too?
Larson and Wallace
Bubba Wallace stayed out too. I didn't know that.
Row, you mentioned they stayed out, so the first car on tires.
He was already halfway to Talladega. You're right.
I'm trying to find them. I mean, they're far enough back. They're actually hard to see in this field. I mean, you see Denny Hamlin right there. I'm going on a guess. So,
yeah, there's a lot of fresh tires back in the field here.
7 or 8 on the outside. Yeah. So, with 21 to go, they're going to try to make as much time as possible.
A lot of drivers took advantage of the caution, stayed out on the racetrack. One of them, Ross Chastain, who had an issue earlier, lost a lot of track position. Now he's sitting up there in the top 10.
Nobody gets cut after this race, Scotty. It is a
you mentioned restarts. The
restart here. Here we go. Good luck.
Here we go. Green flag. Buggity, buggity, buggity. Let's go racing, boys.
On restart. Let's see how it goes. 20 laps
Bubba
to go.
Larson. Oh, you wanted to see a restart.
Great launch by Bubba Wallace in the outside lane.
It's a little behind here.
You get a little help there from the
but I can show it to you.
Briscoe. They're door to door as they go through 1 and 2.
I'll wait till they get on the backstretch. Door to door, Bubba Larson from last week.
Bubba
battling,
holding strong on the outside.
Holy smokes!
By Bubba Wallace to stay right there. He's going to have to stay aggressive, stay tight on the door of this 5.
Oh, around goes a 5.
no! Larson nails the wall! Larson nails the wall! No way! Oh my God!
And Wallace had to lift quite a bit to not get taken away in that wreck with the 5.
Oh!
Lost a couple positions on the racetrack. Not sure how he'll be scored.
Oh!
How many races have we seen this 5 car in a position?
Oh, did Wallace do it?
And late in the race, it go away from
Oh, Hendrick is.
The drivers have all talked about.
Oh my gosh, they were battling. I don't think it was clean.
Quite as much side force, and
I think it was clean.
Bubba really needed to be aggressive there and get right on the door.
See what happens here.
Car to have any chance of pulling the pass off. They go down in the corner. It's like the
Bubba
back end just comes right around.
He got a little on him. He got a little on him, but I don't think much.
You haven't seen a massive difference in tire grip
Here we go.
between old and new. You are sailing down into turn 1, and we talk about how little grip it is down there, and just the back of the car just comes around.
Wow.
Junior, you mentioned it.
Yikes. Larson hit that wall hard too, bro.
To stay out of the turn, and that allowed William Byron to move
if
up.
Bubba didn't have people didn't like him already.
The caution came out.
My gosh.
The racetrack and trying just to.
Who do you think's going to win now? I don't know. This is going to be interesting. What do you think, y'all, on this?
Never really went or got to
I can't believe people know saying anything in the chat here. Unbelievable.
Already trying
Larson?
to save his car. Trying not to get into Bubby's, trying not to wreck the 23.
Hard racing to me, but I don't know.
Yeah, the 23, they're scoring. The 23 is the leader. And remember, you go back to the last loop and the caution came out.
Redeem Bubba there.
When the caution
Byron or Lawson?
He did lose momentum, but
that Jones boy, that's right.
Cutting away a lot of the body work of the 5 of Larson. Looks like
wow, he hit that wall hard, y'all. Unbelievable. Wow. Keep on in that like button. We're trying to get to 350 on the likes.
Again on the DVP.
350 on the likes, y'all. Thank you for the subscribes.
Rick, it's a mess.
Reincarnation is Larson. He just hit the wall, Kyle. He's on the pit road.
I'd like to not go down for 2 laps, but it is toast.
Working on it right now.
I think the one thing that's concerning me, I'm going to go back to Bubba Wallace. He's way up the racetrack, picked up a ton of debris on his tires.
Michelle, thank you for that subscribe, Michelle.
Hard corners. They've talked about it. To get those tires clean, you need 2, 3, 4 laps before the car's back to comfortable again. Can he clean them well enough?
Maybe Denny can get his spot back. Wow, this changes everything, y'all. This changes everything.
How much grip will he have in those tires? How much trash?
Larson is now out of the playoffs if the season ended today. That's how close this is.
Tires cleaned up. It's in the corner. You know, that's where it's got the most load on it. That's where you really need to be working those tires hard under caution. Not much happens on the straightaway because it's not loaded at all, but in the corners you can.
They never touched. They didn't look like they did.
Really sharply.
Just got loose.
Do whatever you got to do to get those tires cleaned up.
Wow, the dominant driver is out of the race, y'all. And this changes everything.
Does he choose that inside line?
I don't know. I think that he was doing some really good work on the top of the racetrack right there.
Bucks, yeah.
We're not choosing this particular time, but I love getting ahead of it like that, Rick, and starting to think about that and have a conversation. I think the 23 is doing some really good work on the top of the racetrack.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Little grip the 5 had on the bottom of the racetrack, a car that was dominating this race.
It's exclamation point redeem Bubba.
Groove. They're on the older tires that we mentioned. They're not on a
We're going to a shootout? Not yet. There's 16 laps to go.
I think if you could start in an outside
Thank you,
line,
Lynn,
launch.
for that subscribe. Lynn, appreciate that.
Race. Nobody wanted the top at the start of the race. Later in the race, a lot of cars went to the top to control the restarts because of the grip that developed in the higher groove.
Bubba does.
For Kyle Larson, who was looking like he was going to dominate this race.
Bubba the Hutt.
He now is 1 point below the cut line where he is running in the 29th position.
And he goes to Dega, where he really
had
a lot of great success at racing the tracks like Talladega and Daytona. So
in the top 10 earlier, I was talking about how there were so many playoff.
Tammy says she don't care who wins except Bubba or Chase.
Drivers of Briscoe.
Open Denny here. He's got to come through the field though. He's in 12th spot. He's got 4 fresh tires.
After that unfortunate, pitting and then the caution coming out.
Larson has one top 5
But
finish
Byron
in Talladega in his career.
in second spot. Watch that
Go
guy.
there and try to figure that out. Marty, what do you hear?
Here he says, "I owe you a Big Mac."
So, Junior, after the spin by Kyle Larson, you could tell Bubba Wallace was taking a moment to take a deep breath and also process what just happened. And then after a minute or two, his spotter, Freddie Kraft, chimed in and said, "What do you want to do on this restart?" And he said, "I certainly don't want to do what we did last time and have that happen to someone else again." And then as everyone started to chime in with all the information, Kim, Bubba said, "You know what? I've got my mind made up. I know what I'm going to do." Didn't tell anyone on the team what he's going to do, but Bubba knows where he wants to restart here for what could be the
Thank
final
you for those
one in
subscribes,
Texas.
y'all. Appreciate
This
it.
is the highest we've seen William Byron today in the second
Good job,
position,
Bubba,
but it
Helen
surprised
says.
nobody because they're averaging a top
Team
5
racing,
finish at mile and a
JW.
half this season. And of note, Rudy Fugle, his crew chief, has won at Texas 5 times in the Truck Series, the most for him at any track on the circuit. One of those wins came with Byron. We'll see if this pair can get to victory lane on the Cup side here at Texas, Dave.
Steve mentioned the recovery for Tyler Reddick, 9th before the choose. What kind of car does he have left?
Denny
He
has
called it
2 new
pretty
tires,
solid
like Brad
recently.
looked like
His crew
this
chief, Billy
last
Scott's just been trying to keep his
pit stop
driver's head
length.
in the game.
I think he had 4. They got 4.
To the side and focus on getting all you can. You know he's going to do that on the
Hug.
restart. He won here last year.
Thank you, Justin, for that subscribe. Appreciate that.
Briscoe
Thank you so much, guys, for all the love. We're almost to 700 700 in here.
From Stewart Haas Racing.
4 more away
It's been a
from
struggle all year
350.
long, and when you put a guy like
Keep
that,
on hitting that
Chase
subscribe
Elliott,
button,
for that
y'all.
matter, Steve mentioned them. Priest, Harvick, Bowman, all those guys are super hungry. They don't care about the playoffs. They got nothing to lose here. They're going to do whatever they got to do to win this race.
Here we go. Wallace, Byron on the outside. Inside Byron, Wallace on the outside.
Denny Hamlin with those fresh
Oh, I can hear the rumors now, Gary
He
says.
was 12th the last time they went by the scoring line.
My husband's at the race, but I had to stay in Houston. Awesome, Michelle.
Bubba Wallace. I did
Glad you
like
found
when
us.
He said, "I don't want that to happen to the guy on the bottom again. I don't care about the guy on the bottom. I didn't do
Here we
anything
go.
wrong."
That's right.
He spun himself out, and so he had a chance to get the lead from the fastest.
I thought it said on the screen he took 4, though, Planet Hub, but I might be wrong.
I'm going to pick that lane again and put the pressure
Ryan
on William
Priest there
Byron
at
on that
5th
bottom lane
spot.
to get by me.
Yeah, that's right. That does put the pressure on William. If he sees that top, he's going to think, "Oh, thanks, appreciate that. I do not want to be on the bottom because I saw what just happened." So,
And look at who's in 3rd right now. Chase Elliott.
Looking
for
y'all.
a win here in 2023. And now, as he will watch the 24 and 23 battle in front of him, he's in a position where he could also
Chase
steal
finally
a
win
win
one?
and make the season a little bit better for the most popular driver.
yeah, I think pushing in that second row. Who
Will
pushes the
Harvick
best, who
win
helps
this
that
thing?
front row the best?
Look at Harvick there in
restart.
6th spot.
Briscoe gets
Show the
back to
restart.
that
All
23
right.
early
There we go,
and
Craig.
Clear him into 1.
Mine's a little
13 laps
behind,
to
though,
go in the
on the
race.
phone compared to the audio. But we'll show it here. Green flag.
So Briscoe gives that 14 a tap.
Show a little bit of it.
As soon as he felt that, he gassed it.
Come on, Chase. Love your channel. Thank you, Earnhardt, TK23.
A big run for Chase Briscoe. Yeah, Keselowski goes.
Wow, look at all those cars falling off.
I'm sorry, Rick.
Priest. But the 14 of Chase Briscoe able to get up to 2nd now. Byron trying to get to the inside of Elliott for 3rd.
Wallace continues to lead. Briscoe in 2nd.
Oh, big crash on the front straightaway.
Big crash. Big
And a lot of cars
crash.
collected. The 12 of Ryan Blaney's involved. The 38.
A.J. Allmendinger as well. Big damage to the 16 car.
Caution, breed
19 was right in the
cautions.
middle of that. I think Truex was able to get through with minimal contact.
Blaney had some pretty big damage on the right front.
Cautions, breed cautions.
Yep.
Blaney.
Looks to be broke on the 12.
There goes Blaney, man. He had a good run.
Jones after a huge
You're welcome,
run
Justin.
today. A lot of damage on the front. The AMR safety crew immediately to him. 16 of AJ Allmendinger climbing out of the
Allmendinger
car.
just tore up.
Massive damage to these cars.
12 to
on
go.
the front stretch.
Reddick on pit road. He has damage, so he's coming to pit road early to work on it.
Eric Jones, such a good car today. He's out of the race.
Tough ending
My
for
gosh.
Jones. Let's take another look at what happened.
See what happens here.
Yeah, so it's back in the field.
Oh, the 45 gets in the 45, 43.
Oh, Reddick hits the wall.
Into the wall really hard.
11 to go.
That was crazy. They both got into the wall kind of nose to tail.
Boom, boom.
Chaos.
And then it just caused chaos.
Zane Smith in the 38, sliding through the grass.
Wow. Oh, it's all good, Justin. Have a good time here.
So the 45 hits the wall, and then I believe the
Then Allmendinger, it's Gilliland, and all those cars. Remember all those cars up in the front there
12 ends up
are on Ward tires.
And look at Truex right here in the middle of it all.
Coming right through it. He's
Cars sliding to his
unscathed.
left, cars riking to his right.
So this is the first car that gets into the fence off turn 4, Reddick.
Really thought the 24 would have a better restart there, yeah. Bubba could really put it on.
Lost the balance of the car off the corner.
And then numerous cars collected.
Yeah, the 43.
Someone take out Bubba, Lynn says.
And the 12 runs in the back of him as he.
Look at this. Look at Truex.
Slows the car down.
Look at Truex. Look at Truex. Ooh.
I'm not sure he ever lifted. I think it completely shocked him.
It's almost boogity time. That's right.
The car did not turn.
You just joined us. My name is CeeLo. On the go at CeeLo is the channel. We do NASCAR here. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe and hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 370 on the likes. Matty F, what's up, dude?
And a lot of work taking place on the 12, Kim.
That's right, because the right rear toe link.
Gary says we didn't need this caution.
Blaney, you see him sitting on pit road as they try to do
10 laps to go. That's right,
just
Keith.
A poor day for Ryan Blaney. He was back there. That track position he did not have was due to that speeding penalty, remember, on pit road. So just a result of them putting themselves in the back of the field.
So the toe link can be changed on pit road as long as you can do it within that 7-minute mark. Heavy damage to the 43.
Thank you for those subscribes, y'all. Oh, you're welcome, Ronald. We do this every Sunday, so make sure you're back for some more next week. Maybe not next week. Looks like following week. Not sure about next week about what we're gonna do there.
Just look how much you mentioned it with the points, right? Larson was
the
first one.
But 103 Ford Dances, yeah.
He's at -10 and has.
So Larson dominates this race. If you're just joining us,
Keselowski.
Larson and Bubba were racing. Larson got loose. He got loose, hit the wall. His night is dead, is done. And now he is under the cut line.
15. And when we watch that replay again, like Truex was right in the middle of it. For a guy that didn't have the best cars and for sure had zero luck last round, flat tire right away at Kansas. Is this the moment? Is this the moment the luck is turning for Truex? Is missing this?
Truex in 20th.
Hey, you survived all the bad luck we could throw at you?
He can easily win next week.
It is down to less than 10
Hope Scott, let's go
Look at
Chase.
Playoff drivers and the issues. Bubba Wallace, it didn't look like he was going to have a problem. Started up front, but then on pit road, the issue for Christopher Bell.
Yeah,
Christopher Bell had a bad run.
All of the playoffs, slow pit stop.
I think the number one can take Wallace out. I don't know.
Car gets loose down in the corner. Kyle Busch. You talked about some
Chase Chastain's got to get past. I'd love to see Harvick win this thing. Wouldn't it be something if Harvick wins this?
Denny Hamlin, teammate.
Justin says I'll be back next week for second championship. I smell it. Smell it. 8 more likes to 370, y'all. Hit that like button. See if we can get to 400 likes before this is over with. Thank you for all the likes and subscribes today. See, we get to 400 likes before this is over. We got 700 folks in here. We get to 400 likes before this is over. We might have 4 more cautions here.
You can see Tyler Reddick and Eric Jones both pound the wall off turn 4.
Yeah, make sure you're subscribing to me on Facebook, Twitter, following me, Instagram as well. You'll never miss a stream. And we also have a Discord. If you would like to join our Discord, we have 800 folks in here. Here's our Discord. All you have to have is a Discord login. There's our Discord. We'd love to have you there. Lots of good channels in there to hang out in.
Slowly waiting on all this to clear out so he could drive through the wreck.
Look at this right here. That orange
Show us how it's done, Chase. You know he would love it. King CJ, hello. Welcome in, King CJ.
Damage, you can see
Chase, Matty F dropping the K's. What's the score?
only thing good for those guys is they did a nice job today getting points. 11 stage points. A
Mm.
lot of strategy this team
We have a good time on our Brave streams if you like baseball. Ryan Blaney driving sideways.
Got the most, obviously not the
Denny's
most
coming up,
because
7th
of this
spot.
wreck, but prior to these incidents, he's got the
Four
most.
tires. He's got 2 tires or 4. I don't remember.
He's trying to make as many laps as he possibly can with this car.
Working pretty hard for those laps.
Truex there in 19th. Keselowski in 13th. Busher
He's still the
in
first
11th.
car that came off
Oh,
the road with 2
man.
fresh tires through this
Coastal, what's up? Byron, dude, your boy's in 4th place,
So
Coastal.
we'll see where the chooses go. The downside for Hamlin is he continues to run out of laps. And I assume these older tires for Wallace and Briscoe and Elliott, as they cool, they seem to fire off pretty decent.
All right, coming to the choose.
So Wallace takes the outside. Briscoe goes in.
Briscoe will be inside.
So we saw Bubba on the previous restart wait for the tap from the car behind, and as soon as that happened, it sort of sent him forward, and he just used that momentum, gassing the car up and easily clearing that inside line. Can this all be
Not Briscoe, Neil says.
perfectly for him to be able to clear
Not
off into turn
Briscoe.
one?
And then also back in the field, we saw a lot of cars running into each other in the middle of 1 and 2 on the front straightaway, and then
806
obviously
folks here in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome in if you're just joining us.
I would not be surprised to see another caution come out.
Bubba Wallace, the leader of this race. 7 to go.
Byron, Ross Chastain, all
right, let's see it really quick. Let me see. Who's about to win this race?
But you look at some
Who do you got to win this race? Let me see.
Part of the top 8
Give me a number.
that haven't won.
23, 14, 9, 24, 1.
14 of Briscoe.
What is it going to be?
Chase Elliott hasn't won. Kevin Harvick and Alex Bowman all have not won in 2023.
Hamlin's a crybaby.
All will restart in the top 8.
Here we go, green flag, biggity, biggity, biggity. Let's go racing, boys!
Winning the pole and now coming back to have the track
Thank you,
position.
Donald.
Can he win his
Let's
way
go.
into the round of
Bubba.
8? It's 6
Did he
laps
do it?
remaining. Green flags back in the air.
25.
Bubba doesn't get the clearance that he needs. We're going to be side by side down into turn 1.
He's got the momentum.
Oh, you had to lift right there, Rick. Now we're side by side down the back straightaway contact. Here comes Byron to the inside.
Ooh, Byron to the inside.
3 wide for the lead. Now William Byron to the inside. Right up to the back bumper of the 23. Wallace a little loose. Here comes Byron. He clears
Oh.
it.
Byron takes the lead.
Byron in front. 5 laps to go.
Oh my gosh.
Bubba Wallace trying to go to that outside lane. William Byron having nothing to do with it. A big block. Here comes Chastain on the bottom.
Byron, well, Wallace just lost it. Here comes Chastain now.
He's going to lose more positions. He's blocking down the back straightaway.
To the bottom of the racetrack goes Bubba Wallace, and William Byron
Thank you,
will also
Jonathan.
go down there out front here at Texas.
Chase slides, or Bubba slid up the racetrack into Chase there a little bit. Chase has to jump out of the gas, losing several spots in that 9 car.
Bubba trying to hold on this 3rd place finish.
The 4th position.
Denny back at
behind
8th.
Bubba Wallace. Wallace running 3rd. Byron, Chastain, Wallace, Bell. The top 4 all playoff
Let's go,
drivers.
Byron. This does not surprise me at all, Donald says.
Denny Hamlin with the move
Denny
on
moving him
Harvick.
on Harvick.
Coming up on 3 laps to go from Texas.
6th. Come on, Denny. We need another caution.
Now as the field
900 in here. Thank you guys so much.
The gap between Byron and Chastain is
Byron,
1
3 laps to
second.
go.
Bubba's closed the gap on the 1 car, though. This is a battle for 2nd. Chastain's going to drive in that mirror. He's going to go wherever he sees that 23. Oh, the turning car. Christopher Bell flies into the picture, almost making contact.
2 Toyotas side by
side.
Here comes Bell to the inside. Wallace strong on the outside again.
Bell right on that white line, using that, looking for grip.
Oh.
Not going to be able to clear Bubba Wallace.
Byron, the best driver behind the wheel in NASCAR, Kyle says. Bubba and Christopher Bell, Wolfgang, your boy.
Allows Wallace to have the advantage. He's up to 3rd. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. William Byron.
1 lap to go.
This is going to be the driver of the 24 that gives Rick Hendrick his 300th win.
Someone said Byron today.
Down the backstretch for the final time, the winningest driver in 2023. Already 5 wins, and now looking to secure a spot in the round of 8.
Congratulations, William Byron.
William Byron, the
on the win.
25-year-old, is going to
Congratulations.
He's into the round of 8.
Byron wins at Texas. Wow. Byron wins. Congratulations, William Byron.
William Byron's dad in the green shirt there. We saw him on top of the pit
Let's
box.
go. Coastal pops in and his driver wins. Oh my gosh.
300
almost got to 1,000
for the Hendrick organization.
What a day.
And William Byron led only the final 6 laps to be able to get into the round of 8.
Mr. H, yes, number 300.
We've mentioned the momentum that the 5 of Kyle Larson and the 11 of Denny Hamlin have had entering these playoffs. And with the accident,
You're welcome,
Larson,
Katrina.
does that momentum shift to the 24 now? William Byron, is he the front runner as we get closer to the championship 4?
Burning it out, Bo. Man, what a great race. We'll find out who's. That's a burnout. That's right. AT&T records the race and always cuts off the last 3 minutes of the race. Ugh. Oh, Michelle, glad you got to watch it with us. 300 people just dropped out. Crazy. You're welcome, David. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. We got 14 more likes to 400 likes. Can we get there? 14 more likes to 400.
Rick would not miss the opportunity to be here to see his car go to victory lane.
You're right, William.
Decades and
Thank you
decades
so
of hard
much.
work put into every single one of those victories. I was part of those. Yes, Steve was part of
Byron
those
won
as
this
well.
race.
I was part of them too. But on the other
NASCAR's
side,
rigged so Bubba could win. He didn't win, though.
Hey, for somebody to win, somebody has to come in second. Marty.
William Byron.
Win number 6 of the year for William Byron. And the most important win of the year, no doubt about it. The Texas fans stayed through the heat today, and they get to celebrate William Byron.
Oh, that was cool.
Advancing to the round of 8. That young man's trying to show him that he autographed his shirt earlier today.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Win number 300 for Hendrick Motorsports.
Autographed his shirt earlier today, and then he got to give him the checkered flag. How cool is that?
That one on that final restart.
Man, that's badass. I finally got a good restart at the end. It was hot today. I think it's finally hitting me, but number 300 for Hendrick Motorsports. Kyle really deserved this one. Gotta say, those guys were really fast all day, and hate it for them at the end. But man, it was
400.
awesome
Wow.
to get our car to the front.
One more like the 400.
So we just fought through traffic all day, and our Liberty University Chevy was just tight back in traffic, but had good pace. And this was one of those hot days. It felt like when I played football and going through 2 days, just wanted to quit. But it was a grinded out day, and our team was there at the end. I'm really proud of this one, as hot as it was, as tough as it was. So we'll take it and go on to the next round.
Rick Hendrick gave you a shot as a young driver. What does bringing him win number 300 mean for Hendrick Motorsports?
I don't know if I can even put it into words. I was such a Hendrick Motorsports fan growing up as a kid, watching Jimmy Johnson, and became really fond of Jeff Gordon as I got to know him, and just thankful for all the people and men and women back at Hendrick Motorsports and Mr. Hendrick for his investment in me and telling me at 17 years old that he was going to take me to Cup racing. So just appreciate everything he's done for me, and this is awesome. We're definitely going to enjoy this one.
And now you and the 24 team are one step from a championship potential run. Now you don't have to worry about Talladega in the road. Well, how cool is that?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we've just been kind of steady Eddie through the first 3-4 races, and we haven't shown any flashes. But today, I thought we had a good car. if we could have just gotten to the front, and at the end there, we're really fast.
By the way, I know it's hot in the car
Thank you,
today, but
Eric.
how about these Texas fans who stood out here in 100-degree heat this afternoon?
Yeah, they're better than I would be. So appreciate all you guys coming out. It was a really good crowd for as hot as it was. So got some of the best fans in Texas. I love it here. So look forward to coming back next year.
Rick, you mentioned he didn't lead until
do,
that final
buddy.
restart. That doesn't matter. They've advanced now to the round of 8. William Byron in the 24 team.
Talking about how hot it was. Well, there he is.
See you,
Rick
Sheree.
Hendrick. He has built a dynasty. It started with win number 1. Jeff Bodine back at Martinsville.
Jeff Bodine. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that.
Chatting with Rick. Giving congratulations as William Byron has collected the 300th win for Hendrick Motorsports. He's collected his 6th win of the season. And most importantly, like Marty just mentioned, he has now won his way into the round of 8. So one step closer to a championship for William Byron.
All right. Lucky the rain missed us south. Oh, don't get me started on the rain. The rain follows me like crazy, Jeff. G Van says the Whataburger needs to sponsor Byron instead of that university he always does. All right, so let's take a look at the lineup here, and then we'll have some post-race interviews that we'll listen to real quick. So William Byron wins. Congratulations, William Byron. He moves on to the round of 12, to the round of 8 next time. He moves on. So Ross Chastain, great finish for him. He finishes 2nd. Bubba Wallace, man, 3rd. I know Mosh had predicted like top 10, but he did 3rd place, which is even better. Christopher Bell in 4th, Denny Hamlin in 5th. All those fresh tires made it. And Harvick there finishes his last Texas race, 6th place. Good for him. He did get eliminated from the playoffs though last week at Bristol. Brad Keselowski still winless, but he's still alive in the playoffs. Daniel Suarez eliminated, but has a good top 10. Ricky Spinhouse Jr. Look at him. He's in 9th. Chase Briscoe in sorry, y'all. Chase Briscoe in 10th. Chase Elliott in 11th. Alex Bowman in 12th. Justin Haley in 13th. Chris Buescher in 14th. Michael McDowell 15th. And Carson in 16th. Truex finishes 17th. 18th, Eric Almirola. 19th, Ty Dillon. And Harrison Burton in the top 20. So let's go back to the audio.
Good day for Denny Hamlin. Chris Buescher also a good rebound for Christopher Bell. Martin Truex Jr. lost a few points, but at the same time, still saved the day. Ross Chastain also 12 points above the cut line.
Well, I mean, just look how tight it is. Brad at 8, Larson, Bubba only a 2 apart, Reddick, Blaney, and Busch. Even with that accident, still only 17. With Talladega looming in the Roval, you could dump this into a bucket and dump it out again. It's going to continue to change. Hamlin, though, I think, while I know he's going to wish he won this race, has to feel good about scoring some points and keeping that advantage above the cut line.
Bubba Wallace, after leading 111 laps today, ends up in 3rd, and he's standing by with Jim.
Yes, you did, Coastal. Here's Bubba
Wallace
Wallace.
comes home in the 3rd position after leading the most laps today, 111. That last restart didn't go your way. Walk me through what happened.
3rd time I fooled myself starting on top. These guys gave me the right information. 14's tight, and he sent it off in there. Wasn't going to stick, but that's what he's got to do. We're racing for a win, and just hate it. I should have just kept my line into 3 and forced William to get tight, but you're so vulnerable in these cars, right? But just upset with self. Really needed a win there, and it's a good showing. I don't know where that puts us. Don't really care, but you know, I know what I did, and I choked. Best restart. Good. You're good.
As you look to the next 2 races, can you learn anything from this?
Yeah, you just got to process things slower. I feel like I've made a massive improvements in that, processing things a little bit better. But when it comes down to crunch time, you have to keep it all in check, you know? So the best restarter in the game gives it up on a restart. So funny how that works. So appreciate everybody. McDonald's Toyota Camry was good out front. Struggled in traffic a little bit, but we grinded, come out with a good solid points today. So appreciate everybody's support and efforts. We'll go on to Talladega.
He does. He beats himself up pretty bad.
Front today.
All right, let's listen to Kyle.
Was the show. Tell us about that hard racing with Bubba in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, he did a good job to stay with me on the restart through 3 and 4 and all that. And I tried to open up. I was trying to have my shape into one. And with these cars compared to the old ones, you don't really get sucked around like that. So I wasn't really expecting it and thought that I would be fine. And yeah, we just went in there side by side and I lost it really quickly and crashed. So pretty bummed, but you're happy for William. Happy for Mr. H. 300 Cup Series wins is incredible. So
see you, Coastal.
Great
Thanks,
great
bud.
night overall for our organization, and congrats to William, and congrats to my team too. I mean, we had a super fast car today, and we've had a fast car at every playoff race so far to this start. So go to Talladega, try to have a good day, and get some good fortune, and then have a good race at the Roval.
And the big hat comes out. Drivers, what do you think about the big hat?
There's Carl Larson saying Bubba didn't touch him. He got sucked around and lost it and went into the wall. So
you don't have to have the fastest
all the ones that were saying Bubba touched him,
and that's what this
there
young
you go.
driver
He even
has.
says it. So he didn't think
does
it was going to
not-
happen, though.
When things aren't going well.
All right, so let's go through the top 20. We did the top 20. Let's do 21 through 36. Joey Logano's in 21st. BJ McLeod, 22nd. Ryan Preece, 23rd. Man, he was in the top 5. What happened to Ryan Preece? Zane Smith in 24th. Tyler Reddick, wow. Great day today, but then has that jacked fall, and then it's all over she wrote there. Tyler Reddick, he got into the wall, actually, on that last wreck, I think. So Corey LaJoy in 26th. 27th, Austin Cindric. Ryan Blaney in 28th. AJ Allmendinger in 29th. Eric Jones, all these guys had wrecks. Eric Jones, what a race he had today, and he was a top 5 car all day long, and now he finishes in 30th. Kyle Larson, after leading most of this race, finishes 31st with that wreck. JJ Yaley, Ty Gibbs, Kyle Busch, Todd Gilliland, and Austin Dillon. So there is your top finishers. And let's bring this back up here. When we go back to in-race audio, just let's listen a little bit more.
So it's very difficult to say he 100% did the wrong thing, but he mentioned he considers himself to be one of the best restarters in the business and didn't get it done on that one. Just got to move forward, learn from it, go to the next race.
It was the last.
Rick Hendrick with his big hat on.
The winner of the race is
Hendrick.
Chase Elliott, over congratulating the 24 team. Chase Elliott finishing up in 11th. NASCAR America post-race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or...
Hey. Are you leaving or something? Okay. Denny finished in 5th place. All right, y'all. So there is the final. You got to see everything. Let's see who led the most laps. Bubba Wallace led the most laps with 112. And Kyle Larson finished with 99 laps. Man, oh man. All right, so Kyle Larson finished with 99 laps led. Tyler Reddick finished with 36 laps led. And everybody else you see there, Byron, the most important laps, the last 6, he led 6 laps led. So great get to use of hearing Bubba 100%. Yep. He's coming along, man. Still alive. So, wow, what a race today. Appreciate everybody being here. Thank you so much, guys. 400 likes, tons of subs, and we had a great time. I hope you did as well. Do you believe that it's Talladega's cursed? I don't know. We'll see. But next week, Talladega, I'll let you know if we'll be doing the race. But definitely after that, we'll be watching them all for the rest of the year. So hope everybody has a great rest of their Sunday night. Enjoy the NFL games. Enjoy your fantasy teams if they're winning or losing. And congratulations to William Byron for the big win today. Number 300 for Rick Hendrick. And what an amazing time. So I hope you guys see us this week. We're doing Cubs Braves this week on the channel. If you'd love to stop in there with us to watch that with us, come by and say hi. Hit the like button for all our new subscribers. New subscribers, Jonathan Cordova, Justin Guess, Lynn Garland, Michelle Nichols, Matt Millwood, Willie Byron, Steve, Michael Fournette, Temple Chief High Priest Father Casey MBA, Mike Robinson, Steve Newman, Vets Pauly, Mike Lanham, Dennis Powers, Aaron, Ross Kulik, Steve Bland, Betty Francis, Vacour, Kevin Witt, Jeff Covington, Deppers 1112, William Johnson, Richard Gillespie, Jessica Penny, W. Investor, Shaquille Benoit, and all the private subscribers. We had a heck of a night on our subscribes. Great stream. It was awesome. And look at Denny right there. So thank you guys so much for everything. And we will see you next time for another On the Go at CeeLo NASCAR stream. Until then, take care and enjoy the rest of the good week coming up. Thank you for Spain for let me do what I do. Thank you to all the mods that hang out here all the time watching the streams. And we'll see you guys. Thank you for watching and subscribing. See you later. Tell them bye.
One stream.
Bye now.